Hello there, trainers, and welcome to Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League, day number 4. It's PKOs with Daniely, and we are ready to bring the awesome Pokemon battles we get today. Daniely, how are you doing?
Look, I'm excited for this weekend because we have very exciting matches already. Game number 2, I know we are both looking forward to that the most because it's like the highlight match for the day. But it's good to be back for ACL, you know? I think it's been very interesting with the new format, with all of the orgs participating and the teams actually getting a lot of support now. And so now that we have the structure here, the players can focus on playing the game. They don't have to worry about anything outside of their control. And we get top tier matches as well, guys. So to anyone tuning into the broadcast, okay, I hope you have your drinks and snacks ready because it's going to be a long day.
Absolutely. And speaking of long day, it is actually a long road as well for you to qualify for ACL finals in Japan. So we are currently at day number 4 of our PUACL Southeast Asia. And then right after that, we still have day number 5 tomorrow and day number 6 at the end of January. Not just that, we also have our winter tournament open qualifiers for Southeast Asia team for APAC East and APAC West.
Yes, so there is still a lot to come here, folks, so make sure you save the dates because there is so much Pokemon Unite happening for the remainder of this month and obviously the finals as well. But PKOs, let's focus more on today, right? Because teams are still aiming to grab those points to get ready for the playoffs as well. We have some very exciting matchups that we do have to talk about too, because every week or every play day, teams are shuffled for their first round matches. And we've seen already for the first 3 play days how some of these matchups can really shake up the leaderboard. But before that though, we have our giveaway happening as well, right, Pika?
Absolutely. So we do have a lot of giveaways later on because we do have giveaways actually for each and every day that we have our broadcast. So for today, we also have one tomorrow. And of course, for our playoffs, which will happen in January 31, you can see those t-shirts, the jerseys, towel, and cap. So make sure to tune in. This is only available, by the way, for Southeast Asia viewers on YouTube. So make sure to grab those snacks and watch the live stream because we will be giving away a lot of stuff. And who knows, if we hit a milestone for today, we might be giving away more.
Yes, exactly. So if you are not already watching the stream with your friends, invite your friends, make sure they're watching the stream with you as well, and hopefully we can hit that milestone together. But before that though, okay, we do have a little bit of a call here for anyone that is interested in the competitive scene. We have the winter tournament coming up here for APAC East. So if you would like to give it a shot, you have your opportunity right here. And I do believe, Pika, we have 2 play days here for the winter tournament for APAC East. So the first play day will be on February 1st, which is going to be on a Sunday. And our second play day will be on February 7th, which will be on a Saturday.
Absolutely. And we also have APAC West, which are the included regions, is going to be Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, and Thailand. It is scheduled to be on February 1 for the eliminations and February 8, which is a Sunday, for the playoff stage. So make sure to grab your team already, grab your teammates, and have a shot or have a chance to represent your region in the ACL finals in Yokohama, Japan. And by the way, this is a fully funded trip with accommodation. So make sure to shoot your shot for ACL finals.
Yeah, and just a little bit of help for anyone that is interested in competing, but maybe you don't have a team yet. Head on over and join the Winter Tournament Discord, because not only are you going to find more information there, but you might even be able to put a team together there with a couple of other players that might actually be missing out on teammates. And you can even look for scrims there as well. So if you're interested in competing at all for the Winter Tournament, join the Discord and see if you can try and put a team together as well, because you need 5 to make a team, and you know, even as one player, you might be the missing key for a team to actually compete. So good luck to everybody that does decide to compete. It is very exciting to compete in tournaments like this, especially with the chance of you being able to actually fly and compete at the Asia Champions League.
Yep, you still have 3 weeks to form your team and practice in order to become the very best, because you have a chance to be on the Yokohama Buntai stage. So 16 champion teams from around the world will compete in Japan, not in Asia, but around the world.
Yes, and also our finals, in case you're wondering where everything is going to end, is going to be on March 28th and 29th. This is the absolute final for the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2026. All 16 of our champions are going to be competing in Japan. So if you're thinking about maybe watching the event live, consider starting to book your tickets now. Get that accommodation so that you're early, you're good to go. You can maybe even meet some of the players on site as well. It's a surreal experience being at a LAN. So if you haven't thought about it yet, or you're considering maybe traveling this year, this might be the one travel destination you've got to head to first.
Absolutely, but of course we do have a little bit of a refresher on what's going to happen, or what are the rules that we get to see here in our PUACL Southeast Asia. So it's the usual draft rules, but we're going to be having 3 Pokemons banned for each team, so that's a total of 6. And then right after that, it's a pick phase wherein the purple team gets to pick first. And of course, we also have our preparation phase, try to tweak down those itemizations of the Pokemon being used in the game.
Yeah, so as we are getting ready for our first game, Pika, we do need to go over the game rules. For anyone that may have been out of the loop for the Pokemon Unite esports scene, it's more or less the same. There is not much of a difference aside from our banned Pokemon today. So just a quick refresher. Matches are still locked at 10 minutes. It's a 5v5 tournament. We're still at the Sky Ruins, but we do have it water themed because we have Kyogre as our final boss for the map. We don't have any held items. There's no level limit as well, but we do have 3 bans for today. Mega Charizard, Y, Meowth, and Umbreon will not be playable for today's matches. Now, you're probably wondering, if you watched last week's match, that, hey, wait a minute, where's the 4th banned Pokemon? Well, we have some great news for you because Darkrai is officially playable starting today.
And I'm looking forward to see Darkrai once again in the Sky Ruins, since a lot of teams have been preparing a lot to use Darkrai, because this could actually a game changer for them, especially for those teams who has been gunning for more points because they really want to set the tone already in the tournament. And speaking of tournament, we have our format for today. So we are on our 4th day of the circuit point system, wherein each day runs as a single elimination bracket. Teams earn points, circuit points rather, based on the result in each bracket, with a point structure of 20 for the champion, 15 for the runner-up, 12, 10, 8, 6, 4, and 3 respectively, because all teams are qualified to playoffs, but the points will determine their seeding for our playoffs.
Yeah, so there still is an advantage to placing high in all of your matches every week, because you want to have the easiest matchup possible. So we'll have to see how it's going to pan out once we do finish off all of our group stage matches, because as you can see here, our playoffs will be a King of the Hill format, where 7th and 8th from regular season start in the first match. Winners of the previous match then play the next seeded teams.
And not just that, this is actually very important as well for the teams, because whoever makes it to the 1st and 2nd place of the group stage will get a sure slot for ACL finals. But of course, we also have our prize pool, not just for ACL as a whole, for ACL Southeast Asia. For the champion, we have 8,000 USD, 6,500 for our 2nd, 5,500 for 3rd, 3,500 for 4th, 2,000 for 5th and 6th, 1,500 for 7th, and of course, 1,000 for our last place team in ACL Southeast Asia.
Yeah, so it really pays to place as high as you can in the tournament leading up to the finals. But here's a quick update on our point leaderboard for the teams. We are on day 4, so we are essentially past that halfway mark, but we still have one more play day after this, which will be tomorrow. Now, leading the charges on Rise at 39 points, but following behind them pretty closely, it's rival esports with 36 points. For full sense, 1 point behind them, not very far at all. T1 is sitting comfortably in 4th with 34 points, followed by EVOS with 29, Myth with 26, 23 points here for Team Nemesis, and finally FN Esports for 12 points for the team. So at the moment, you have a rough idea on who is doing well and who isn't, but Pika, I think we could still see some pretty big changes on this leaderboard, especially with today's matchups.
Yeah, absolutely. Everything would shake up the leaderboards because for our day number 4, we had action-packed matchups. For first round, we have Made in Thailand versus Team Nemesis. Round 2, we have EVOSFXL versus Onyx Rise. For our round 3, we have FN Esports versus Rival Esports. And for our last matchup, at least for round number 1, or our first set of matches, would be Full Sense and T1. So whoever wins and advances deeper into the tournament would definitely shake up the leaderboards later on.
Yeah, so essentially at this point, some teams can't afford to lose these first round of points because, as we just saw previously, some teams are kind of missing out on points. So you really got to work hard for those. Speaking of working hard, we do have our caster predictions. Pika, I think we kind of have to explain ourselves who we think is going to be taking today's matches.
Well, it's really hard to decide actually, Natalie, but I think Nemesis really has a great shot simply because they have been showing off a strong chemistry, even though their day number 3 wasn't that really great, but they were up against a strong team, which is EVOSFXL, and for sure, they've learned a lot of lessons after day number 3 because they might be going up against EVOS once again if they win their first match up against Made in Thailand. But Natalie, what do you think for Full Sense?
Okay, I'm just looking at everyone else's prediction. I'm the only person going for Full Sense, but I do have a method to the madness. I do think some people might be on the same boat here, but my prediction was based off of how some of the brackets ended up being. And there were a couple of stipulations that kind of have to happen to have Full Sense win the entire tournament. So match number 2 made it very difficult. And I think you guys, if you don't remember, that was EVOS and Onyx. That's a monster matchup already. So my method to the madness is if Onyx makes it through to the final, I actually think Full Sense can beat Onyx. And based off of the matchup alone, I actually think Onyx should be able to beat EVOS. But again, there's so many things to really think about. But in my mind, I do think Onyx is the better team for that matchup. If EVOS win that matchup, then EVOS is going to sweep FS. So there's a lot going on. I'd love to talk more about it, but let's focus on this first matchup, which is Made in Thailand versus Team Nemesis.
Yeah, I'm absolutely excited as well for the matchup that we've been looking forward to. But again, we still have our first game in front of us. Made in Thailand, key player is going to be Rainy D. That's how he got by into the scene with his top 3 Pokemons, Blaziken, Ceruledge, and Mega Charizard X. But of course, for Team Nemesis, we have Saquon, probably one of the well-known players in the team and as well as into the history of Pokemon Unite, with Urshifu, Leafeon, and Mimikyu as his key Pokemon. So let's see if there will be target bans for today, especially that the pointing system has a higher stake.
Yes. All right, so we have our ban phase. We're going to see who is going to be taken out of the pool. Just a quick reminder as well. So Made in Thailand will be getting first pick for today's game. Okay, keep that in mind. That could play a very important role in what ends up being snapped up first. But so far, I don't think we're really seeing anything out of the ordinary for our bans. Mimikyu makes absolute sense, especially up against Sync 1. He plays a nasty Mimikyu. Vaporeon, I think it's just better to get rid of the Vaporeon, honestly. It's probably one of the most annoying Pokemon to deal with in the game. But I love the focus here for Team Nemesis. Like, they're getting rid of a lot of heavy hitters here in the Mega Gyarados and the Mega Lucario.
Yeah, I think I will not be surprised if we see Mega Charizard X as the next Pokemon being banned by Team Nemesis. So they're
just
trying
get rid of all the Megas.
Yeah, just get rid of it. You know what I'm saying? So as much as possible, they don't want those heavy hitters to be present at the hands of Made in Thailand, which is very much understandable. And Mewtwo X, Mega Mewtwo X, has been really used for quite a lot for day number 3 because of the capacity for it to set up the place for the team.
Yeah, and that's it. Lots of all the Megas banned here for Team Nemesis, but this does let the Gyarados through here for Myth, which we've actually seen a lot of teams still utilize the Gyarados. Although a little bit weak in the lane phase, teams have just figured out how to stabilize and get that Gyarados at a reasonable level. Great mid and late game Pokemon as well, especially with that scaling. But now that the Gyarados are snapped up, we got some pretty big picks here for Nemesis. Hoopa has been a really big ban for a lot of teams as well in previous weeks, so to have this let through, I hope Myth we're intending to see that Hoopa get picked. And I will have to say, Gyarados is actually really great against the Hoopa because it makes it a little bit more difficult to use the Hoopa portals if that ends up being the choice here for KY.
Yeah, and I think the reason why they let that Hoopa open is because they anticipated that they would have Blissey open for them. Because Blissey is probably one of the Pokemons who can do pretty well in a matchup up against a Hoopa with those egg bombs to cancel out the hyperspace hole. So Kai is really known for, really good at piloting this Pokemon. But with very sad, locking in the Blissey for your team, can they do the job done? Because if they don't, then Kai would be providing a lot of problems for them, knowing that these refreshes from the hyperspace hole would definitely be, let's say, a little bit of a problem for them.
Yeah, I think KYY, just seeing the first 3 picks, he already knows he's got a lot going up against him. So we'll have to see how this Hooper plays out. But to round out the team here for Myth, we have our big heavy hitters in the Glaceon and the Lucario, which I'm not mad about at all, but I'm just a little bit concerned, like, is this enough damage to play up against a Hooper? Because Hooper's really great against, long sustained damage Pokemon. I don't really see enough damage from Myth unless maybe they try and use Very Sad's Bliss Assist to maybe power up either Rainy or Zeke or even Moodog. So I do think there might be a little bit of a damage deficit for the team, especially because RBX has picked up that Crustle. If there's a Pokemon where you need the word tank for, it's that Crustle.
Yeah, and I think one of the reasons, one of the loopholes out here that Media Thailand is actually looking forward to is Rainy to lock in Kai, which is the Icicle Spears. I think that's enough to do the job done. But again, with this Crustle available for Team Nemesis blocking those damages, it could be a problem for them. Crustle wasn't that efficient for day number 3, at least for in general in PUACL, but we're not sure how Team Nemesis pilots Crustle as a team. So this is something that we really have to look forward to. And Made in Thailand, it's no joke when they use Glaceon as well. So this is something that has to be a threat to Team Nemesis. Do they have the capability to block the damages of the Glaceon?
Yeah, and I think it's also a case of what kind of Glaceon are we even looking at today, right? Is it even Icicle Spears or is it Icy Wind? Because if you want burst damage, Icy Wind is really where it's at. But even then, I don't even know if Icy Wind is enough in itself to really be, the damage that Myth needs. But we'll have to see. Maybe Rainy can prove us wrong here. Maybe it really is going to be a case of that Blissey and Glaceon combo to power up that Glaceon and, really rely on that Unite move. But we are in that laning stage. Yeah, we're going to have to see. Laning stage, though, really aggressive pushes coming out from Nemesis already.
Yeah, and you have to put those pressure immediately, especially when you have a Gyarados on the opposite side. So you want to make sure that this Gyarados would be delayed as much as possible, which is Team Nemesis, the job that they're doing right now.
Ooh, very close there. And Rainy's there with the Icy Wind. It doesn't connect on any enemy Pokemon, but it does manage to connect on the wild Pokemon instead. And it's going to be a bit of a battle here, but Mudok, unfortunately, just not enough health to survive. And Sync 1, very successful there with the team's initial knockout. So you can see already Nemesis really applying pressure in those lanes, which I think in this stage of the game, this early in the match, Myth is at a slight disadvantage, especially in that bottom lane, up until that Magikarp evolves into a Gyarados.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why they've been going in aggressive plays, making sure that this Gyarados won't take into effect at the first 2 minutes of the game. But Mudok has been giving them a lot of problems as well, especially that the tackle has been quite efficient for those plays.
Dylan is getting very close. He does have the shield though, so very, very close trade. But no, Pokemon do get knocked out for now. So very, very hard-hitting battle so far in those bottom lane for both players. KYY though being chased by Zeke. We do have support coming in there from Nemesis, and I think Zeke, he will slip away. Even the eject was committed there by Sync 1. The connection doesn't land, unfortunately, so slightly missed opportunity, but Zeke has to use that berry. So that's going to go on cooldown for a little bit. Hyperspace Hole is now active here for KYY. So Nemesis, they have their sustain available, and it's going to be quite difficult for Myth to win these fights unless they can maybe try and snap up those knockouts with just quick damage.
Yeah, but you have to admit that Made in Thailand has been doing really well in top lane for them to be able to catch up against Team Nemesis. And that's Shedinja Doll, quite efficient to be a showstopper at least on the top path, because Team Nemesis, they know that if this is not a Blaziken yet, they have to be very careful, knowing that this Lucario could just push them back.
Oh, we do see a bit of a push coming out from the Talonflame. It's going to be flight for Sync 1 as well. So burst damage and survivability there for the Talonflame. We do get that first knockout for this battle, though. Lucario taken out of the pool, followed by that Snorlax, and the Blissey left to go down as well. Glaceon having to focus on self-preservation, leaving that top lane open. Icy Wind, though, going to be used on the Talonflame, and Sync 1 now protected by his teammates as Dylan body blocks with the new 2 shields.
You have to be very careful to Zeke as Zeke commences the push, but there goes the fly. It will drop down, gets a knockout, flame charge away, not being able to make it to the hyperspace hole. That is 1-in-1 in exchange, but Dream is still ready to take down. Very sad. Shield connects, but not quite enough. Mudok is going to be running away for a slide, but still not enough. Team Nemesis is trying to commit to the push in top lane.
And Dream is going to make this defense so difficult because now as a fully involved Blaziken, he does so much damage. He's so mobile as well. And if you pay attention to the lineup that Myth have, they don't really have the best ways to control a Blaziken. So these fights, if Dream just fights with his team, Myth now have to make very critical decisions on who they use their stuns on. Do they focus it on the Blaziken? Do they use it on anyone else that's diving deep in their back line? So decisions need to be made here for Myth, and they have to make correct ones, which unfortunately they will lose that top objective. And there's just not enough players to defend that bottom goal zone. The Gyarados going to try and defend, but Gladiator, as big as you are, you're not big enough to defend this, my friend. The Gyarados goes down and the goal zone.
And I love the pressure as well from the flame sweep of Sync 1, being able to dismantle the formation of Made in Thailand. And not just that, they were able to get the Regieleki to put some pressure up against Made in Thailand, knowing that they have scoring prowess, because a while ago they got the Regidrago, but right now it's looking tougher and tougher for them.
Yeah, it's looking pretty difficult here for Myth, because if you compare the two lineups, when it comes to that late game scaling, I think a lot of people are looking at Nemesis here. They have a lot of Pokemon that can really scale into the late game in terms of damage and survivability. Whereas for Myth, I feel like their prowess is that mid-game. They really want to try and take down Nemesis during this period of the game to prepare themselves and give themselves an advantage during the final stretch. So at this point, Myth is hoping Nemesis maybe make a mistake, they overstep their bounds, but they maybe fight as a fragmented team, get a couple of knockouts that way, and then maybe the game could equalize. They're trying to shoot their shot down bottom, but you know, Mudok, as big as you are as that Snorlax against 3 Pokemon, he just gets shredded.
And I love how aggressive Team Nemesis as well, because Rubix has been going too deep a while ago and using that X-Scissor perfectly for them to get a little bit of a knockout, I would say, since they want to make sure that maybe Thailand or Myth would be delayed as much as possible. Even though the flips are very difficult right now, they know that Myth is really a threat once Kyogre or the final boss appears.
Okay, this top lane could be very dangerous because right now Blaziken and Mewtwo are exposed. They do have the Crustle there. They just survived with Zeke, so already just showing up the prowess of that Blaziken. KYY, he's making his way up there as well. And now I think Myth, they've lost this positioning to compete for that Registeel. They do have the Gyarados here, so Gladiator could try to go for the steal for the team. But look at Dylan, so smart, scouts out the bush. But all of a sudden, now Gladiator's job is difficult. He can't even get it. It's a Blaziken, the king of steals.
You gotta give credit to Dylan as well for checking the tall grass and making sure information is present for Team Nemesis. 50 points being shoot in the bank, but quite cancelled by Made in Thailand. But on the other side of the map, there goes the Rings and Bound, ready for the response, and Myth is actually pushing Team Nemesis back.
That was an insane play as well coming from KYY, because I actually saw Sync 1 almost getting duo knocked out by Myth in that top lane, but he put it out just in time. So the timing for this is insane. The team fighting a fight in the bottom lane, but they're still synchronizing with Sync 1 in that top lane. The coordination for Team Nemesis today is it's perfect. They are playing so well together as a team that I struggle to see Made in Thailand being able to find a way to really come back into the game, because they can't rely on mistakes. Nemesis are not making mistakes today.
Yeah, and I think RBX as well has been really creating a tough time or making challenges very difficult for Made in Thailand, especially with those rock tomb being set up on the play. If not for defensive purposes, they set it up for aggressive plays, which is probably have a high chance of Team Nemesis getting a knockout up against them. So they have to be very careful, especially on the final stretch, because these rock tombs could give them a huge problem later on.
Yeah, all it takes is just that perfectly landed rock tomb. And we're about to hit the final stretch as well here, Pika Yules. So for Made in Thailand, they have to make the correct decision here. If they can pick apart Nemesis around the Kyogre pit, this could be where they can make that comeback happen.
Oh, Mudok a little bit too early by hopping into the jump pad. Again, it's not enough for you to get the Kyogre. You have to make sure you wipe out the opposing team for you to freely score down the goals.
Oh, fight's happening in the bottom lane as well. Sinquan scoring 100 points, so he's gone for the backhand. We do see the Bliss Assist used onto Rainy. This Glaceon has to start doing damage now, otherwise that's going to be the end. RBX just being an absolute pain with that Crustal, getting beautiful connections there with all the stuns. Rainy having to use Icy Wind to escape. RBX can't quite find the connection. Here comes that Blaziken, though the team is grouped up. Blaziken is down. Maybe this is where Myth can make it happen. Gyarados and Lucario have gone down. Oh, but Sinquan! He just flies right on top of them. And with Mudok, the last standing Pokemon, now falling, Team Nemesis are going to secure game number 1.
Sinquan with the perfect dive with the fly is enough to knock them out. And we have a minute left, but Kyogre will land in the hands of Team Nemesis, and Made in Thailand have to defend. And if they can defend, they need to score.
It's going to be tough to defend, especially up against the Talonflame, king of scorers, if I do say so myself. But man, I have to say Nemesis. Game number 1, draft was on point, the laning stage was on point, the mid game was on point. Like, this is, I think, the perfect example of how a team needs to look if they are aiming to gun for a win today. They're just going to score. I don't think there's really much Myth can really do at this point. If I'm Made in Thailand, you've got to start thinking about game number 2. What kind of changes are you going to be making for your bans? And how do you restructure your draft? Because I did see some issues with Myth's draft. Although, to be fair, I did not expect Nemesis to play as aggressively as they did during the laning stage. That was also another big factor as to why they were able to take over that mid to late game.
Absolutely, and not just that, the chemistry for Team Nemesis is just too solid for game number 1, which is making Made in Thailand shake off a lot in this game. And that Crustle made a huge difference for them, because if not defensive purposes, they make sure to lock in everyone with the Rock Tomb. I was quite concerned a while ago in the Kyogre fight because the Rock Tomb actually blocked the flame sweep of Sinquan, but it was actually for the better of the play, I guess, simply because Sinquan wasn't too deep in the fight. And if Sinquan was too deep, he can't get wiped out immediately by Made in Thailand. So I think it's somewhat of a, I would not say a mistake, but it's actually a credit to Rubix for, anticipating the win cons and the lose cons of the team.
It would be so next level if that was planned. If they coordinate and say, hey, I'm going to Rock Tomb here, you flame sweep, I got you, bro.
Yeah, absolutely.
So next level. We've got to ask them at some point if we get a chance, but geez, this game number 1, it looks so convincing that coming into game number 2, there is so many things that Made in Thailand have to look at, right? They have to consider the lanes coming into game number 2. I think they also have to reevaluate the Pokemon that they decide to open up with. Because if you looked at how the lanes were, right, I think we all acknowledge that, unfortunately for Gyarados, as great as a Pokemon this can be, its laning stage is atrocious until it evolves, which that bottom lane, it was under assault, I think, for like the majority of the laning stage. It was really tough for Gladiator to be able to contribute to the team. He did eventually evolve, but I think in terms of the performance of a Gyarados, we really just didn't see much impact, unfortunately, from that Gyarados. Maybe it was a case of this Pokemon coming online too late.
Yeah, I think that's one of the factors as well. That's why Made in Thailand wasn't able to capitalize onto the mid-game, because bottom lane was just doing a phenomenal job. Rubix and Dylan, and we all know that Mewtwo Y has the capabilities as well to snowball at the early stages of the game. And Rock Throw was just enough for them to shut the Magikarp down. And yeah, I think that pretty much sums up the problem or the game itself, simply because Made in Thailand needs more an early game spike in order for them to go up against Team Nemesis, at least for game number 1. So I think there has to be an adjustment when it comes to draft, not just the chemistry that they have been showing, at least for game 1.
I think at the same time, okay, I might get a little bit of hate for this. I actually think Glaceon probably wasn't the best pick for Made in Thailand. Like, I think we do see a lot of cases where Glaceon, especially during those lane battles, can be a fantastic choice because Glaceon can do burst damage, especially with Icy Wind. But especially in this matchup, I think we did see the weakness of this Pokemon, where if it's the only one really dishing out the damage, that it can struggle to get those eliminations, especially with the fact that body blocking is very possible. Like, we saw Dylan body blocking for his teammate on that Mewtwo. So it's a very great Pokemon, but it also requires a lot of skill and setup from your team, which they really didn't have. So I think we saw 2 failed attempts in that bottom lane for Rainy, and I think that actually set the Glaceon back so much because you really need to secure those knockouts to kind of ensure that Rainy gets the extra levels and that Pokemon can, I'm not trying to joke here, but really snowball. That's what Glaceon wants to do. You want to become that massive snowball that a team is going to struggle to deal with. So let's see what adjustments we see, because at the moment we're not seeing much change aside from the same bands as last game.
Yeah, and I think one of the reasons or one of the factors that could actually help Made in Thailand is having a speedster on their team who could actually dish out damages at the early stages of the game. Maybe a Leafeon or a Scyther would actually be great for their lineup, especially for that stabilized lineup that Team Nemesis showed during game number 1. I mean, yeah, they do have the crossover with the X-Scissor to knock you back, but right after the X-Scissor, you don't have quite enough kit already for Team Nemesis to push you back. So I think that is one of the things that Made in Thailand should actually look at. Maybe a speedster might help their team.
Okay, so we do have one adjustment here for Made in Thailand. They themselves have decided to ban the Gyarados. So absolutely no Gyarados action at all for today's games. And Blissey is gone as well. Okay, so both teams getting rid of a new Pokemon. But this does mean we have Mewtwo X available in the pool because that was the final ban for Nemesis in game 1. Do you remember what was the final ban for Myth in game 1?
Wait, I'm trying to refresh as well. I think it was Blastoise, the last Pokemon that they banned. Yeah, I believe it was Blastoise. So I think they would be locking in that right for now. And this would be the Rapid Spin Water Spout combo because that has been really quite used and it has been receiving a lot of power-ups lately. So having a secondary attacker in the defender form would actually be great for the team. But Team Nemesis, on the other hand, is quite making their lineup consistent. And if Blaziken does get away from them, they still have Mewtwo X to be replaced in the pool.
And you can really see they are considering it, and they will be going with the double bird. So we do have our very sad Psyduck and the Blaziken. So no Blaziken for Team Nemesis, but as you said, right, they have alternatives that they can decide to go for that they can go for themselves. I do like the changes so far from Myth. They do have a lot of sustain to work with. They also have big damage in the Blaziken, who's also great for objectives. But we also need to see what's going to be their range damage dealer that also is going to provide that support fire alongside Zeke. And is it going to be the Glaceon again, or maybe do we see something a bit different? I do want to point out, though, this Mamoswine pick for RBX is very interesting.
Yeah, and I mean, Mamoswine has been doing phenomenal as a whole in PUACL, providing the setups, those beautiful Ice Fangs. So I don't see any problem with Rubix using this Pokemon. But Clefable, on the other hand, for Made in Thailand with this Snorlax, they have been providing a lot of sustain. They want to make sure that they prolong the team fight because Team Nemesis has a lot of refreshes. So it is a battle of sustain on what I'm seeing right now, Danily.
And we're going to finalize our draft for Nemesis with the Empoleon. So, game number 2 is set. Are we going to be seeing any more swaps? And we do see a bit of a swap. So, Rainy is going to pilot the Blaziken, which means it should be going in that central area for the team. So, you should be getting a level there for that Blaziken. Gladiator played Gyarados last game. Are they doing a bit of a role swap here? So, Zeke is playing Watson? Huh?
Yeah, I think that's quite possible.
Who's the top and bottom lane farmer? I am very much thinking here.
I think this is a flail combo for the Snorlax because they have the scarf item. So I think they would be sticking with the rolls. It's just quite confusing, you know what I'm saying? Because it has a lot of combinations. It has a lot of possible combinations showing off their Pokemon pool, at least for game 2.
But then this also feels a little bit like game number 1, where you're focusing all of your energy into ensuring that Rainy and Zeke are your major damage dealers. And, okay, no hate to my Blastoise fans out there, but this is not a Pokemon that you look at and say like, okay, this guy, yeah, ouch. You don't really say ouch at the Blastoise. Sure, Blaziken can do the job, but here's my concern now. You're going up against a Mamoswine, which you don't want to be anywhere near a Mamoswine. I don't care who you are. If you're a Blaziken or a Blastoise, you get picked up by the Ice Fangs. That's a setup for Simplon and Dream to just jump the gun on whoever gets picked up. So I have a lot of concerns, but maybe this team proves me wrong. I do hope so, and we get a game number 3. Because we saw a lot of issues with this team coming into game number 1, so clearly this is their solution to all their troubles from that first match.
We'll just have to wait and see, but of course, make sure to register for Winter Tournament, which is at the top right of the screen. There's the QR code for the registration, but let's hop back into the game. Will this be a knockout? Not quite yet. Dream survives another team fight in this setup.
Yeah, and I do like seeing Myth be a little bit more aggressive in that top lane as well, especially with how aggressive Nemesis is playing in that bottom lane, practically on top of the goal zone. So Made in Thailand, they're doing their best to defend. So hopefully the trade-off is that Zeke can get those levels and he can start being impactful for the team on that Blastoise.
Yeah, and we also got the first knockout at the bottom path, which is quite early, and I think Team Nemesis wants to get ahead of this lane, but there goes Clefable available already, and Gladi has been doing phenomenally well in order to counter up against Nemesis, but Dylan is not yet done as he gets the second knockout, possibly.
On the swine up!
Quite missed the opportunity. Good eject button for Rainy. And there we have it. A one-team fight for Team Nemesis, but they weren't able to convert some scores.
Oh man, I mean, they didn't get to convert the scores, but they managed to get a couple of knockouts there, whereas Myth just narrowly missing out on a knockout for RBX, which would have been a really great trade. The up top, though, not going to be looking too great. Zeke managing to retreat, as well as very sad, but this does push them out of lane, meaning that we're going to be seeing a very fed Empoleon very soon, unless something changes on the side of Myth. They're still sitting on that Combustion for Rainy, so if he can get to Blaziken anytime soon, which is right now, they need to start making moves happen. As they've hit that Blaziken, if they don't start to win these fights, I fear Nemesis are going to run away with this game again. And look at this big fight happening, or at least looming, in that bottom lane.
Uh-oh, Rubik's a bit too aggressive, but the Ice Fang actually does connect up against that Pokemon from Myth. But right now, they have to fall back, knowing that the reinforcements were not enough. So Kai decides to rotate to the bottom path, and they might take another fight and get the objective eventually.
They're going to keep fighting in that bottom lane, but big knockout there. Blaziken getting picked off by the Mewtwo. Why? A second knockout as well as Dylan going absolutely crazy on that Mega Mewtwo. Why? This bottom lane is out of control, Pikachu's.
Out of control, and they can secure the objective. They are making sure that the goal zone will be destroyed in the bottom path to put more pressure. And this is a Regirock. It would add more defense, and for sure, Team Nemesis doesn't want to give it to Myth because that would be a big problem for them. And I love how they dodged that overheat and eventually have the Flame Sweep in control. So they are getting a huge amount of knockouts, and that is such a phenomenal, well done job for Team Nemesis.
That was such a bait as well, because they used the bottom objective to lure in Myth. As soon as they saw Pokemon coming in, they decided they wanted to go for the fight instead, so they picked up a bunch of knockouts. They guarantee themselves this Regirock. So much experience, so many levels going in the way of Team Nemesis, and unfortunately for Myth, this team is falling further and further behind, and we're already 6 minutes remaining in this match.
Yeah, and 2 level 10 Pokemons for Team Nemesis up against maybe a couple of 8, a couple of 6 is not quite enough for them to do the sustain, especially those supporters would be very much of a squishy Pokemon at the hands of Team Nemesis, and just like that, they got another knockout. What can Very Sad and Rainy do for the team? There goes Rubix initiating the fight for the team. A little bit too deep, but Dylan is snowballing a lot of damage with those basic attacks. The fly will drop down, but not be hitting Nick eventually. But there goes Follow Me. A rapid spin as well to provide some space, but this is not quite enough for Myth, but they do get the knockout out of it. But what's going to be next? They got another one. Fly back immediately, Team Nemesis, because Myth is pushing too much, and they might be even getting the objective. But Rings Unbound is actually out as well, pushing the reinforcements. Too much to handle for Myth, but there goes Regieleki as the reinforcement. Power Nap has been ticked as well, but not quite enough to survive the fight. And here goes the fly. It won't drop down in the hands of Myth because they know that reinforcement keeps coming at the hands of Myth.
So unfortunate there for Made in Thailand. They wanted to push with that Regieleki, but it is so difficult to fight into that Hooper, especially with the Rings Unbound. They're still going, but I fear this team might have overstepped their bounds with the Blastoise going down.
As quick as possible, Zeke doing its job, but not quite enough yet. Dylan would have to go for the reset, but eventually avoids it because he knows that he would get in trouble. But Dream is quite confident that he has to sustain to block out the push of Myth. And I think Myth is quite having a long time here in pushing top lane and not having the prioritization in terms of getting those objectives.
Yeah, I love the fighting coming out from Made in Thailand, but I think it would have been amazing if they maybe sent someone off to just go get some more experience, because they spent so much time fighting that there was so much experience just left untouched on the map. And because they're not getting as many knockouts as they wanted to, that means that they weren't getting the levels to compensate for this fighting. And now losing 3 Pokemon, your Blastoise, your Psyduck, and your Clefable, you're not gaining levels at this point. You are currently stalling, and your core Pokemon need those levels. They've got to create space for the Blaziken, or they have to find an opening for the Blastoise, because we're starting to reach the point of no return. The level difference between these two teams is insane.
Absolutely, but we're taking a little bit of a pause here, Danielle, but the second objective in the bottom path would be a Regirock, and this would be very tough for Made in Thailand if Team Nemesis has a shot to get the Regirock once again. Basically, there would be more defense for their team, more refreshes, and as well as just getting a hard time to feel the damages of Made in Thailand, knowing that it's only the Blaziken, probably just the heavy hitter of the team. I mean, yes, they do have the Snorlax with the Flail, but that's just a backup. They have to rely on the Blaziken as much as possible. So it would be tough if they get another source of defense for Team Nemesis, for Myth. So they have to push back this Regirock as much as possible, or either get it for their own team.
Or I think you just sort of dive deep and maybe take some of Nemesis's central area. They really need those levels. Like, I think the level gap, it is too big for Myth to comfortably fight around that Kyogre pit. Especially with the fact that everything is on Rainy's shoulders, especially in that damage department. Whereas you can see for Nemesis, they have multiple Pokemon that can dish out high bursts of damage and even complete those knockouts. Look at RBX, right? He's buying time for that Mewtwo Y. He's stalling so hard. He will eventually go down, but the team are here thanks to KYY, and now all of a sudden, Made in Thailand are about to make a very crucial decision if they can maybe win that fight down here, or they're just going to be giving Pokemon away, which that Clefable had no chance.
I love how Dream actually go for the Hydro.
Soon here, Pika. Final 2 minutes. Myth are unfortunately very behind, almost 200 points behind, in fact. So Kyogre might really be their only chance to win the game, but to team fight into Nemesis, that itself is already a very daunting task. So you're asking the team to basically commit to the most perfect fight possible. You can see Synquan, he's down in the bottom lane, scoring 100 points, and you can see right now, Made in Thailand, they feel pressured to fight. They're going into that pit with the Kyogre, but look at Moondog, he's already so low on the Clefable, forcing out an early Unite.
Oh, there goes the Hydro Typhoon as well, and the fly would actually drop down. Not quite enough to get the last hit, but still they got it anyway. Team Nemesis is just pushing them back. Phenomenal damage, and they have the buff, and they can just score and win game number 2.
Look, Made in Thailand, they had to make a call there. They saw Sync 1 in the bottom lane on that Talonflame. They also knew that there's a Hooper. So if a fight was going to happen, there was always going to be the rings unbound. They thought they were going to be able to either get the rip there onto the Rayquaza or force Nemesis into a very disadvantageous fight. But if you compare the two teams, I kind of feel like Nemesis wanted that to happen. They wanted Myth to go into the Kyogre pit. They wanted them to be grouped up, so it's much easier to come in and finish them off. And to have a Mammoth, I think it was Mammoth that actually got the final hit as well. Just insane team execution here for Team Nemesis, looking on point for their first match of the day.
Yeah, I love how synchronized they are as a team, and this Hoopa is such a huge threat for all the teams competing in PUACL. They have to watch out for Kai, and I think this is already a game. 20 seconds left. Myth cannot push back the offense of Team Nemesis. And as for that, Team Nemesis would actually overlap their points up against Myth and the leaderboards as they advance to the next round of the tournament.
So we have our first team in our next round of matches, which we all know what this next game is going to be. Whether Nemesis like it or not, they're going to probably get one of the top teams in the entire tournament. But the question is, which one? But here's the thing I'm going to have to mention. They looked fantastic in this game number 1. I actually think they have a really good chance of actually beating either EVOS or Onyx in that second round, but they have to play like this in that next matchup. They have to play perfectly. They have to get the drop that they're looking for. If they can play like they did against Myth, this team might be the one to advance to the grand final.
Absolutely, but remember that Nemesis is really having a tough time up against Onyx and Evil's Epixel for the record, at least of PUACL. So we're not quite sure if they can do the same performance later on, whoever they're going up against. But for sure, they are showing a great start, and we hope that consistency would land immediately on their future games. But still, props to Made in Thailand for doing a phenomenal job, or a great job, being able to withstand Team Nemesis. But at the end of the day, they weren't enough. The practice and all the hard work for this game wasn't enough for them to push Team Nemesis back. But we still have day number 5 for tomorrow, and we're going to be seeing more action for Made in Thailand.
Yeah, so I'm expecting the team to obviously look through some of their VODs for today just to kind of see what went wrong. I think the Myth, it really did feel like a drafting issue for these two games in particular. Like, they didn't really give themselves much of a chance in the laning stage. I also think they didn't expect Nemesis to play this hard and fast in the laning stage as well. So this is probably something that they might have to think about going into day number 5. If they can somehow amp up their lanes, maybe add a couple of Pokemon to their roster that does reasonable damage. It's not so much about crowd control anymore in Pokemon Unite. It really comes down to whether or not you can get the final knockout. Because if you don't knock out the Pokemon, they can still contribute to the fight, especially with the Hooper on the field. Like, Hooper is such a strong enabler, especially for a team that just wants to constantly be in your face. So I hope we're going to be seeing a little bit more Myth tomorrow, but I think today, definitely a big learning experience for this team.
I do agree, especially for game number 2, as what I pointed out a while ago. It's just the Blaziken who has the capabilities or the power spike to do some damage up against Team Nemesis. Yes, they do have the Snorlax and the Blastoise, but it's not enough if you do have a full-fledged attacker or all-rounder to dish out the damages, because at the end of the day, these are just defenders who could actually tank down the damages of Team Nemesis and not prioritizing the damage itself for them to knock out the opposing team.
Yeah, so unfortunately for now, we're going to have to say goodbye to Made in Thailand, but again, we'll see them all tomorrow. So if you're cheering for the team as well, please send them your well wishes and support as well. They're not out of the tournament, they're still going to make it through the playoffs, but give them that support, keep the energy up for the team, and hopefully we see a lot more of them for tomorrow's games. But we will be seeing Nemesis, and this next game for Nemesis is probably going to be their toughest challenge yet. So I think we're all looking forward to seeing that matchup, but let's focus on Nemesis's potential opponents, okay? Because we know the matchup. It's EVOS versus Onyx. A lot of us have been looking forward to this matchup because they are two monster teams. We're going to go for a quick break here. Pika, any final words before we head on out for our short break?
Grab your snacks, grab your popcorns, and make sure to come back right after this short break. We'll be right back. Hello there, trainers, and welcome back to Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League for Southeast Asia. It's still Pikachu's with Daniel, and we are heading to our game number 2, which is probably the most anticipated matchup. It's because it's Evil's FXL up against Onyx Rise.
Look, it's a huge matchup of teams that we know are pretty dang good. So I'm expecting top-level Pokemon Unite for this matchup. But Piggy's and I sort of predicted. So we were kind of talking behind the scenes on who we think is going to win this matchup. And it's a pretty tough call, right? Like, we both know how talented both of these teams are. They've got some great players behind them. They've got great captains. But who ultimately wins the matchup? And I mean, Pika, you said you thought EVOS is going to win. Yeah. I'm kind of sticking with EVOS here. So I know we're butting heads in terms of predictions, but I think we have to kind of share our opinions, right? Like, why do we think our team is going to win the matchup? Onyx is first on the screen. I guess I'll have to talk first. Yeah. So I think between the two teams, Onyx shows such a level of consistency. Like, it's really hard to just not pick this team when it comes to predictions, right? Like, they generally do very well in their matches. Their drafting is on point. Their gameplay is on point. I know they've been working very hard on their late game, and I do think they're starting to reach that point of their late game just being absolutely perfect. But share with me your thoughts on EVOS. Like, why do you think EVOS could potentially beat Onyx?
I think it's one of the reasons why I pick EVOS for this game is because of the classics that they do bring into the table, with Shingdi being back in the core. Same thing with Slash, the traditional Slash defender supporter type of trainer, which makes them so good last week by getting those huge amount of points. But I think at the same time, though that break, that 1 month and a little bit of a week's break, FXL, but up against a team like Onyx Rise, it's going to be a tough road for them. But still, I do believe that Evil's FXL has a huge shot in this matchup.
Yeah, it was really tough not to pick EVOS because I also feel like, okay, I know some people are just confused, like, Slash, why is he here? I really think he brings a next level of knowledge to EVOS XL. I kind of feel like in the past, like, you guys know Shingdi and Ko in their previous teams, very talented, but I think the team, they were missing that big brain behind the team. And I feel like Slash fills that role so well because he is such a technical player. He looks at the game through a different lens. So I kind of feel like Flash, first 2 play days, the team looked a little all over the place, but I kind of feel like now that this team has had time together, I think we're now starting to see the magic that Slash is bringing to the roster. So I know I'm not choosing EVOS here, but I'm very scared as somebody that is looking at Onyx at the moment.
Yeah, and not denying Onyx as well, but they are a team who has been really solid in terms of performance and their roster as well by keeping it intact, and they have been together for a long time, which makes them so strong in Pokemon Unite. But we'll just have to wait and see the draft itself because that might be a factor. Again, 60% comes to draft, 40% comes to execution, and whoever has the same draft has the highest chance of winning the game, especially knowing that this team has a huge amount of chemistry.
Yeah, and already right off the back, so Onyx has first pick and they're already highlighting that Vaporeon for Illuna. It might end up being Zoe because I think Zoe has also played that Vaporeon in previous weeks, but quite surprising how Onyx has just really loved this Vaporeon. I'm quite surprised that they haven't decided to pick something else. I know we saw for Nemesis, they actually decided to go for the Hooper themselves, so I mean, Pika, could you maybe shed some light here? Like, why is this Vaporeon such an Onyx pick?
I think it's one of the reasons why they always pick it. It's because of the zoning capabilities of this Vaporeon with its proper toolkit, proper moves, and especially the muddy water. It provides a lot of space into team fights, especially on the Kyogre pit. So I think I mean, before I move forward to that, yeah, it goes to show that this Vaporeon can offer a lot of space, but I think one of my predictions came to truth here, Daniel. Yeah. I was expecting a Darkrai for EVOS. They made it happen.
They came through. Look, we had some players in the Discord asking the admins, like, hey, is Darkrai playable? So clearly this was on some teams' minds, right? Like whether they want to play against it or at least be prepared for it. And EVOS are going to bring it to us in game number 2. Very excited to see how this Pokemon is going to suddenly change things because Darkrai's been out of the game for a little bit. So, I mean, if I'm EVOS, right, like, are we looking to just go absolutely ham during that early to mid game? Because looking at their lineup so far, you got big damage, you've got very, very scary lanes, and you've also got some really great lane partners as well.
So this is not a defender Blaziken, but who's filling in? Is Xingdi? Alright, this makes me a little bit confused. I know for sure Xingdi would fill in the core, but with the Rocky helmet, I'm not quite sure. Maybe 94 would do the supporter role. I think so, but there's a lot of possibilities. But what do you think for EVOS FXL? Because in Onyx Rise, I can see the crystal clear of the picture on what they're trying to do. But for EVOS FXL, it's a little bit of a mix-up. That Darkrai could be a supporter, especially by putting those Pokemons to sleep. But what's your take here, Danley?
I think it'd be really interesting to see support Darkrai, actually, because there's the only alternative for a support Pokemon, quote-unquote, is new, right? We've seen in the past teams running that new support, but it's Z-Ray. Z-Ray doesn't really play support for the team, so I think I have to agree with you. This does seem to be some kind of support Darkrai, like come in and provide that setup for the Mega Lucario, the Blaziken, or Z-Ray to come in and dish out the damage. The only issue I kind of see is that we have a lot of very tanky or very elusive Pokemon on the side of Onyx, right? So it's not a case of just focus this very squishy and then you get the guaranteed knockout. No, it's a lot of coordination for these team fights. But if we come to objectives, it's going to be in EVOS's court, right? You've got that Blaziken, probably one of the best, if not the best, secure Pokemon in this game already. So for Onyx, I think they now have to sort of look at their roster and think, okay, do we compete with EVOS for objectives, or do we maybe go for these small skirmishes? Because I don't really see this team being able to out-secure Xingdi unless they secure Xingdi before the objective.
Absolutely true. But for game number 2, who do you think will win this game? Is it going to be EVOS FXL or Onyx Rise? Make sure to type in your prediction and answer to our first giveaway in this live stream. So you have to type it completely, EVOS FXL and Onyx Rise. So only one team per participant, and if you do have multiple votes, your entry for the giveaway would be disqualified. So make sure to predict ahead of time. You have the trap already. Make sure to shoot your shot and win for our giveaway, because the prize would be a t-shirt. So make sure to cast your predictions and answer the giveaway in comment section in YouTube live stream.
All right, so we do see Slash causing his usual Slash shenanigans, actually wasting a lot of Onyx Rise's time, going very, very deep. Meaning that EVOS, they do have a relatively easy top lane as our Combusken heads back into that central area. So Xingdi just doing his absolute best to get and hit that Blaziken level before he provides support for the team. We haven't really seen much action down bottom, but so far it seems to be an equal trade. We're not really seeing anybody dominate down here because most of the team fights have been happening in that top lane, but I do suspect in a minute or two, things to change, where we see which team is going to be in the driver's seat and who is in the passenger seat trying to take that control back. And you can see right now, teams getting ready for that Regidrago, and at the moment we have both teams with an equal number of Pokemon. Now with Xingdi here, it's going to be really hard to compete, and yeah, Regidrago going in the way of EVOS FXL, but look at this though, big dive coming in from Onyx, that Mimikyu doing Mimikyu things, Z-Ray, that poor Mew just gets absolutely shredded.
And that is going to give them a huge problem with the Trick Room. Gives a huge ton of mobility for Cell to move around and get those damages done up against EVOS FXL. But with that Darkrai who could make it fall asleep later on, it could be a factor as well for EVOS FXL to counter that kind of offense. So this would be a huge role for Darkrai, and at the same time for the Snorlax at the team of EVOS FXL.
Yeah, we do see another little fight here. Eeyore just choosing to scare off Slash, who is going for a couple of scores himself, just being a nuisance. But I feel like Slash is so smart here because he's giving so much space for Lucario to get those levels that Eeyore is not really there to provide any kind of pressure onto that Lucario. Down bottom though, beautiful secure there coming out from Z-Ray. They lose the Blaziken though, so Xingdi giving away some experience, but at least they get the objective. So it's a slight trade, obviously not favorable, but it could be worse.
Yeah, I mean, at least they have something in return, because Onyx Rise has been doing a phenomenal job so far by providing those spaces, especially with that Vaporeon with the muddy water. It gives them really a tough time for them to get that position. But here comes Slash trying to set up the distance and push back Onyx Rise once again. Regieleki is pushing the top lane, pretty quite successful, and they're going to be scoring those goals. And I love how Slash utilized that block in order to push back the offense and defense of Onyx Rise.
And not just that, big props to Z-Ray, because he surfed everyone from Onyx Rise outside of the Trick Room. So all of a sudden, they couldn't even utilize that Trick Room AoE. So next level plays coming out from EVOS, just preventing Onyx from being able to play their game. And now the points are in favor of EVOS. It was originally leading with Onyx Rise. So all of a sudden, this game, I think we're back to not really square one. We're actually back in the position for EVOS, because look at their levels. Xingdi is level 10. He's the highest level Pokemon in the game, so he does have a pretty big advantage, unless maybe we start to see a solo knockout here from Cell. This is the Pokemon to get the knockout. Both berries get picked up, and all of a sudden Cell, he is on the flux, and with the support of Slash, he does not get it. Xingdi, I think his heart was in his throat there, but thanks to his captain, I don't even know if Slash is the captain, but they saved the day. They saved the game. It could have gone terribly.
But there goes the Unite move as well from Axie, being able to secure the knockout up against EVO's FXL, and they have to set up a distance here at the bottom lane, being able to make sure that they do get some spacing and some scores get ongoing. Registeel is up already for them, and I think they would be taking this one for free, and they have more attacking prowess up against EVO's FXL, so EVO's would definitely have to play this one safely as possible.
But Onyx choosing to retreat instead, I actually like this play a little bit more, because EVOS knew that there could have been a fight on that goal zone. So they were there ready to defend, and Blaziken, probably one of the best Pokemon to defend a goal zone, especially with the overheat, constantly threatening a fully charged overheat. That's always going to be very scary, even if you have damage. So Onyx, I think they just did the right play. Focus on trying to catch up and get those levels and get ready for that final stretch, because I think they also understand that a lot of these objectives are not going to go in their favor. Regieleki so far, I think, has always gone in favor of EVOS. So they're trying to play it slow and methodically. They could try to fight head on with EVOS, but they also know if they let EVOS run away with the game, I think that is basically it. It's game over.
Oh, Z-Ray barely missed the surf in order to knock back the members of Onyx Rise. Xingdi has to back away here, avoiding all the attacks possible. Not quite enough. Luna and Cell did quite a job there to put up some pressure. But here comes Axew trying to back away. He does know that there's a huge threat for EVO's FXL. Yep, Gold Zone take him down, but not quite sure what's going to happen next. They're eyeing on more knockouts. 94 trying to back away. Cell is looking for the opportunity for them, but that was actually quite enough to buy some time and create some reinforcements for EVO's FXL. They waited for the Darkrai to come back, but what came back is all the members of EVO's FXL. Phenomenal teamwork and shot call from them.
Cell, I don't know how this man does it, just escapes with the skin of his teeth, and he knows he's that primary target. EVOS want that Mimikyu so bad, and he gets the knockout before he escapes too. This Mimikyu, I am expecting a Mimikyu ban coming into game number 2, because man, this guy has gotten away with some criminal knockouts so far. But we're almost at that 2-minute stretch here, ladies and gentlemen. 30 seconds to go. We do see Regirock being secured by Onyx Rise, so they will have a defense boost coming into this final stretch. And we know Onyx, they want to get that, they want to get the Kyogre, they want the buff, they want to score those points, but we know EVOS are expecting this as well. They know they're currently leading the charge in terms of points. If they can maybe get a sneaky knock, a sneaky elimination, that is where this team will be able to thrive. But look at the zoning. from Onyx. They're trying to keep Evos at bay. Oh, but Zoe getting very close on the Vaporeon, but this is a very tanky Pokemon. Eeyore getting very close in that top lane. But again, the zoning, the Trick Room usage as well, just poking and prodding, finding that opening. Big Solar being used as well. We do have a push coming in from Slash. He's at half health though, so he is dangerously low. We do get a bit of a pushback. Vaporeon getting caught, but he's still so healthy.
Man, this is too difficult for Evo's FXL to charge in. They have the Vaporeon and the Lapras to do the zoning capabilities, and Illuna is quite low here, but still Slash is trying to put a huge amount of pressure. They just want to bait out the Kyogre, but no one is actually commencing it. But there goes the first knockout, landing in the hands of Evo's FXL. Dragon's Current was popped up as well. A 1-for-1 exchange, but not quite enough to dictate the state of the game.
Oh, AxeQ gonna be fighting into that Darkrai, but this Empoleon looking a little bit too tanky at the moment. The rest of the team, though, 77 shit, trying to go for that fight. Eeyore trying to catch out that Blaziken. Shingy trying to escape, very low on health, but he will be finally caught out. Slash, though, as that lone survivor for the team, if he can get this steal, he can slow down the progress here for Onyx Rise, using the block, trying to push them away, but Cell, this Mimikyu secures it for the team, and Onyx now rushing to get those points in. They should be able to get it unless some miracle play comes out from Evos.
Uh-oh, Onyx pushing too much here. That's the lead. There's another 100. Shin wasn't there on time to get the defense going, but they only have 15 seconds to flip the game, and I don't see any opportunity for Evo's FXL to turn the tides. Rise gets game number 1.
Onyx Rise with such a masterful play around the Kyogre pit. The zoning, forcing Evos to try to fight into them at those choke points was beautiful. I think they did so well with basically forcing Evos to run into Onyx Rise when it should have been vice versa. Evos should have been the ones to be in position, zoning Onyx Rise away from the Kyogre pit, but it was very difficult, I think, especially with that Regirock buff. Getting that 30 seconds before that Kyogre spawned in was such a beautiful decision coming from Onyx.
And you have to give credit to Zoe and Illuna as well, doing that zoning capabilities with the Muddy Water. If the Muddy Water is already used, Illuna just came in and just uses the Bubble Beam in order to push back the offense of Evo's FXL. So there was actually no room for Evos to come in. I mean, there's Slash. He could block, he could push with the block, he could go to the flail, but these alternatives that Onyx Rise does have in their moveset was just too much for Evo's FXL to handle in the later fights of the game.
Man, that was an incredible game number 1. Both teams looked amazing. Evos, I think they played their early to mid game as good as they could have. They actually were leading for quite a lot of the game. The only thing that was really missing, I feel, from this matchup is effectively stalling those levels on Onyx. Onyx, even though they were under so much pressure, they were still finding levels on their key players, AxeQ and Eeyore, still getting those levels. So they weren't as behind as they were supposed to be. If anything, coming into the into the Kyogre pit, the game was more or less equalized. And all of a sudden, I think realizing how close they were in terms of levels and resources, Evos actually started to feel the heat. You could see that they were scared of being picked off. So they did the best that they could to try and play and catch out Onyx in a very awkward position, but they just weren't able to find that opening. They couldn't catch the Pokemon that was going to turn the game in their favor. So wonderful play from Onyx. I think they did would we say that game was perfect? It wasn't super perfect, but I think they did the best that they could given the circumstances.
I do agree, and definitely this Vaporeon might get banned as well for the next coming game, simply because it gave a huge difficulty and a huge amount of pressure up against Evo's FXL because of the spacing of the Muddy Water. Yeah, Mimikyu
not
as
just
well.
that. Cell's got to go. Okay, Cell is not allowed to have Mimikyu as well because we saw a few times this man got away with, I feel like, some kind of charge. He should have been caught a few times, but I just think that he played that Mimikyu so well. So coming into the next game, like, we have to also consider like what is going to continue to be banned, what is going to be maybe a new pick, because thankfully I have the draft open here. So for the first game, we had Mewtwo, Y, Alcremie, and Mega Gyarados banned for Onyx. And for EVOS, we had Mewtwo, X, Blastoise, and Dodrio. I kind of feel like there are a few Pokemon there we can swap out.
Yeah, I think Dodrio might be a swap out and be a new banned Pokemon into the pool later on, simply because, I mean, Dodrio is actually a Pokemon that we could actually do for sneak attacks, which is actually really great in terms of the map that we do have right now, which is Kyogre, wherein you don't get insta goals as quick as possible and you're not interruptible. So Dodrio might be a great one, but at the same time, there could be other Pokemons that you could take away, especially those sustain that offered a lot for the teams competing here. So I think Dodrio could be a takeaway in the ban pool, but we never know what the teams are planning to do.
I kind of think Blastoise could be swapped out as well. But knowing Blastoise is in the pool, all of a sudden, I think that does influence how you decide to ban, because you have to always be aware of, like, okay, Blastoise is there, we have to worry about a Hydro Typhoon potential making an appearance in this draft as well. So I think Mewtwo X, I think this is something where it's like, I don't think you can remove that from the ban. I feel like that's something that you have to keep unless you let it through and you want to pick it yourself. So,
I think, pretty fair. I think Mewtwo X does play a lot of role right now, especially it could be a primary attacker and secondary supporter on the team with those pools that it could do. It's like much more of an alternative Slowbro. That's how I see it. It's like more of a telekinesis type archetype Pokemon. So if you do have Mewtwo X, you can do both. You can do the setup, you can do the damages as well. So I think that's one of the Pokemon that has to really be a high priority ban for the teams competing here. But we just have to wait and see. So EVOS FXL decided to go to the purple side for game number 2. This could be good for them because they could take away the Vaporeon at the hands of Onyx Rise.
Oh, I also want to mention, are we going to see Darkrai again? I kind of feel like the idea behind it was great. I do think 94, he definitely had an idea for game number 1. I just don't think it panned out the way he wanted to for that late game.
I'm still thinking, what are the possibilities? So, okay, I see the ban of Vaporeon here. So, if you're not going to use it, just take it away. I think that's the mindset here for Onyx, because
they don't get first pick.
Yeah, they don't get first pick. And defenders are well known for being the first pick or all-rounders. So I kind of understand why this is taken away. So defenders speaking, Blastoise is still banned. Umbreon is automatically banned, so you're not allowed to use it. So what defender could be an alternative? Maybe a Crossow would do?
Yeah, I mean, Onyx, they do play Frostal, but in... Hello? Really? Really? Okay, so the Snorlax, we've seen Snorlax. There's no way you open up with a Darkrai. There is no way. AxeQ, what are you doing, buddy? What are you doing, AxeQ? Oh my gosh. Well, I thought I knew what we were doing in this broadcast. Now I feel a little bit lost.
A little bit lost. Would this give a nightmare? Okay. I don't know if this would give a nightmare to EVOS.
I'm just thinking, is it really AxeQ playing the Darkrai? Because this could be a bit of a shift. Maybe it's Eeyore that maybe plays it if they want to play Central Lane Darkrai. But if it's AxeQ, I mean, this man must have a plan. Okay, anyways, we'll see what happens with the Darkrai in just a second. Opening drafts for EVOS XL, what are we thinking here? They picked a lot of cool Pokemon for their opening lineup. They actually left their supporters for last.
Oh, okay. Interesting. So this is a damaged Darkrai. That's what I'm seeing. If they won't be switching the Pokemons.
Okay, I promise you it's probably this. I think Cell and AxeQ, if this is a core Darkrai, they're swapping. I think it's a swap. Unless maybe they give Cell the Mimikyu, Eeyore picks up the Leafeon and goes center with it, and then AxeQ stays on the Darkrai. That is a possibility.
And with the
theory craft later. I don't know, man. I don't know. I wish I knew, but I feel like I don't even know my job anymore. Oh man, okay, there's the last Psyduck. Who's got what? Where are the swaps? Okay, we've got to see some swaps here.
No swaps?
No?
No?
No swap. There's the swap.
Central,
I was going to say. Okay, so I think Cell taking this Darkrai makes much more sense, especially with his general playstyle. He's so good at getting those pickoffs. And Axew, historically speaking, plays a nasty lane Leafeon as well. So I think if I'm EVOS have great Pokemon in their lineup, by the way. They have Empoleon, Blaziken, and Mega Lucario. So big damage on the team. You've also got the healing from 77's Alcremie. So great support, great damage. The only thing I think you now have to worry a little bit about is the sustain for EVOS, because they've gone for all attack, I feel. They've gone for all attack. They want to overwhelm Onyx Rise. They want to say bulk doesn't really matter. We're going straight for the knockouts. But the same thing can be said for Onyx Rise, because if you look at their lineup, they're not really tanky themselves, but they have damage for days. So I think this next game is going to get real scrappy. We're going to see a lot of knockouts, a lot of pressure during the laning stage, and a big fight to see who takes tempo for mid-game.
Yeah, and I do agree on those points as well, but I'm quite concerned here for EVOS FXL. What if they lose the Alcremie, they lose the access to an Alcremie at the early part of the fights? What's actually next? Yes, they do have the damage. Those are all-rounders. They could probably self-sustain, but the amount of damage that Onyx Rise could do is pretty much commendable, I would say. So they need to take care of that Alcremie as much as possible, because if not, that would be pretty tough for them. Because I am seeing this as maybe to prioritize the healing for EVOS FXL. But what if they don't have access to it already? What if the Leafeon advances immediately and goes for the knockout against 77 Shin? That would be really difficult for EVOS FXL.
You can already see Eeyore. He's saying, I'm just going to give this Alcremie a very tough early game. Slash is there. He does get the final secures there onto the wild Pokemon, so experience does get taken. But you can see right now, right off the bat, EVOS. Oh, that was beautiful from Zoe. Slowing Xingdi down, preventing any kind of jump to happen onto Eeyore's Mimikyu. But big respects to EVOS. I think they also realize how scary it's going to be if they let Eeyore go absolutely ham on that Mimikyu. So they're going to be the ones to try and slow things down in the top lane. But Cell is here on that Darkrai. And we all know what Darkrai can do if you let this Pokemon go ham. With 4 players up here, EVOS feeling a little bit of heat.
And Illuna is creating some space for the team, which is quite phenomenal. Making EVOS FXL suffer despite being on their base. That was actually a job done for Onyx Rise to be on this early stages and push back the offense, or rather the defense of EVOS FXL.
Oh, Slash was very close to getting the knockback onto Cell, just not quite enough. That top lane, Onyx Rise, they really want to win that top lane and just basically take over the game. And here comes Eeyore. They get the secure onto Slash as well on that Lucario. Oh boy, top lane, an absolute disaster for EVOS. Thankfully, down bottom, they are looking a little bit more secure, as it's only a 1 versus 2 matchup down there with Axew on that Leafeon. But you can see already right off the bat, Onyx, they are in the driver's seat. They want to start fighting, and already Illuna zoning away that Mega Lucario.
That was actually a job done. That is what you expect as much as possible. Zone out your opponents. But here comes Onyx Rise, getting and making sure that they have the upper hand against Regidrago, in which
Z-Ray, good job
by Z-Ray. And this is actually a huge boost of offense to EVOS FXL, enable for them to score at a much more faster pace.
Oh, but that's a pretty big loss, though. Leafeon Axew securing that poor Empoleon before he can even evolve. So, again, just zooming further and further ahead in this early game. EVOS just really struggling to deal with Onyx Rise this early in the game. They're still looking for their levels. They do get the evolutions up, so we have hit max evolution for everybody for EVOS. Hopefully things can start turning, because if Onyx keep winning these fights from here on out, this might just be the toughest game for EVOS to come back from. We have Regieleki down here, and already Onyx looking to zone them away. Slash tried to stick around, but the damage from Axew, it's just too much from that Leafeon. We still have 74 trying to at least get that last hit, but with Axew around, that Leafeon is very, very difficult to compete with in the last hit department. And EVOS, they've only got Z-Ray to defend that bottom lane. times are tough for EVOS fans.
And you gotta give credit to Iluna as well. He was just moving around circles in order to zone out EVOS FXL, create some pressure with the flail. That is a job of a defender in order to let your teammates score and get the objectives as much as possible. So this has been giving EVOS FXL a tough time in order to advance into the offensive side.
Yeah, it's not over for EVOS. You can tell this team is really investing for that late game. I do think that was a mistake there from EO though on the Mimikyu to play so deep. But it's not over for EVOS. They have fully invested in a very late game lineup with very great scaling Pokemon. They just got to make sure that they get their level somehow. So if they can survive this onslaught coming up from Onyx Rise and get their levels, if things are more equalized around the time Kyogre spawns in, we can see EVOS win these next upcoming team fights. They just have to try and fight their way through, not only to survive, but just keep getting that experience. The game is not over yet. We still have 5 more minutes to go, and if the Kyogre is still available, the game's not over.
Oh, look at that play. Play with me for Eeyore and the block in order to lock down the Empoleon at the hands of EVOS FXL. Phenomenal teamwork for Onyx Rise. But would that be worth it? I'm not quite sure, but it might be because of the spacing that they do have. But if EVOS FXL gets a complete wipe in this coming fight, they might be able to take the next set of objectives, and I feel like they will. Registeel is waving at them.
Registeel's there. This is a pretty big damage boost, and there's only the Darkrai does not get the last hit. Tried to go for the steal himself, but Alcremie the one to secure the final hit for the team. 1 point's enough to break this goal zone. It's going to be a 9-point overdunk, and all of a sudden we see a little bit of a push coming out from EVOS. They had Z-Rays here at the side duck. I mean, they thought they can get that damage onto Z-Ray, but it's not going to be enough. And all of a sudden, EVOS, they're looking a lot better now. This team has got some more levels to work with. They also have a pretty substantial buff to work with as well. So Onyx, I think they've got to start to show them a little bit more respect. They can't afford to give away too many more knockouts from this point on, because if they do, suddenly the game equalizes, and you don't want to level equalize with a team that has so many late game Pokemon.
Absolutely, EVOS FXL does have that potential to be on the late game, but here comes Shindy and 94 trying to push back the Pokemons of Onyx because they want the resources as much as possible for them to go back ahead of time. But the spacing is too good as well for Onyx. They are anticipating that EVOS FXL might get deep because they need the experience up until this point. But look at the damage! Splash is suffering a huge amount of HP, but there goes Onyx Rise advancing even further, almost a wipeout. That is what they have been eyeing for, and the donks would commence in the bottom path, being able to make sure to put a huge amount of scores, and Onyx Rise is sitting comfortably on the lead. They could just defend the Kyogre later on.
I wish we had a replay function, because that setup by Cell, that hit the panic button there for EVOS, and the setup for Axew to come in with the Unite as well. Oh, that was brilliant. That is what you want to see when you see that coordinated team play. Stacking that damage together, just deleting EVOS from the game. That was beautiful. They can't afford to give away that lead though, so Eeyore, he does successfully get away. Shindy is trying to slow them down, but the Alcremie is gone. And they also lose the Blaziken, so this Regirock is free pickings for Onyx. This is what EVOS needed coming into that Kyogre, so all of a sudden the defense buff is going to be in favor of Onyx Rise.
This is actually a huge trouble for EVOS FXL, but at the same time, Onyx Rise does have those Unite moves spent already, knowing that in 10 seconds there will be a Kyogre. So I mean, yes, they could defend it, but at the same time, EVOS FXL has a lot of moves left, has these Unite moves in order to have the potential to knock them out.
Man, Cell has been insane, but the setup's constantly threatening. Axew, though, was about to get sandwiched, but Iluna's there to come in and defend. We do see the Unite move being used as well. Alcremie almost getting picked off, but big knockout there onto Eeyore. But it's a two-person trade. Alcremie and Mew being picked up there from EVOS FXL. They got Eeyore, though. It's a 2 versus 4 matchup, though. It's going to be up to our Blaziken and the Empoleon. Can they maybe go for the steal? Can they win a team fight? It's going to be so tough as a solo Blaziken. A whole team going after him. The overheat, they do some damage, but Xingdi alone on that Blaziken, just not able to finish them off. Now, the thing is, Onyx Rise, they are weakened. They are not running a classic supporter that can provide them health. So we are looking at a reset with 1 minute left on the clock. So EVOS, they have one more shot at getting this Kyogre and tying this game 1-1.
And the buff is still activated here for the Reggie. So we still have a little bit of a defense in their pocket. And Chin was taken down in the process. The pokes are coming in for Onyx Rise. And the Snorlax would advance deeper to set up the distance up against them. Xingdi trying to push his way up against the Snorlax that still cannot get the knockout. And there goes the sleep because of the Darkrai being sent out into the island. And Onyx Rise, 30 seconds left. They have a huge amount of offense coming in.
Onyx didn't even give them a chance. And I really think that landslide clicked in as soon as 77's Alcremie was taken out. He thought he was safe, able to hide into that bush, but Onyx knew. They knew that Alcremie was there, went for the delete button, managed to pick up the supporter, and all of a sudden EVOS, I think they were just, they were forced into a fight, hoping that maybe Onyx just dove a little bit too deep, but man, Onyx Rise on point, on top of the world today, and they're going to move on to the next stage, meaning their next opponent is going to be Team Nemesis. And okay, as much as we both love Team Nemesis as a team, Onyx is going to be a tough opponent for round 2.
Absolutely, and we all know that Onyx gave Team Nemesis a hard time during the past days that they have been going up against each other. But still, props to EVOS FXL, at least for game number 2. They did the job well done, but I think it comes into the point that what if they don't have Chin? That is what I've been saying a while ago. What if they don't have Chin? In which he has been the priority target of Onyx Rise. They want to get rid of the sustain as much as possible, because if Chin is knocked down, it's just the Pokemons who can do the damage and the self-sustain. But after all, Onyx has the defense because of the Regirock, and they do have a huge amount of offense in their kit, so which is actually possible for them to win the team fights.
I think to add on top of that as well, I think one of the biggest downfalls for Alcremie we've seen historically is that this Pokemon is not really able to save itself. It's really kind of stuck in place, and it needs its team to protect it. And if you looked at what EVOS was actually running as a team, they didn't really have any way to really keep 77 safe. He either had to play really far back from the team, which is not ideal for Alcremie, or you play in the front and hope you have enough bulk to survive and provide that support for your team. And I don't blame 77 for trying to go into the bush to play that far forward, to, you know, be the catalyst to support the team. But it's Onyx. I think this team understands how important Alcremie was for this team to be able to sustain and maybe even outlast Onyx. So the fact that they focused on 77 the moment they saw the opportunity arise, it was the correct decision. I think almost felt like the only decision to ensure that they secured that game. So yeah, it's just a testament to Onyx and their knowledge on who they need to prioritize, because it is important in these fights to pick the best target to take down first, to give you the advantage for the remainder of that team fight. And we all know, right, this Alcremie, this was the only way that EVOS were going to be able to survive those long, prolonged team fights, especially with how much burst was coming out of Onyx's side.
Absolutely, I agree. And it's not that the plan of EVOS FXL did not work. I can see the vision of their draft in game number 2, but it's just too many Pokemons for them to handle at the hands of Onyx Rise, knowing that they have Speedster who could definitely lock in towards that Alcremie in the fight. So without the Alcremie, definitely it will be a tough time for EVOS FXL. And Onyx Rise does know what to prioritize in the game.
Yeah, so it was inevitable, I think. It was just a tough matchup. We had two Titans going at it, and I know both of us were predicting it was going to be a 3-game matchup, but unfortunately we're cut short by 1 game. It's going to be a 2-0 in favor of Onyx, which means, as I said before, Onyx will continue on to the next stage, meaning their opponent will be Team Nemesis later today. So that's going to be a very interesting matchup. But as we get ready for game number 3, folks, we are going to go for a short break. PQs will be back in 5 minutes though, but make sure you do everything you need to do now. Toilet, snacks, call your friends, but be back in 5 because our next matchup is going to be an exciting one as well. We'll see you in 5 minutes. trainers, welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2026 Southeast Asia League. We've just wrapped up our first 2 games and we've already seen who's going to be our first second round of matchups, but we're going to focus on our next round of games. It's match number 3 and it's a pretty interesting one as well. We have FN Esports going up against Rival Esports. And this is a tough one for FN. We had a bit of a discussion here, Peak Yules, about the journey that these teams have made so far. FN, unfortunately, currently sitting last on our leaderboard, and Rival is second. So I think the question now is, can FN make it to the second round? Because this is something that they have struggled with leading up until today's game.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't been able to get past round 1 for over the course of 3 days that PUACL has commenced. So definitely this is a tough challenge for them if they do not get passed by their opponent for today, which is no joke. It's Rival Esports. It's the second seeded team by far in the tournament. And going by, Rival Esports, which is formerly known as PaperX last year because of their roster, has been really phenomenal, I would say, in play all throughout the course of the tournament. They have been a consistent contender from the Worlds as well, so this is really a tough call for FN Esports, but we never know what's coming up next. They might be able to do the upset up against one of the kings here in Southeast Asia.
Anything can happen, right? It really comes down to the game itself, your draft, how do you set up your game, and how do you play leading up to the final objective, which Pika, I think that this is something that we kind of have to talk about, right? Because I kind of asked you for your opinion on Kyogre, right? Like, what map meta, has made it, I guess, the most fair for all the teams? And you said Kyogre has been the most fair so far. Do you kind of want to break it down, like why Kyogre has been such a factor in, ensuring that we don't have any steals, as we used to say?
Yeah, I mean, before I go into that, we would like to remind everyone again that we do have a giveaway, and we do have our first winner a while ago, so congratulations. But of course, I think we do have more giveaways coming up. But yeah, answering the question of Danily, I feel like Kyogre has been one of the maps that we should actually do give credit. It gives much more tough time for the players, enable for them to adapt into the game itself, because way back then when Rayquaza and Groudon was actually available, same thing with Zapdos. Whenever you get the final boss, the chances of winning the game from 50%, it goes way above 90 or maybe at 90%. But with Kyogre, yes, you do get the props that might actually help you, but at the same time, you are not unstoppable. It's not game-winning factor. It could help, but not quite. And we saw the reason behind it yesterday. JJ and I were discussing that flips are still possible, but not quite effective already. And we saw during our previous game between Onyx and EvoSFXL that you don't really need to get Kyogre. You just need to defend it, especially if you are the leading team.
Yeah. So we have FN Esports on the screen right now. And we just said, previously, this team needs to beat Rival, because at this point of time, they're currently stuck as bottom seed. They're going to get the least favorable matchup unless they can somehow score points and get out of 8th spot. And to do that, they've got to beat Rival Esports. And I think for anyone that has followed the esports scene for Pokemon Unite, you know who Rival Esports are. We don't need to introduce these guys at all. They're very, very experienced veteran roster, which formerly known as Paper Rex last year, as they were with Paper Rex. I don't really know if there's a solution for FN to be able to beat Rival, right? There's no one trick to being Rival. It really is going to come down to skill. It's going to come down to draft. What Pokemon can you get? Can they maybe trick Rival into picking an unfavorable draft? But I feel like this team is also experienced enough to not really fall into those kind of tricks. So FN, if you have a cheese play, if you have a Pokemon you've been hiding up your sleeve this whole time, I think it's time to bring it out. You need to beat Rival here.
Absolutely, you need to stack up those points, knowing that tomorrow would be the last day of the group stage and definitely would determine the outcome of the King of the Hill, which be at the end of January. So FN Esports, they would get probably around less than 40 points. That is far by what I know. So definitely is not a good sign, because if you're going to be looking at the pointing system, at least on what happened for the past 3 days, everyone is almost at 40 points. Yes, maybe they can catch up against maybe Thailand and Evo's Excel, but it won't be quite enough. You need that breathing room as much as possible. You want to be at the top 4 spot in order for your team to play lesser games at the King of the Hill.
Yeah. So FN, they're going to set themselves up for our first game with Vaporeon. Has been a very safe pick for a lot of teams that do end up getting that first pick. And we've all seen the utility Vaporeon provides to its team. So we do have a pretty clean opening here for FN. They can go in any direction with their draft. But as for Rival Esports, already going hard with Ice's signature Snorlax. Very, very scary pick, especially giving this away to Ice. And Yemu going for that Mewtwo Y for his first pick. We've seen teams ban this out as well, being the preferred Pokemon to ban, because we've seen how influential Mewtwo Y can be in those skirmishes.
Yeah, and the amount of capacity for it to set up the place, definitely not a question why we are seeing this Mewtwo X at the hands of Rival Esports. But I'm loving the combo once again from Vaporeon and the Lapras. We've seen these a while ago in other teams, but the question is, can FN Esports turn it into an effect up against Rival Esports, knowing that Rival Esports does have the Hoopa on their hands. They also have that Mimikyu could do the damage as well for their team. So it's just an attacker that they need here for Rival Esports. Very well reliable. So I think
this is Scissor, isn't it? Because it's got Rocky. There's no way this is Scyther.
Oh yeah, it's got to be Scissor because of the Rocky helmet.
Unless they swap, because we do still have the preparation phase.
Yeah.
Last pick, Miraidon for Rival Esports. So very well-rounded draft here for Rival Esports. They've got their support, they've got their defender, they have their ranged attacker, they have the Pokemon that are going to be in your face, and HT on his signature Mimikyu as well. I hope FN is ready for this, because HT's Mimikyu, this is something else.
No, probably no joke for HT if he gets hand of this Pokemon. But with the Miraidon as well, this is quite interesting. Miraidon has been one of the most consistent attackers in the game. Whatever the moveset you use, it could be the Charge Beam, it could be the Electro Drift. But I am currently seeing, in terms of consistency, this might be a Charge Beam setup unless you want to be over-aggressive. We've seen Electro Drift quite some time, but in terms of consistency, in terms of reliability, I think Charge Beam is the go-to as always. But we never know. They have a huge amount of setup. They have crowd control as well. And
to really get in there in FN Esports as well, but we'll leave it up to Rhyme. You know, he can play Miraidon however he wants, but I feel like just having somebody really be that ranged attacker for the team, I think it's just safe. It almost feels like the safer play. But for FN, I have questions on how this team is going to be fighting into Rival Esports, because they do have some great support, right? You've got the Vaporeon and Lapras to sit in the front lines. You have that Gyarados as well, who's going to be there ready to create openings for Mincho and Subak to come in for the cleanup. I'm curious to see what Subak is going to provide for the team, right? Because when you're playing that Sizzle, you want to get in the enemy's face, you want to be sustainable and tanky as well. Do Rival Esports have what it takes to keep Subak at bay as well? Because the one issue I always see with Sizzle is that if you are going up against a team that has a solution for a Sizzle's sustain, this Pokemon really struggles to function. And I kind of feel like that's where Rhyme's going to come in as that Miraidon. Because if you shred the Sizzle and prevent him from being able to function the way a Sizzle normally does, the Pokemon can become useless.
so we'll see what could take into effect onto the Scissor, because I'm quite concerned here as well, Danielle, since I mean, I do understand if it is it is a Scyther, but I think FN Esports has different plans at least for this game. But look at the skirmish here, Subak trying to back away. Look at the refresh from the hyperspace hole, and they might go for the chase in the top lane, as we are seeing the aggressive plays from Rival Esports at the first minute of the game.
Yamu is also Mega Evolved as well, so he's just gonna start whacking these Pokemon down, and FN, no chance with the Magikarp and the Vaporeon, so free scores for Rival Esports. And this might be where things just get really difficult in that top lane, especially with the Mewtwo X now available and on the field. A Magikarp is still a Magikarp.
You need that Magikarp as much as possible at the first 2 minutes of the game. We haven't been seeing it quite yet, and I think this is a great opportunity for Rival Esports to go aggressive and make sure that the access to Gyarados would be not taken into effect by FN Esports as much as possible. But the Electro Drift has been commenced here, doing a lot of damage up against Hojun and Mincho. This is actually Rhyme going in for the aggressive plays, which is pretty much understandable because they do have reliable supporters for the refresh, and at the same time push back the offense of FN Esports. But here comes Electro Trip once again. Mimikyu gets the last hit on the Regidrago, but here comes the Waterfall, pushing so much for FN Esports, but not quite enough for them to get multiple knockouts. Yiwu is diverting the attention here of FN Esports, which makes it a less casualty. So Rival Esports, on the other hand, they want to make sure consistency is what matters to them. Trade the knockouts as much as possible, push down the limits, and make sure FN Esports shakes a bit.
So we do have a couple trades that happened in that fight. It was a very deadly trade there for very deadly trade for HT, right? Because he went down, but he guaranteed the secure onto the Regidrago. So Rival, I know they're very happy with that exchange to begin with. They would have loved to have capitalized on it a little bit more, but I think FN, they did a really great job at stalling Rival from being able to push the issue on top of getting that Regidrago. We do see a buff though being picked up for Rival Esports, so FN do need to be a little bit careful with their positioning, especially with the, I think it was the Registeel that was taken. So that attack buff could prove fatal for FN if they decide to fight into Rival, but no, it's going to be the Regieleki taken by FN. And now pushing into that objective. Rival, they're ready to defend this, and they have the damage to do so as the Electro Dip comes in handy, snapping up the Lapras, and all of a sudden one of the frontliners are taken down. We do have Subak diving deep to get that the Snorlax, but coming at the cost of losing his own life, and all of a sudden now it's Rival pushing.
Rival pushing immediately takes out numerous number of Pokemon at the hands of FN Esports, but always with the Waterfall comes into the fight. Dragon's Current will be hitting HT out of nowhere, and there it goes. A knockout boils down at the hands of FN Esports. Electro Drift to send himself away, and that has been the command of Rival Esports. They need a refresh. Don't overstep the boundaries, because this Gyarados could actually be able to knock you out.
And this game is still pretty close too. Both teams rocking 2 level 10 core Pokemon. So FN, although things did look a little bit hairy in some situations, they're still hanging in there. They're still keeping it close in the level game, which is it's not what Rival Esports wanted. This team really wants to snowball with those levels. They do get a couple of knockouts here and there, but it's not on those key Pokemon. You want to take out always on that Gyarados if you can, because he is level 10. We saw the Electro Drift being committed there by Rhyme. Not able to get always though. The fight's still happening, and Ice, he is there just to ensure that Rhyme doesn't go too deep. So you can see Rival, they're playing hard and fast, but they're not able to get the secures.
Yeah, and they need those secures as much as possible, because they have been spending a lot of utilities and moves in those team fights, so they need the finishing move, and there we have it. They have actually done it with the Regice, and actually does get a huge amount of ample knockouts as well, but always might be the key here, but he has been sealed down with the play with me in order to shut him down. The block from Ice is actually taking it into effect. He does get a refresh because of the hyperspace hold, and Shobo has to do it all, has to tank it all. Hojun as a backup will be there, but the Bright Future Meteor Stone has been doing a lot of space contribution for Rival Esports. Always back in action here, but it was actually enough time for them to score a couple of goals at the bottom lane. Dragon Skirt was pop up as well, and always doesn't have enough room to breathe in to do the damages.
And we do have Rhyme using the hyperspace hold back to full health. They're still trying to fight this through. Oh, big power nap used by the Snorlax as well, helping to zone FN away. And now it's a bit of a reset. We do have a huge block coming in from Ice, pushing them into Rhyme on that Miraidon. on. Electro Drift still coming in and out, but no, the Mimikyu gets taken out. Has Rival gone far too deep now, PKLs?
Far too deep, but the block is actually there. Yimu cannot refresh on time. The hyperspace hold from Yang was not taken into effect, and they have almost been wiped out. But the Electro Drift has landed and gets a knockout, but they need to refresh as fast as possible, and that Electro Drift wasn't enough to defend the goal zone at the bottom half. Yimu is actually here for the response. He mega evolves, but not quite enough time to go for the knockout. But HD was actually there with a shadow claw to do the job for the team. Chobo a little bit too deep in the muddy water, but there goes 4 members from Rival Esports being able to take down the knockout and able to trade and redeem themselves on the previous one.
It's going to be Reggie Alecki going to Rival Esports as well. This is a 3 points left on the goal zone in that bottom lane. So FN have to make the decision. Do they let that Reggie Alecki walk in? Or do they leave that goal open and protect against the Reggie Alecki? You can see Rival, though, prioritizing that Reggie Rock up top because the defense buff this late into the game, it's going to give them a huge advantage, especially with Kyogre. We get the Mimikyu to get that secure. So now it's Rival Esports in the driver's seat, but I have to say that level snap coming in from FN, this has brought them back into the game. They are not out. They have level 13 on Gyarados and that Sizzle, so they're ready to fight. If anything, they're going to fight before Kyogre even is going to be on the field. You can see deep in enemy territory, Zubat caught by HT with that play with me. We have lost one apiece. It's going to be the Sizzle as well as the Hooper off the field for both of these teams, always trying to catch out HT with that Gyarados. If he can get rid of Mimikyu, that will be huge. But the Mewtwo Y is also going to go down. Lapras next one to fall. 2 players left, 2 water Pokemon left on the side of FN. And Rival Esports, they're back up to 4.
Back up to 4. Can always do the job here. It's just spacing that they need, but the Rings Unbound has been popped up in order to send the reinforcements here for Rival Esports, and they might actually get the objective, and that is it. But the score, the lead, is in the hands of FN Esports. It's not quite over. Rival Esports has to push down the defense of FN Esports. The block is doing the job. The overcap will not happen quite yet. They need more pushbacks. They need a hundo to take the lead.
They're trying to get more points. They don't actually have enough to make this comeback happen yet. So FN so far winning this game of defense. And now Rival, they have to make a decision here. Do they want to go for a big 5-man push up top? They've got 10 seconds left to go for the Kyogre buff before it disappears. But so far, they can't make that push happen. Chobo creating a big opening, but now there's going to be no Vaporeon. Lapras is still gone for 15 seconds. Is this what Rival needs? They're now leading with a big Hundo Burger being deployed by Yabu. And FN thinking that they were going to be able to win the defenders game just in that final moment, falling, allowing Rival Esports to secure that first game.
Almost a jump scare for Rival Esports. I thought that the block was used at an earlier time by Ice, but they had something quite in mind. It's just numbers, what they needed to put some pressure up against FN Esports, and that numbers made it possible for them to create a space to push top lane and eventually get the lead up against FN Esports. But not to mention, always give credit to FN Esports. They did so well by overtaking the lead and buying enough time. And not just that, being able to push Rival Esports back into their territory in the forest was actually a job well done in order to shake things off. But it was not quite enough to be the answer for them to get the win.
Yeah, bit of a heartbreak moment there. I think if Chobo was still able to survive and meet his team back on that goal, on the pad, it could have been different. I think they would have been able to make that defense happen. It was just the fact that Chobo having to go so deep to chase out Rival Esports the first time, that knockout really made the defense just much more difficult for FN to execute. So, you know, sometimes it's those small plays of just having that extra body on that goal zone, helping to defend, that could be the determining factor whether you win that game or not. So great stuff coming out from Rival. It did look very, very dicey during those final couple moments, but regrouping as a team, that was really the call for Rival, right? They could have rushed it. They could have tried to bum rush the goal zone to get a couple of small scores, but I think the team also understood they needed the 100 points. You needed to play it safe, get that big score, overtake, and just take it from there.
But I do love the idea as well that Subak actually did work somehow with the scissor. A while ago, we were crediting that it must be, or it could be high chance that it must be a scyther. But seeing that sustained capabilities in terms of bruising down the way in Team Quest, I think the scissor was actually a call as well for FN Esports, but not quite enough to do everything for the team. Yes, they might be able to tank down the damages because the Miraidon is actually available, but I think what they need in general could be a healer with the likes of Clefable or a Blissey. I think that would help them at least with this game, because as you can see, Rival Esports does have that refresh of HP by the Hoopa, so that is what I would say lacking in the trap of FN Esports, and I think they have to look at it somehow, because they have a great concept, but with those refreshes from Rival Esports, it just makes it difficult for them to secure the knockouts.
Yeah, I agree. The Hooper pick was an issue, and the lack of support that can heal the team, the sustain, because FN were purely relying on self-sustain, right? With the entire roster, they had a lot of Pokemon that can heal themselves, but they didn't have anything that was going to give them a clean reset. So Hooper could be a potential ban, coming into the next game, or they substitute the Vaporeon or Lapras out for that classic supporter, as we're probably looking at. Another thing, are we going to be seeing the scissor again, do you think, for game number 2? Or do you kind of think maybe that's something that has to be subbed out as well? Because the concept of the scissor was great. We saw a few moments, I think, where the scissor was thriving. But I think at that final moment, right, where HT caught him with the play with me and that fight before the 2-minute mark, I think that was really the downfall for FN. Because he was one of their top level Pokemon, he was their core Pokemon, he was essentially one of the major damage dealers, and to be taken out and not being able to get that backline assassination, I think that really hurt him in the long run.
Yeah, I think they need more consistency in terms of the firepower. I think it's not that they have to replace, I think, the scissor, but maybe alternatively speaking, they might need Blaziken. I think Blaziken is much more reliable all-rounder for the team, especially with those stances change. They might be able to get the job done in terms of consistency.
Yeah, I think Blaziken would have been a great choice. It wasn't... let me check. Was it banned? It wasn't
it's
banned.
It's actually not banned, right?
Yeah, it was available, so... It was the last pick too. They actually had plenty of options. If they wanted to, they could have actually gone for a strange last pick, so... We'll have to see if this is just a Subak special, or maybe if this was the ace that we were talking about, right? Because I did say for FN, they need to bring out their ace in this best of 3 for them to even have a chance of making it through to the next stage. But we also have to respect Rival Esports. This is the second seeded team at the moment, so it's not a case of like one Pokemon's going to solve all their problems.
Yeah, and I think I cannot deny that I think Subak is actually really great in terms of piloting the scissor. I think it's one of these top 3 pick Pokemons at least in the tournament. So I kind of understand. I think he has the capability and the mastery to use the scissor. But again, Rival Esports, shutting down one Pokemon is not enough for you to shut this team down. So I think they have to, create a workaround here for FN Esports and maybe try to target bans of the Pokemon as well, because by taking a look, Rival Esports.
Yeah, either go for bans or I guess steal. Steal some of those Pokemon that Rival had from that last matchup. We'll have to see what ends up happening, because Rival's going to be the team to get first pick here. So FN will be getting the next 2 picks following that. There is a chance that Vaporeon is going to go for Rival Esports, as we've seen a lot of teams prioritize that Vaporeon. Such a good Pokemon, but then again, Ice could just say like, hey, give me the Snorlax. Ice's Snorlax last game was terrifying. This man, he understands his Pokemon so well. So if that doesn't get banned, I would not be surprised if this Snorlax gets snapped up for Ice again. And there we go. Those are our bans. There's no Ice Snorlax. Okay.
Okay, I'm trying to digest what could be the possible lineup here. So in terms of bans, FN made it consistent. Oh, actually, it's a consistent banning here. So Hoopa might
first
make an
pick?
appearance one again.
Yeah, so there's the Vaporeon that we sort of predicted. Does FN take the Hoopa themselves?
Oh, the
They
Blastoise.
don't. Wow, okay.
So I think the setup is already fine for FN Esports. They have Mewtwo X. Secondary setup might be the Blastoise. So I think there would be another defender for FN Esports. Maybe a Mamoswine or... Mamoswine, or I'm thinking of another defender. Definitely not Crossow. I don't see the picture if they are going with Crossow with a Mewtwo X. So
this is such a massive pivot, by the way. So Mewtwo X is not available. So Blaziken is going to make an appearance in this best of 3 Pikachu. So we've got a frontliner for Rival Esports. You also have Blissey to assist this. So we're going to be probably looking at first assisted Blaziken. Very scary combo. No Miraidon for Rival this time though. This is going to be picked up by Cho. So big pivot for draft so far for FN. How are you thinking about this lineup? Is this looking way better? Do you actually think this is going to have a good chance against Rival?
I think it does. Generally, it does. Simply because they took 3 out of... Is that 3? Yeah, 3 out of 5 Pokemons? Oh, not 3. FN Esports, they do get Miraidon and the Mewtwo X for the team. So that's 2 Pokemon. So generally speaking, I think this is a good call for FN Esports, but they are lacking a healer again.
They're going for self-sustain again.
Yeah, they're going for self-sustain again. It has the same concept, but I love the call for the Leafeon. Actually,
Pokemon that's going to be protecting that Lizzie. So I have concerns, obviously, for both sides, but I think in particular for FN, because this is the team that's on the back foot that needs to win this best of 3 if they're going to make it to that next stage and to pick up points, because right now that it's a race for points for FN, right? Trying to pick up points to get out of that 8th seed spot, because with how things are currently going, the trajectory is that they're going to be the lowest seeded team going into the playoffs.
Just have to wait and find out what could be the proper actions from FN Esports, because yes, I do get the draft here, Daniely, but at the end of the day, in the current meta, you need someone to sustain you. That's why I love the idea of Rival Esports here. They have the Blissey, so chances of winning team fights is much more higher compared to FN Esports, because if you take away those front lines, or maybe you take away the main damage dealers, definitely would be a tough time. And I see the potential with Yimu using the Blaziken here for Rival Esports. This could actually priority target those backlines if he hits enough in the tall grasses with the overheat.
Yeah. Well, let's leave it up to lanes. Maybe this is where FN is going to thrive. Try and win those lanes and hopefully take the game into your own hands very, very early, which they're trying to do so right now. They have the Leafeon in that top lane, and we do know how great Leafeon is, especially with those early skirmishes that actually decided to teleport back. So just gonna have that quick skirmish, go back into that central area, pick up that secondary buff. But so far, so good. Bit of a passive laning stage for Rival, because they're taking their time. They're not really feeling pressured to actually do anything to FN.
Just have to take your time, scale up those XPs. At any moment, this could be a big fight. Always in Chobo taking care of Rival Esports, but it is the other way around. Chobo a bit too deep on that fight. Always was forced to use the eject button for him to back out and avoid giving too much credit and XP into Rival Esports.
And to add on to this as well, we have Icicle Spear as the build for Glaceon. So we're going to be going for that target lock long range damage, which can be very scary for a Leafeon, because that means you can't really dodge those Icicle Spears. We'll have to see how this is going to work out here for Rival Esports, if this Icicle Spear build is going to be the reason why they might win some of these upcoming team fights. We do see a knockout onto the Lapras though, thanks to that Vaporeon and the Squirtle. So FN not going to be too happy losing 2 Pokemon to rival esports this early on.
Yeah, but I love the concept as well of Subak scaling down those XPs, getting a couple of wild Pokemon in the territory of rival esports. But this is just tough time for him because there's too much reinforcements from rival esports, and they are very well aware of the priority of FN esports. They want to make sure that the XPs are funneled into the Leafeon in order for this Leafeon to punish them really hard into the team fight. So rival esports is doing a great job reading the plan ahead of time.
They're trying to read the room. We still have Regidrago, less than half health here, and they're trying to push out Yang on that Blissey, but the heals are going to be there for HT, and always too low health to really commit to that fight, and Subak on that Leafeon is going to be taken out again. Minchu's here, there on that Verizon, but he's by himself, so he's got to be very careful. It's going to be the Charge Beam build as well, so it's a ranged Miraidon for game number 2 here for for FN Esports. And Regieleki is up on the field, and you can see right now FN, they want that objective for themselves, but rival, they're not going to give that away for free. Honjun a bit too far forward for the team, and the Lapras gets taken out quite quickly.
Oh, always falling back a little bit here, but rival esports going in for the aggressive plays. Muddy Water as well does a lot of damage, and Subak is left alone at the other side of the map. The Emerald 2-step wasn't actually enough to burst down the damage up against Ice because every single teammate from his is way too at the other side, and Hojun is suffering a lot of HPs taken down. Chobo has evolved into a Blastoise but does not have an access to the Hydro Typhoon, making him knocked out immediately because of the XP advantage of rival esports.
It's such a big level difference as well. You've got 4 Pokemon sitting at level 9 for rival esports, whereas for FN, it's only the Leafeon. Subak is the highest level Pokemon on the enemy team. So FN, they are at a huge deficit with every team fight that they run into with rival esports. They need to be a little bit clever with some of these team fights. They can't just 5v5 anymore. Yes, they have a lot of AoE, they have the Hydro Typhoon, they have the Lapras Unite as well, but there's only so much you can do with the setup. If you don't have enough damage to follow through with the setup, it doesn't really matter how much CC you have.
Uh-oh, Mincho almost taken down as well. And we are seeing the power spikes here, Daniel, of rival esports. It's crystal clear that at the first half of the game, it's rival esports all the way, and they are punishing FN esports really hard. Chobo has been level 7 for almost 2 minutes of the game, which is not the ideal one if you are a Blastoise. As much as possible, you want to set up the plays, but they are being set up by rival esports. They are just taking knockouts despite that they are at their own goal zone.
It's insane how Ice can comfortably just play on the enemy goal zone as well. He is not scared at all at being knocked out. He's just so dang tanky and elusive. I actually think Ice might be the main reason why FN is just unable to leave their base. They're so afraid of this Vaporeon setting up on the team, and they have no solution to deal with Ice as well. They don't have any Pokemon that's going to be able to pop Ice from 100 to 0 in a couple seconds. They don't have that burst. They don't have the damage because they don't have those levels that we keep talking about. It's only really Leafeon that's there that can do the damage to get the knockout onto Ice, but I still think this late into the game, there's no way Leafeon can get this knockout by himself. But look at this, the Emerald 2-step used in the back line, and rival rips through FN, and it wasn't even more than 3 seconds.
Man, the Aura Cannon did a lot of job. It created an opening for rival esports to commence the fight, and they have successfully defended the Regieleki on their disadvantage. And right now, they're aiming to push the bottom path. Look at the pressure being put down up against FN esports. Everyone from rival is just advancing too deep.
They're advancing too deep, but can you blame them, you know? Rival just capitalize on that advantage. We do have Subak trying to go for a big 50-pointer in that bottom lane. Will be successful, but it doesn't break the goal zone. Does get in range of HT, takes a little bit of damage from the Icicle Spear, but look at this Ice. He is looking for his next victim. It could be this Leafy on the knockbacks are there, but not quite enough to get Subak. Just survives. But again, Ice being attacked by 3 Pokemon has gone back into the fight as well. Who can stop this Vaporeon?
Oh, Hydro Typhoon expended already, but not enough to create the space. And this is just 1-by-1. Rival Esports suddenly falling down. The Surf is actually there, not going to be hitting the Glaceon, but still gets the knockout. This is a flip that FN Esports does want to happen. They had an opportunity because they saw Rival Esports overextending a little bit.
Not a little bit. That was a pretty big overextend by Rival Esports. They gave away some pretty big Pokemon, and the levels, they're not quite equalized yet. The equalization is happening. We've got 30 seconds left to go. Subak, don't go too ham, my friend. Otherwise, you're just going to give experience away. But I guess he knew he had no chance to escape from this combo. So Subak is going to be down until Kyogre is on the field. The rest of the team, though, just trying to scramble as much experience as possible. Trying to get their Unite moves so that they can go for that one fight that might be able to bring them back. We can see the Hydro Typhoon is off cooldown. We're still waiting for the Emerald 2. So basically everything is not available except for the Hydro Typhoon. Oh boy, FN. You've got to win the team fight of your life to bring this back. But be careful of Ice. That Vaporeon has been your downfall up until this point.
Yeah, that muddy water providing a lot of space, but the overextension has been commenced here by Rival Esports. Ice going too deep, but there are just scramble everywhere. 4 members of Rival Esports are actually behind, but the Vaporeon is actually behind as well. But there goes Scramble 1-by-1. He ain't providing support for HT, but there goes a 1-for-1 trade. They don't have any all-rounders now for Rival Esports. Can they be enough to tank it everything? Always hiding in the tall grass, teleports away. Ice providing the tank that the team needs, and Ryan could actually just push them back. The Surf combo will knock out 2 members of Rival Esports. That's not enough to do the setup that they have been looking forward to. Rival Esports takes another Pokemon at the hands of FN Esports, and Subak, the primary damage dealer, is not present.
The game is still very close. Kyogre goes down. Blaziken gets the secure, and FN is eliminated. The full team wipe for Rival Esports. That looked so close, but the moment the secure happened from the Blaziken, Yamu getting the main objective, they cleaned the entire game up. It's going to be a 2-0 victory in favor of Rival Esports. And unfortunately for FN, again, going to be stuck in this group stage curse, unable to make it to that second round.
This is a tough call for the team. They were eyeing on a much more safe seed in the King of the Hill, but it's not gonna happen for today. At least they would get some consolation points, but I think that won't be enough for the team to advance into the 7th or higher seeding of the tournament at least. But again, Rival Esports will be our winners for match number 3 up against FN Esports, and that would put them at least at the very top of the standings. Not quite yet the first, because we still have Onyx as the reigning champs, at least for the seedings, but we never know what's coming up next. But our match 3 has been concluded, trainers. Rival Esports advancing, and they will be waiting for the winner of match number 4 and determine who they're going up against later.
Just looking at this game, FN, some people are probably looking at FN thinking it's just the 8 seed team, what can they really do? But they had quite a few moments, I feel, where they actually really shone up against Rival Esports. So I wouldn't look at FN and think that this is a team that you can just easily push over. They have a lot of potential to make some very clever plays happen, to identify openings where the team can make that comeback happen. We have to remember, they're playing up against Rival Esports, the 2nd seeded team currently. So for FN to play this well, yes, they got 2-0'd, but at the end of the day, when Kyogre came in, the game was rather close. Levels are very close, points are very close as well. It was just a case of who was able to make that final call to help the team cross that finish line. And I mean, yeah, rival ended up winning the game, but you can see the game was so close before the Kyogre would take it.
Absolutely, I agree. And this is going to be probably the starting point of FN Esports to put some pressure up against all the teams competing in PUACL. Yes, they might have a hard time for tomorrow since they're going up against Onyx first and foremost for tomorrow. So that's another huge opponent to take down. But what I'm looking forward to is if they do not have a great performance or the performance they were expecting for tomorrow, they are going to be a scary opponent in the King of the Hill as well if they maintain and even evolve further in the coming days of the tournament. So they just need consistency. They have to be better as well in order to put a jump scare on the teams. They are starting to, or we are starting to feel the presence of FN Esports as a team to watch out here in PUACL.
Yeah, I have a feeling, I'm gonna throw a prediction out there. I don't think FN is going to drop during playoffs in that first round. I actually think they're gonna probably make it through a couple of rounds before maybe someone bigger takes them down. But don't look at FN as a rival. This is a team that has the potential to be a very, very scary dark horse in that Kingdom Hill round. So we'll say goodbye to FN for now. We're going to be seeing more of them tomorrow, but we do see Rival today for another round. And we're going to figure out who their opponent is going to be, because our next matchup is a pretty big matchup as well, Pika.
Absolutely. I've been waiting to see this matchup, at least for today, because for our next, we have Team 1 and Full Sense. Full Sense has been doing quite a job last week, being able to create a lot of upsets. So we'll just have to wait and see what would happen next, because when we come back after 5 minutes, it's T1 versus Full Sense. Don't go away, trainers. We'll be right back. there, trainers, and welcome back to Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League. Still, it's PKOs with Danley, and we are heading towards our match number 4, which is far by the last match of round number 1. It's going to be T1 up against Full Sense, and looking this will somewhat determine if our predictions will come true, since I predicted for Nemesis and Danley predicted for Full Sense. So the prediction is still alive if Full Sense does win this matchup, but up against T1, this could be a tough road for them.
No, it could be a very tough road, and it also kind of determines not only my prediction, but how I kind of see how the next rounds are going to happen, because there are certain matchups that can really throw us off for a bit of a loop. So the reason why I am placing Full Sense over T1 in this particular matchup is I just think between the two teams, I just think Full Sense, they are mechanically the more skilled team. The entire roster, we've seen all these players play throughout the year, so they're not new at all. And they have a very unique style of play that sometimes throws their opponents off. Like, sometimes they play ultra fast and other times they play a little bit slow, but they have a lot of surprise factors to them. They're very good at ambushing. If there is a team that I'm looking at that is going to come in with surprise plays, it's Full Sense. So that's kind of why I have put all of my money on this team to actually take the whole thing today. But they've got to beat their first opponent though, which is T1. And T1 isn't a pushover either. I'm not saying that T1 is a bad team. They have a lot of players that have played Unite for such a long time, are wonderful players themselves, but Full Sense, there's just something about this team that makes me think they have been underestimated their whole competitive career.
I do agree because Full Sense in general, me and JJ have been talking about this during day number 3, that Full Sense is one of the most unpredictable team in a tournament, and we do not mean that in a bad way, but it is actually a good sign simply because you do have a variety of options on how you're going to play in the next coming games. And if you are very unpredictable, definitely it would leave a question mark on your opposing team. So this is actually a good sign for Full Sense, and they did really well during day number 3. So we'll just wait and see if this would be the momentum that Full Sense has been looking forward to, because they might have a slow start, but definitely looking great right now as they are one of the top 4 teams in the tournament in the pointing system.
Yeah, and if things go well today, let's say they actually manage to take first place today, is that going to be enough points for them to push them into first place? I don't know if it'll be enough, but it'll push them pretty high up there, if I recall the points.
Gengar ban. Interesting. I mean, Gengar is a good Pokemon in terms of getting knockouts.
Mr. Mime as well, excuse me.
Mr. Mime? I mean, yeah, I get it if Mr. Mime is banned, but there has to be other Pokemons that you have to ban, and I'm not sure what's going to happen. We'll just have to wait and see. We'll just have to wait and see.
Okay, do not panic. The Gengar ban is 100% a selective ban because Full Sense plays this.
Yeah.
So the thing that made Full Sense quite, I wouldn't say popular, but I heard a lot of teams talking about Full Sense when they were doing their scrims last year, is that they play a lot of unconventional Pokemon and they love speedsters. This was last year, so maybe their playstyle has changed since then, but they love speedsters because not only do speedsters have a lot of ability, they're very high damage, which complements the general playstyle for Full Sense. At the moment, they haven't opened with their speedsters, but typically speaking, you're going to be seeing these speedsters pop up in 3rd, 4th, or 5th pick. So we'll see what ends up being the last 3 picks here for Full Sense. They pick up their support first, which is that's not a support. That's not a support. That is not a support. It's not a support. Oh, come on, Full Sense. I mean, this is also a Pokemon that complements their playstyle if they want to pick it. And they're not trolling me again. Really? I love this team. They're so unpredictable. Like, you think you know them, and then it's like, oh, we're hovering over Sableye.
This is somewhat similar to the roster that they've used up against PUACL in the finals last week. So far, they've got the Mewtwo X, Gyarados, and the Blastoise. So it's either, for sure, they won't have Mimikyu. Yeah, it's possible. Mimikyu is being used by Mark God S, so I think that's a factor. But they need an attacker as well.
Talonflame? This is a Mark God Pokemon as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think Talonflame is one of the alternatives of Mark God S. Same thing with the Blaziken. So if he doesn't go Mimikyu, he goes Blaziken or Talonflame. That's the top 3 Pokemon picks for Mark God S by far in the tournament, which is pretty much understandable. And a good call as well for Team 1 for getting the Mimikyu, because they don't want to get into the hands of Mark God S. That's pure respect, I must say. But going into the draft of Team 1, it's looking quite good by far. We've seen the Crosso once again, but this time at the hands of Team 1. So I wonder if this would actually work in their favor, knowing that there is a Gyarados. And Mega Gyarados does not have the bounce, but it does have the waterfall on the kit. So the Rock Tomb might be a hindrance, at least, for the aggressiveness of a Mega Gyarados, but I'm not quite sure if this would take effect into T1, but hey, don't doubt T1. They are known for being one of the greatest teams out here, so we just have to wait and see.
Hey, we gotta let the teams play. We gotta see them in action, you know? Just because we see the draft, it doesn't tell the full story. It's really that laning stage that we have to pay attention to. But that aside, just looking at the drafts, this is not the Full Sense I saw last year, but there are definitely like elements of this lineup where it's like, yeah, this is still a fighting team. Lots of late game over Full Sense, which is quite interesting for this team. I wonder if this is an evolutionary point for the team, because they used to play a lot of early game centric Pokemon last year. They used to play a lot of Talonflame, Zoroark. They loved to play their speedsters, Scyther even. They would even double up and have double, even triple speedsters. So it's pretty interesting to see that they have evolved to go for more all-rounders, which It's not surprising as well because all-rounders are kind of too good in this game.
Yeah.
But they're very complementary all-rounders. Like Sanzage and Markods, they're playing Pokemon that really work well with their general playstyle, which is get in your face and look for those knockouts. So there really is a lot of, I think, pressure on Saram and Epe to really control the area that Markods and Sanzage fight in, because they're melee Pokemon. You can catch them out. There's a lot of pressure on Komi as well to provide that follow-up on that Mewtwo Y. They just got to make sure that they don't get caught out by this very in-your-face Pokemon, because Mewtwo X and Blaziken are monsters if you let them sit on top of you. They dish out so much damage. They also have a reasonable bulk, so it's not that easy to just get an instant knockout. So T1, I think they already know how Full Sense generally play, so I hope they're ready for this assault when it does eventually come.
Yeah, and I'm quite surprised here for both teams that they didn't prioritize top lane ambush here, simply because there is actually Gyarados on both sides, and by having that Gyarados at the early stage of the game would be very beneficial for the team. So I think they had to play it very safe, simply because whoever loses the fight would definitely have a slight disadvantage already, because the Gyarados would be available in no time. So I think they are trying to be on the same footing, which is actually a great call as well for both teams. But right now, they're eyeing on the way to Drago, but Sunzage was actually enough for him to sustain, but the pull actually connects. There has been a trade by Mule, but I'm Hog is a little bit too deep, so that would be a trade-off of knockouts at the hands of both teams.
Yeah, and T1 getting a slightly better trade as well, I feel. As they actually had both of their core players contribute, being in range to get that experience. So for T1, off to a pretty good start, especially with getting Mule to level 8. I think Mule will play a pretty pivotal role for this team coming into that mid game, because you want that Mimikyu to be that threat. And Mimikyu can actually 1v1 up against a Blaziken, so Markods needs to be very careful with where he is in these fights, because he can absolutely get punished.
Yeah, and the trick will be utilized really well. Shadow Claw taking into effect as well. SGC looking to set up a distance, actually to set up a play here for the team. But there goes the knockout up against the Mimikyu. And here we go. Full Sense putting up the pressure up against T1. They want to make sure they take everyone one by one into a proper distancing. And that was actually a good call for Full Sense.
It was a good call for Full Sense. They did lose Markods in the process, but they managed to get some scores in. They got some good experience too. So Full Sense going to be happy with their haul there, as long as they don't lose Pokemon on the goal zone here, because they are pretty low. And this is the disadvantage of not running a classic healing Pokemon on your team. You are, if you're injured, you're kind of permanently injured. You have to stay on the goal zone to get that free healing, but it's slow progressive healing. So Regieleki going to go for free for T1 thanks to the zoning, and Full Sense now going to play defense.
Loving the defense from Notiza here, continuously blocking the side strike to get that Psyduck still online at the hands of Full Sense. So good defense so far by Full Sense. They want to make sure that they play it the safest way possible, and that Regieleki hasn't even touched the goal zone, but yet it's losing a lot of HP. So this is such a job well done for Full Sense, being able to make sure if they don't win the team fight, the defense would actually take into effect.
And not just that too, I think T1 also played it pretty safe. They could have tried to push in with the Regieleki too, but I think they also realized if you overstep your bounds with Markod so close by on that Blaziken, that you're asking for trouble. So lots of respect being shown by both sides. I have to say both teams really understanding that they're up against very, very dangerous opponents, that you make one wrong move and they're going to come after you and your whole family. So reaching the halfway mark here of the game, ladies and gentlemen, almost at that 5-minute mark. And so far, just looking at a quick status update for the levels, Full Sense is currently leading with their 2 core Pokemon at level 10. So right now, they're in the driver's seat, especially with when a lot of these fights are currently happening. Whereas for T1, they are playing quite reactively, and you can't blame them for playing reactively, because they're really afraid of losing that one fight and just having everything that they've fought for so far just get thrown away.
And I do love the 1v1s as well in Top Path, making sure that they have consistency in the rewards of XP, but at the same time not getting knocked out. So this is a very safe game for both teams, because they don't take team fights the way they used to, because knowing T1, they are so aggressive, but somewhat right now they're trying to play it very safe, knowing that Full Sense might take over them immediately, knowing that the Pokemons are kind of in an advantageous position, but the Rock Tomb actually did the job. Hong might be taken down, but the shield is quite enough as well. But this would create a distance for T1 to get the Regirock. That's defense for them, but can they convert it into an offense and push down the bottom lane? Dragon's Current being able to pop up as well. Mega Evolution comes in, but another Dragon Current from the hands of Full Sense was activated. Hydro Typhoon to create a knockup, but T1 is still alive as if nothing happened. The sustain from EP was too good, but can he make it out alive? Not quite. Target lock for Full Sense did a phenomenal job, but at the exchange, it was the Gyarados, it was Pisterio doing it all for the team.
So T1, they do eventually pull through with this push, but dang, that was a really tough fight for them as well. They really had to press the issue to get Full Sense off that goal zone. But I have to say, whilst that was all happening, Full Sense, they knew that T1 was down in the bottom lane, so Mark God didn't even bother going down there. He was actually in the enemy area, farming the wild Pokemon, scoring points in that top lane, pushing himself to level 12. So to me, it almost looks like Full Sense is funneling all of their resources to pump up Mark God to be the guy that leads them in that end game. We've got a minute to go before that final stretch, but this Blaziken, with how much they are investing in Mark God, I hope T1 is ready for this, because we have seen what can happen with a over-leveled Blaziken.
Yeah, and this Blaziken could actually do the job done, especially once it hits level 13, maxing out every single move that it does have. I think that's a great call for Full Sense as well, since they have to bruise their way inside, because Team 1 has been filled with all-rounders. And I saw a while ago that they were trying to prioritize target the Eldegoss, but in exchange, they suffered a lot of knockouts. So they have to be very careful. As much as possible, there has to be someone who could go 1v1 in the all-rounders of Team 1, not just by target locking the Eldegoss.
Well, look at the positioning of Full Sense on the map. They're actually trying to position this Gyarados in that central area. So Red Ice is going to be given away for free. That's experience and HP regen, but Full Sense, they want to fight now. Now, there is no Mewtwo. Wise quite far from the team. They do reveal the positioning of both of their teammates, so that's going to be the Blastoise and the Gyarados revealing their position. And now the poking begins. If it's a game of poke, T1 will win because they have sustain. But if Full Sense go for an immediate burst team fight, which is what they're looking for with Mark God, but the play with me connects on the Blaziken, and Mark God is gone.
Oh, Hydro Typhoon a little bit too late, but 4 members has been knocked off immediately, but 2 members has been down already by Full Sense, and they are running away. But Mega Gyarados creates an opening for them to knock out another Pokemon. SCG, SGC trying to waterfall back his way, but Pisterio is gonna crunch him down. And there goes the steal! The steal happened!
He got it. He managed to get the Kyogre, so now this game is in the air because, yes, I believe there is one buff, but T1, they've got to somehow get the scores here. We do have GSC on that Gyarados all on his own. He does get picked off. Full Sense have to focus on defending. If they can defend, they might still be able to win this. Oh, but here come the scores. Here comes the scores, 171. So now we have a point lead by T1.
Uh-oh. T1 pushing already. There has been a tag battle all the way to the bottom path, but the buff of the Kyogre is already running down. This is not looking good for Full Sense. Despite getting the buff, they might suffer, but they're going to be pushing more here. Full Sense does need to score. 25 seconds left. They have to divert the attention. Notiza might be the key here. He has to serve and push the opponents away. Rock Tomb in order to seal that deal. Hydro Typhoon will be there. There goes another 100 in the hands of T1. But it's not quite enough for Full Sense to catch up, despite destroying the goal zone all the way to the bottom path. And there goes full defense for T1.
T1 breaking through and taking game 1 over Full Sense, unless we are about to be surprised with this final scoreline. But I do believe it could be a T1 victory And a very convincing one at that, because I do believe whilst that fight was happening down bottom, we saw Mule going in for a very big dunk in that top lane. Hong was the one that was defending that on that side duck, and I mean, a side duck versus Mimikyu mashup, it's not really ideal, unfortunately, for Hong. So T1, one step closer to going to round number 2. They just got to secure one more game. But they played that end game so beautifully, especially with Mule getting that play with me onto Mark Gods.
Yeah, that was actually a great call in order to buy some time for their team, create some spacing, and able for them to convert more knockouts. And it was actually a jump scare as well, because there was this Mewtwo, there was Sunzage who actually got the last hit into Kyogre. Fortunately, it wasn't Rayquaza or Groudon, because if that was the case, definitely the outcome of the game would be very different. Because you can just ignore everyone. You can just eject button into the base of T1 and score everything down, but that's not the case. You get HP regen. Yes, goals are kind of defenseless, but that wasn't enough for you to be on a game-winning position, and T1 made a huge role in order for them to defend those goal zones that they have. We were seeing tag battles between Notiza and I believe that was Seram or Pisterio at the bottom lane, but just being able to watch out for the goal was quite a great call for Team 1 just to avoid being overtaken in the game.
Yeah, so there was the last hit there. You just saw it in the corner of the screen. Sunzage getting that secure, just very old school meta, I think we have to say. You know, that's not the meta anymore. Stealing the major objective is not going to guarantee you the auto win, especially if your team is not there to support you. So T1 take game number 1. Can they take game number 2 and secure their position to play up against rival esports in round 2? Because that's the goal here for T1 now. They just got to get one more game. As for full sets, they've got to win 2 games back-to-back. They have to reverse sweep this set, and I don't really see much fault in their play style for game number 1. I think Full Sense played that first game all right. It was just the reliance on Mark God to be that late game asset, but having him fall short because of Mimikyu. I think they kind of need to identify that Mimikyu is going to be a problem Pokemon for them going forward if they're expecting either Sunzage or Mark God to be like their number 1 guy, right? Their Superman that's going to win them the game. You can't really do that with Mimikyu in the field.
Absolutely, but I think Mimikyu could be a choice as well for Mark God, as especially they're going in for the first pick, because I do understand that they have to prioritize some Pokemon as well. So right now, I think they are gunning for Vaporeon at least, or will they actually ban it? I think Vaporeon would be a great choice since T1 was the one who banned it a while ago, and I think T1 could actually ban it once again. Yes, they do.
Gone.
They do. It's gone. But Blastoise is still open.
Blastoise is still open. Full Sense going for a repeat of their bans. As for T1, if they're going to match up, actually it's already different. So their bans for game 1 was Vaporeon, Gengar, Mega Lucario, but they have gone for a change here, and there's the final ban. So there's no Blastoise, there's no Mega Gyarados, but that does leave what's in the pool for Full Sets. What do they want to first pick? Do they want to grab that Mimikyu so that they don't have to worry about dealing with Play With Me? And no, Mark God says, give me that Mega Lucario instead.
Yeah, we all know that for the past days of PUACL, Mark Goddess has been using this Mega Lucario phenomenally. Not quite the phenomenal way he uses Mimikyu, but still a scary, scary Pokemon pick here for Mark Goddess. But Slowbro for T1, this is interesting. This might be...
This is respect.
Yeah, this is telekinesis actually. I see this one becoming a telekinesis simply because there's no Mewtwo X, at least for now. But if they do have Mewtwo X, maybe it would be Amnesia and Scald or Surf. I think Surf is the way to, because they need a little bit of crowd control. Surf and Amnesia.
I love seeing two Mewtwo's on one team. So we got X and Y and Blaziken on the side of T1. So we have a lot of mega action on this team, but they give away the Mimikyu to Full Sense. And Sunzage is even highlighting the Sylveon, so that gets locked in. And we do see the Mimikyu. So here's the full lineup here for Full Sense. They have their damage dealers in Mega Lucario, Mimikyu, and the Sylveon, whereas for T1, they've gone for all this all-round action with Mudshake. This is such a rare Pokemon. We almost never see this.
Okay, I think I kind of get it why they picked Machamp. I think
is it to lock down?
Yeah, I think that's probably the reason. They need someone or a dedicated Pokemon who could do crowd control and damage by himself, target locking someone, and that's pretty much valid since if you use Serena, you need a Unite move for you to lock down someone. But with Machamp, you don't have to. You just need one move that has enough cooldown for you to lift someone up. So I kind of get the idea of the Machamp here. Respect to T1, that's a good call as well. But would this be enough? That's making me wonder, would this be enough? Especially right now, another concern of mine is for Full Sense using the Crustle, because by far in day number 3, that Crustle wasn't really a thing for Full Sense. Yes, they use it, but we haven't seen the full potential of the Crustle. So we do hope that they have been able to analyze the full contribution of Pong using that Crustle. I'm excited to see if there was any changes, because if there wasn't any, this might be one of the factors wherein Full Sense would be dragged down, because it did not play the role of the Crustle way back then last week. So we're hoping for a change here for Full Sense. At the same time for T1, this is a good call for the Machamp pick.
Yeah. I kind of hope we maybe took notes from our Crustle in our earlier matches today, right? Because I think that was a great example of how we're supposed to be looking at Crustle. But we are in our lanes here, ladies and gentlemen. Full Sense versus T1. T1 leading with 1 win in this best of 3. So all T1 needs is to win this next matchup to go into our next round. Whereas for Full Sense, they got to go for a reverse sweep with 2 back-to-back wins, which is going to be a pretty difficult task, especially with how well T1 played in our previous game. But you can already see both teams again showing a lot of respect to one another. Both teams going to be going for a 3 versus 3 in that top lane. FA very low will be picked up, unfortunately. So a big win for Full Sense to get rid of that Mewtwo. And a nice little injection of experience as well.
Absolutely well done here. That's a great start, but not quite enough to dictate what would be the tone for the next coming minutes. 8:50 has been commenced, and T1, I see them prioritizing top half, but eventually losing the birds once again, and Full Sense just pushing them back. Look at that submission, being able to take a knockout conversion for Full Sense. That's almost a goal zone taken out at the first minute and a half of the game.
This to me looks like a big respect play from Full Sense, because they're trying to prevent that Blaziken from coming online at all, and the Mewtwo as well, right? You're getting rid of 2 birds with 1 stone. Oh, but look at Sunzage coming in with the AoE. You have to respect the Sylveon. We very rarely see this Pokemon played, but that range, not only is it huge, but the damage is pretty substantial as well. They will lose them, unfortunately. So that assault coming from Full Sense is going to come to an end, but they're already making a pretty big statement, the T1, that they're ready to fight into them face to face with what they currently have.
We do have a question here for the giveaway. So, Game 1 MVP, was it Pisteria or Mew? Make sure to get those replay backs on the live stream and have a chance to win one of those giveaways.
Don't let people cheat. Come on, don't let people cheat. They gotta use their memory. Oh gosh. But moving on though, we do see the skirmish happening in that middle lane. It's a 1-to-1 trade so far, but now it's going to be a 3-for-1 trade with T1 turning onto Full Sense. And all of a sudden, what was supposed to be an early game led by Full Sense is now being piloted by T1, who are sitting on a huge power spike, especially with their Pokemon massively leveled over Full Sense at the 7-minute mark.
I did not expect a Machoke or a Machamp to be this quite effective. He has been doing a lot of submissions lately, forcing the position of Full Sense to be on a tight spot. And I'm Hog might be knockout at this point, but that Hyper Voice providing a lot of area. Infinite Cyborg was used as well to buy a little bit of time here for T1. But look at that. Hyper Voice once again. Fast cooldown, heavy damage to scary for T1. And they do not have regen, mind to tell you. As a team, they do have self-sustain, but it could be scary later in the late game.
Yeah. Although Sunzage on the Sylveon is doing pretty heavy damage, I kind of feel like he's just missing out on that little bit more to be that big threat on that Sylveon. Like, yes, it's doing substantial amounts of damage, but I kind of feel like at the moment, Full Sense is really struggling to not only catch Pokemon, but finish them off. Because Sylveon excels in matches where you have this progressive damage, right? Like you're progressively dealing damage, but against a lineup that is so mobile that can actually escape the range of Hyper Voice, you know, it means that Sanzage by himself is going to be very unreliable as that asset to get you those knockouts. Like he's step 1 to the recipe. You need step 2 and step 3 to really guarantee those elims.
Speaking of step 2, there goes the step 2. Unite move from the champ comes in, and it is quite enough to knock out I'm Hog. But there has been an exchange here for Full Sense. Quite phenomenal job, well done. Sanzage survives another day after getting hit by the Side Strike. So this is an even matchup we're seeing, same as game number 1, but this is much more of an aggressive plays that we are seeing compared to a safe play during game 1.
You can't really afford to play safe in this particular best of 3, especially for Full Sense, who is unfortunately behind in that scoreline, still 1 game down. You really want to tie things up here, so I'm glad to see that Full Sense, they haven't lost their morale in this game yet. They're still looking pretty strong, pretty comfortable. They just have to find that perfect team fight. Take out that target that is causing them the most grief, and then hopefully things are going to be able to turn from there. But so far, we're just seeing some poke coming out from Komi onto Hong. It's going to be quite difficult to really poke him down. But, oh, speaking of poking down, Blaziken has taken out that Lucario. But in exchange, he's going to lose his own life as well. Oh, and he loses the Blaziken too. So Full Sense winning a pretty big fight here, but Sanzage caught out by Mule, gets pulled, but the Sylveon's pretty tanky. Boost assistance, but the healing as well as the damage output is going to be boosted, so you need to be very careful around that Sylveon during the boost period. Oh, but Full Sense, pretty big win here, and Hong gets the healing. Oh, barely survives. The beauty of Blissey.
Yeah, perfectly timed soft boil to provide the healing from the team. Quite phenomenal job, but T1 is not yet done. Submission to grab the Mimikyu, and T1 is pushing all the way in top lane. Sanzage is left alone. He might get pulled immediately. There goes the Side Strike. Big damage, and T1 is getting the resources of Full Sense.
Yep, just take the entire central area, deny them that experience, because that's how they're going to bring them back into the game. But hang on a minute though, Gartgod tried to go onto Mule, but instead they're going to be losing him instead. That Lucario didn't even have a chance, followed by the Crustle. Sanzage comes in with the Hyper Voice, but is he really that menacing? As a Sylveon by himself, not really. And T1 break another goal zone, pushing them into an even bigger lead. And they're going to be able to take that Regieleki for free. And there's not even experience for Full Sense to capitalize on in that central area. So really, they're just really waiting, twiddling their thumbs, waiting for this Regieleki to bounce on through and to take it out. But man, T1 is making this game number 2 an absolute nightmare for Full Sense.
Yes, but we cannot deny that Full Sense can still have a shot in getting that final stretch, because they have been able to come up with a solution, and that is by funneling down those XPs on the Sylveon and the Mimikyu. So I think that is far by enough damage input that they can actually do later on in the final stretch. But at the same time, that Crustle is a little bit too squishy for the team, at least. T1 has the potential to just shred that front line away from them. And if they don't have that front line, they only have the Blissey to sustain them, which is far by not enough, because you need someone to block those damages being thrown by T1.
Yeah, it's pretty tough, but it's not impossible. There is a light at the end of the tunnel here for Full Sense, and it's going to come down to how T1 engages into Full Sense in this upcoming team fight, because we remember in that previous set, Mimikyu was the key to victory for T1, so maybe this same Pokemon could be the same thing here for Full Sense. Crustal's been caught, does go for the Unite move, has the extra shielding, Unites are being deployed, oh, they get the X-Scissor as well, oh, but the Lucario goes down, Full Sense, the entire team is falling, and the Mewtwo Y gets the Kyogre. And that's probably the end of the run for Full Sense here, PK Yules. The score is going to be massively in favor of T1. And yes, we still have a minute and 30 seconds to go before the game is over, but I think this point gap is just going to be far too big.
Yeah, it is going to be big. I see the vision of Full Sense attempting to do the flip in the game. Yes, the damages were thrown out into the Kyogre, but there was just too much kit for Team 1 to do the last hit. It could be the Machamp, it could be the Blaziken as well. It could even be the Slowbro, so there's just too much for them to handle, and Team 1 really anticipated that might happen. So this, for now, Full Sense is forced to defend. They don't want that lead to widen up, but they need to score as well. So the back out from the Lucario might not be enough, or it actually won't be enough, because that's just 88 points, bringing them up to 200, almost 300. So they need 2 to 3 persons to go and score up against Full Sense while defending it.
And we only have 30 seconds to go, so is that enough time to score points if you're also defending? Because if you're T1, you don't even need to score points. Just keep them busy, and you've probably taken this game. But they break through, they score the 100 burger, and this is going to lock in the victory for T1. They're going to go to that next round, and they will be pitted up against rival esports in their round 2 matchup. But Full Sense, the idea was there, just the execution, T1 had them from the get-go.
But still, a job well done for Full Sense. They did give T1 a jump scare a while ago. I mean, I love the idea. I love they created a pressure up against T1 by starting the Kyogre immediately. But at the end of the day, I think T1 has a well-rounded draft. They can last hit, they can self-sustain, they can do damages as well, compared to the lineup of Full Sense, wherein they would have to rely on someone. They need to rely on the Crustle, they need to rely on the Blissey to support them as well. Damages wasn't just enough, and T1 does have all-in-one package. Just imagine, Mew could defend, Mew could actually do the damage itself, same thing with Pisterio and EP. So it's just too tough for Full Sense to handle up until that point, and I'm still in question for the Crustle pick from I'm Hong. Yes, it does provide a lot of tanking, but he was just shredded down by T1 in the firepower.
I'm pretty sure he didn't want to be shredded, as a Crustle.
Yeah.
But I think it was just the way that the game sort of went, because you're up against a team that has both Mega Mewtwo's, and you also have Blaziken. These are probably some of the most hard-hitting Pokemon in the game, so even something as tanky as a Crustle really isn't going to have much of a chance to sit in the front line. They're probably hoping that the game was a little bit closer than it was, because at least Hong would have a chance to be able to sit in the front line, throw out the Rock Tombs, throw out the X's, and really be that nuisance. It's just the fact that he was getting submissioned as well by Mule. It's really tough to play Crustle when you're constantly disrupted like this. I think this final fight was a really good example of Hong doing the best that he could as that Crustle, but at every turn just getting denied his position as a defender. So T1 just had their number. They had the better draft, they had the better execution. Really, I think for Full Sense to have a chance of being able to beat T1 at all, we needed to sort of change the flow of the game. It needed to be Full Sense to lead the charge, to decide the fights where and when it happens, and for T1 to play reactively. But unfortunately, it was Full Sense to play reactive, and their lineup isn't built to play reactive. It's supposed to be aggressive. It's supposed to be in your face.
Yeah, and there we have it. That would be the conclusion of our round number 1. But before we move into round number 2, we would like to remind everyone as well that the Winter Tournament is coming up soon. February 1 for APAC East for the Elimination Day, February 7 for the playoffs, and we are now we're now open for registration to shoot your shot and be the representatives of your region for ACL Finals in Yokohama, Japan, provided that this is a fully funded trip and accommodation itself. Same thing goes for APAC West for February 1 is going to be the elimination, and February 8 is going to be the playoffs. So make sure to register now, shoot your shot, be the representatives of your respective regions. And by the way, here, Daniel, for those teams who have been making it into the top 3 of PUACL Southeast Asia, they have a shot still in the Winter Tournament. So we have open qualifiers for all the teams across multiple regions, and with them, some of the teams in PUACL will be competing with them as well. So it's a fully packed tournament that we are about to see, because some of the teams who has potential did not have a chance to play at PUACL. So winter tournament is going to be a big scene, in the coming weeks.
Big scene, big experience. So register now if you're thinking about playing competitive at Pokemon Unite. And if you need a team, if you're a single person but you're still interested, join the Discord group. Everything is there. There are other people looking for teams there as well. So good luck to everybody that does register. But for now, as we get ready for our round number 2 games, folks, we're going to have a quick break. So do anything you need to do now, but be back in 5 minutes because our round 2 games are going to be fantastically chaotic. But we'll see you after this.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League, Southeast Asia League. This is Pikios together with Daniel still, and we are heading towards our round number 2, or the semifinals for day number 4. First matchup, we have Team Nemesis versus Onyx Rise. And by the way, we get to see this matchup during day number 1, and Onyx did a phenomenal job up against Team Nemesis.
So can Nemesis get their revenge? Because it's not day number 1 anymore. It's day 4. So these teams, they do have a little bit more information on each other, because I think it's understandable to say that during the first 2 days of the competition, teams are still trying to get a feel of what was hot, what was not, who is the strong team, what is meta, what is not meta anymore. So I think now that things have started to settle down and players and teams have more information, that we could be seeing a different result today. I say could because it could just be Onyx doing Onyx things. I think a lot of people are expecting Onyx to take this matchup, but okay, Pikios, I do believe you in your prediction. I actually think Nemesis have a chance at taking out Onyx today, especially with how good they played against Myth, because they looked on point for their Myth games. So if they can play like that up against Onyx in this best of 3, we could see Nemesis taking out Onyx and making it into the finals for today's games. But that's a big if, okay? It's a big if, because there's draft, there's lanes, there's gameplay, there's a lot of things that we kind of have to wait to happen. But, you know, this game is marinating really good, and I'm really excited to see things actually happen.
Absolutely excited as well for the upcoming matchup, because way back during day number 1, it was a blowout match. It was a complete wash-off, taking down the victory for Onyx Rise. So I'm actually quite curious, can they make it out again up against Team Nemesis, or Team Nemesis would be giving them a really tough time? Because Nemesis, by the record, as the tournament commences, they keep getting stronger and stronger. Yes, for day 1, they haven't had that much of an exposure. For day number 2, they reach it into the finals, but lost to rival esports. Day number 3 might not be the most successful run they had, but we saw the consistency and the chemistry of the team. And moving forward to day number 4, we saw them play up against Myth. Definitely could be a game changer. But Onyx Rise does know how to shut down their opponents.
I think if there is a team to kind of block everybody, it's Onyx. You know, they're the ultimate gatekeepers, I feel, for any matchup that they're in. So this will be a testament and a test for Nemesis, I think, to see how this team has progressed. Because if they do beat Onyx, that's a very big statement that I think is all of a sudden going to put Nemesis in a lot of teams' radars. Because at the moment, I think they're sitting in 6th or 7th place, I think, on the leaderboard at the moment. So teams aren't really paying attention to Nemesis. So if this is the round, if this is the day where Nemesis just takes the entire thing home, I think all of a sudden Nemesis is going to probably have a target on their back. That's a good and a bad thing, because now there's going to be a lot more respect to the team, but also bad because if people are looking at you, then they're going to be doing a bit more homework. They're going to show a lot more respect. The games just get harder, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and I just cannot wait what's about to happen, because this is top team versus the 7th seeded team, which is, I do agree, some teams or some fans might just ignore the concept, it's Team Nemesis, that's just a 7th seeded team. But for the record, they've reached the finals during day number 2, even though having a hard time for day number 1 and 3, but it is a very promising team. We saw the connection and the chemistry from their previous game up against me, Thailand, so they just need to be consistent. If they can show off the same kind of chemistry and gameplay for this round, I'm not surprised if they are going to take the victory.
Oh, they absolutely can. But having a look at the bans so far, you can see there are some target bans coming up from Onyx Rise. They are eliminating both Dylan and Sync1's Pokemon, the Talonflame and that Mewtwo Y, 2 Pokemon that I think Nemesis used in their best of 3, and they had a lot of success with these two. So Onyx, they've done their homework, but I mean, these guys are scrim partners too, so it's not really a lot of homework to be done. They know each other like the back of each other's hand. As for Nemesis though, no Snorlax. I think this is to be expected. Onyx Rise did show off that Eluna can play a very nasty Snorlax himself. Blastoise is gone, and also the Mega Gyarados. And the Mega Lucario is the final ban too for Onyx Rise. So, first pick is Vaporeon.
Are you calling it? We'll see. I mean, it's very much possible.
It was the first pick for Onyx in their first best of 3. So it's a logical decision. And there's the Vaporeon for Eluna. So it was a no-brainer. I was going to say, is a Hoopa for Nemesis, because this is also a KYY character that he wants to get his hands on. So there's the normal Gyarados. Mewtwo. Oh, Mewtwo X. Right. I like the pivot, but they're also giving Onyx an opportunity to draft Hoopa for Zone if they wanted to.
Yeah, but I saw the Lapras quite promising for the team as well, so maybe if they want to go much more consistent, I think they'd have to go for the Lapras, or it's really hard to pick Hoopa right off the bat, because if you pick Hoopa immediately, you might be just countered by the opposing team. So I kind of understand why they haven't picked Hoopa yet. They have a room for a defender or supporter still for Onyx Rise, but for Team Nemesis, I think this should be a call for them if they would be using
No way.
Hoopa.
No way. They're bringing back the Metagross. They're bringing back the Metagross. This is actually a Nemesis Pokemon. They love Metagross, believe it or not. They just don't get to play it very much. So to see it here, I'm so glad. Oh, but Cell. We saw Cell play this Darkrai in game number 1, and he's really Alcremie?
I think Alcremie could do the job, because they have a Mamoswine and 2 all-rounders, actually 3 all-rounders to cover for the Alcremie, but having the Leafeon and Darkrai available in play together with the Mimikyu, this is quite concerning, at least for me. So just have to target lock that. They just have to target lock the Alcremie later in order.
Match that we saw the Alcremie play in, but essentially, is it 77? I played the Alcremie. I think he was someone else. So we saw Alcremie earlier today, and the downfall for the Alcremie was there wasn't just enough backline protection to protect the Alcremie, and also the enemy team had a lot of Pokemon that could either dive it or snipe it. When looking at Onyx Rise's lineup, they have so many divers. I think they have too many Pokemon that can potentially target down the Alcremie that I don't even know if what Nemesis have can really defend the Alcremie reliably, but I'm hoping someone proves me wrong, because I would like to see Alcremie be able to actually play a game today.
I think what I'm trying to forecast here is Team Nemesis is trying to imitate the playstyle of Onyx Rise way back day number 1, because the moment that they use Alcremie for Onyx Rise, that Mimikyu did nothing despite using the play with me if get ahead of time. So this makes me wonder, can it be on the same result? Can they do the same job? I'm not questioning Kai, but this is just such a thing. Yeah, I'm questioning the Alcremie as a whole. I'm not questioning Kai, but can they make the job done? That's the question.
I think if there's somebody that can figure out how to play the Alcremie, it's KYY. So I do believe in his ability as a player, but I think also Nemesis, they have a good idea of how they want to incorporate the Pokemon into their lineup. So we'll have to see what happens. We do have to focus on the other lanes too, right? To see how Dylan is doing, how Simplon is doing, because at the moment they're doing a lot as they can to try and slow down Cell. Because respect to Nemesis, I think they have probably seen Cell play his Darkrai earlier today. You can't let him have a free game. You cannot give this man a free Darkrai game. So applying pressure, slowing him down, and I think most importantly for Sync 1, if he can get to Metagross early, that might be how they can potentially just brick wall that Darkrai, have a lineup that's just too tanky that Cell isn't able to go for his surprise knockouts like we saw earlier today.
This is actually a quiet start for both teams, but I see the potential in going in for team fights, but everyone is just too good at sustaining the fights and being able to create a room for them to fall back. That has been the name of the game for the first 2 minutes. So definitely a top
So, you know, the aggression is the team. They did go for a successful fight in that central area. They got 2 pretty big knockouts as well. And the levels are not looking too bad. You know, both teams are looking okay.
Yeah, but they need that Metagross as much as possible and as quick as they can because they have to complete the formula. Yes, our Rubik's might be able to do the setup together with Dylan, but they need that Metagross to be online.
Suddenly is going to determine how the game go. We did see Onyx at Reggie's full buff. They're going to be a little bit scary here, but the side duck unfortunately will be caught out thanks to Dylan and RBX. They're going to try and press the issue here though, and Illuna doing the best that they can on that Vaporeon, but Ice Fang on the Mamoswine. We've seen this in the past, you know, you get caught by the Piloswine, excuse me, and that's an easy knockout, generally speaking, if you're caught in the Ice Fang. But there we go, Play With Me being used by that Mimikyu. Sync 1 is going to be okay, but no, he does get taken down, as well as the Mewtwo X. So 2 big core Pokemon eliminated from Team Nemesis.
In exchange for 1, which is actually not worth it if you are on the side of Team Nemesis. But Onyx is still eyeing on the prize, which is the Regieleki, and does get it ahead of time. Tramp being able to run away, but the chase continues from the Darkrai, falling in asleep, and Rubix and Kai is just too deep on the fight. They have to defend the Regieleki to avoid the pressure ticking down.
The Regieleki is there. Sync 1 though, going to try and jump onto Zoe. They should be able to take down the side duck. It's very slow knockout, unfortunately, but they do manage to grab it. So some experience exchanges hands. The game's not too bad for Nemesis. They're still on Onyx tail, but not quite where they want to be. As Eeyore going a bit too deep, does get caught out. Play With Me going to be used onto Sync 1. Going to try and be very elusive here. Gets the knockout onto Sync 1. If Eeyore gets out of here, this man is going to be a criminal, but he does get caught by the Nemesis police. Going to be sent back to the Pokemon Center for his very dirty deeds.
Yeah, and we noticed as well that the Metagross is actually using the Zen Headbutt and the Meteor Mash combo instead of the Gyro Ball and the Magnet Rise. So this is somewhat of a little bit of a range attacker and much more focuses on the damage in terms of self-sustain. So I love the idea of what Team Nemesis is trying to do, at least for this game, because they have a little bit of a mid-range and at the same time someone who can bruise his way, which is going to be Tramp.
I think also to talk about Sync 1, I think he also wants that guaranteed stun, right? Like you want the guaranteed stun from the Zen Headbutt, like the lock-on stun, especially for something as elusive as a Leafeon, a Mimikyu, Darkrai. So They're trying to use this as a form of CC. It's just the unfortunate thing, right, is that Sinquan's not as tanky as he would like to be, especially in those fights. But RBX is going to be caught. He does jump forward. Ice Fang is there to catch out one, catches out a Psyduck, and will just survive thanks to his Unite move, the Mammoth Mash. And all of a sudden, Eeyore and Luna looking to cause some issues. Maybe goes for a steal. Cell is nearby as well. They do go for a very deep dive. That's going to be the Alcremie Gone. Play With Me used on the Red Ice as well onto Dream. Cell comes in for the finisher, and that's going to be Sync 1 securing the Red Ice for the team.
And Red Ice came in clutch for the additional HP for the team, being able for Sync 1 to sustain himself. But the question is, can he make it out alive? Not quite. Damage is too good from Cell. But on the other side of the map, it is going to be Dylan securing 36 points for the team and making Team Nemesis still ahead by points.
Very nice dodge there from Dylan, avoiding the Shadow Sneak. Probably one of the scariest moves in the game, just to see a Shadow Sneak swipe on by as you try and make that getaway. Gotta respect that Mimikyu. One of the scariest Pokemon, probably the only jump scare Pokemon I feel in this game. Just like, oh no, it's a Mimikyu. Especially the Play With Me. Those surprise Play With Me's can really shock anybody in those games. But Regieleki should be secured here by Onyx, Rise, and Nemesis playing at defense again, but even though they're playing on the defense, they are leading in terms of points. So, this game, even though Onyx Rise is looking to be the better team, Nemesis, they are trying to pad their points to lessen any kind of damage when they do reach that end game.
Yeah, but this is looking scarier for Team Nemesis once Kyogre appears at the central lane, because knowing that the damage department, Onyx Rice does have a huge shot, especially if Axew could lock in Kai
Ice
later
Pack miss.
on. But Rubix is a little bit too pinched into the center, but the Mammoth Match has been commenced. Same thing with the Unite of the Queen, which is quite efficient in order for them to survive another day. And Illuna is just buying a lot of time. But will that time be enough? Look at the Dragon's Curse being commenced by Tremp. It popped off immediately, takes out the Mimikyu. That is just 3 members left from Onyx Rise. But the full power Sai has been used as well. Axew takes down the Alcremie into the picture in exchange for his life. And he needs another 20 seconds to be online once again. Cell is going to be the ones buying time.
Nemesis,
but we don't have anything for a refresh from Nemesis, but still makes it out alive. And this is enough time for them to go for the reset. But Tremp, I'm not quite sure. He doesn't have enough time to go for a reset.
Wait for KY, please. They need that healing because Onyx, they're going to go for the reset. Kyogre's there. Oh, Pikachu's, I am so afraid. Dream is going to be sitting on top of the Kyogre. Sync 1 is there as well. But the Mimikyu gets the steal. The Nemesis, it's not over yet. They lose the Mewtwo. Why? You can see Illuna trying to buy some time. KYY trying to juke the enemy team, but his entire team has been swept up under the rug, meaning that Onyx Rise are going to be able to dunk their points for free. Oh, but the steal coming in from that Mimikyu, that hurt Nemesis the most.
And 40 seconds left. I think this is not quite enough time for Team Nemesis to bounce back because they still have to do defense and wipe out Onyx Rise in order for them to safely score. Yes, they can score, but Onyx would just score back right at them. But there's just 4 members left. There's not enough time for Team Nemesis moving forward to this game. They will be taking the lose, but game number 2 will commence shortly.
Oh man, Nemesis, they almost had it. They had the defense game was in their favor. But I think the question people are going to be asking is, why did they start the Kyogre? I think that's what a lot of people are going to be asking. Why did they start the Kyogre? When they won the initial fight, KYY was coming out back on the Alcremie, so they would have been able to reset their health bars, because it almost felt like they kind of softened up the Kyogre for Onyx to steal. That's what it kind of felt like, because if you also look at the lineup for Nemesis, do they have any securers for objectives? Not really. Gyarados isn't really the best for securing objectives. Mewtwo X isn't really the best too. And the build that Sync 1 was running, that's not a securing build. That's team fighting. That's fighting the enemy. So the Kyogre, I don't know what the thought process was. I'd love to hear their team comms. Maybe they thought they could maybe go for a quick snap up before Onyx Rise came back as a team, but we saw players already coming back from Onyx just sitting around the pit.
Yeah. I think Onyx in general was just trying to bait them out. If you notice a while ago, they had to regroup. 3 members were just watching some of the members from their team fall one by one. 3 members had to reset, waited it out very patiently, and when they were completed, they decided to initiate slowly against Team Nemesis. And Team Nemesis, on the other hand, yes, they might have a mini wipe out during the team fight into the Kyogre, but I think they were somewhat lured by the plan of Onyx. Yes, they started the Kyogre, they want to make sure that the Kyogre stays in the palm of their hand, but there was the respawn already. Everyone from Onyx was already there.
It wasn't just everyone. I think most importantly it was Eeyore to come back on that Mewtwo and to go for that Kyogre steal. I hope we see it here though. So here is Kyogre and just crime, theft. If I ever saw one, Eeyore just walks into the bank and just comes out with a huge wad of cash.
Absolutely. Not the ending that Nemesis expected, but I see the vision of the Ross or the trap that they do have, but they don't have the last hit, just like what you've said. And I think they had to play it in a different angle a while ago during the Kyogre fight because everything was consistent up until that point. So I think it's a matter of, not being overtaken by what's the momentum going on, because yes, they had the momentum a while ago, and I think that's a factor why they decided to go for the Kyogre, but just have to play it patiently and just defend everything.
Yeah, I mean, it's not simple, right? We can say like they could do this, they could do this, but it's the players playing in the moment. Like everything happens so fast, so they have to make decisions like this. So, I mean, I don't think it was just a simple take Kyogre call coming out from Nemesis. Like there clearly was another idea. Maybe they were using Kyogre as a bait. So they say like, okay, we'll soften it a little bit so Onyx feels tempted to take it. But I think they probably realized at some point, like, wait a minute, this Kyogre's getting too low. We kind of have to contest this. And I think they also realized that their lineup just wasn't built to take Kyogre, because obviously they didn't really have anyone that was going to dish out consistent damage. If Dylan, for example, was maybe on a Mewtwo Y, it would have been a different story. But he was a Mewtwo X. Mewtwo X, he does damage too, but it's more of a brawler. It's not really an objective stealer.
Yeah, it's quite different to other Pokemon who has the last shot, you know what I'm saying? So definitely, it's just how the other way around goes around it. But we'll just have to wait and see what can Team Nemesis, at least. I wouldn't say they have to fix something. Yes, minor tweaks from the draft might be possible, but I think it's the execution overall. It was execution. The last team fight that they have to reassess. And
maybe there's one change, I'd probably say. There might be one change. The Metagross pick, I think we could definitely change that out for something else. Because we both saw the idea behind the Metagross pick. The concept was there, the theory was there, but I think in terms of execution, it was just too difficult to pull off. Because we didn't really see Sync1 do his usual Sync1 things, right? We're used to seeing Sync1 just ravage the game. But in this case, he really played like a defender just because how Metagross is built.
Yeah, I think he was setting up more plays, at the same time doing some damages with the Zen Headbutt and the Meteor Mash. So it was a great draft, but something is lacking, just like what you've said. And I do feel like that will be the adjustment of Team Nemesis moving forward to game number 2, because they knew they had a shot up against Onyx. So definitely they do not want to drop that kind of opportunity.
No, they can't really afford to lose the opportunity now too, because they're so close, to beating Onyx. They got to win 2 games back to back, which itself, like, that's already a very big ask. But I think Nemesis is capable of that. They just have to find a solution to their problems, which, as we saw in that previous game, they've got to figure out a way to get objectives.
Same draft, same bans here. Not quite sure what would be a setup. At least Vaporeon will be the first pick once again from Onyx. I'm not quite sure, but for the history, just like what you said, Annalie, it's always a priority pick for Onyx, which is by far I think would be the case, at least for game number 2. But for Nemesis, would they revert back into the Hoopa plays, or I think they're sticking with their game plan?
It worked, right? Like, it originally worked. I don't see a reason to change it aside from that one change. That was the only thing. Maybe the Alcremie could be swapped out as well. I think that was the only thing that I was a little bit iffy about for Nemesis, because we did see a couple times that KYY kind of got sniped, wasn't really in the best position, but that's just Alcremie, right? Pokemon in general was very positional based, and seeing that they're going to have to deal with Leafeon and Mimikyu again, Sync1 goes back to the Metagross. Okay, so Nemesis don't think Metagross is the problem. So do we still see the same draft? RBX? Is it the same? Okay, Mamoswine's coming back. Is it really Alcremie again?
I mean, if it's working, if it's not broken, don't fix it. That's what they've said. So same story is gonna happen for game number 2. So maybe Team Nemesis once again racking up those points during the early up to mid game, but the later fights, that's the big question here. Can Team Nemesis finish the job or finish what they started during game 1?
They can. I think we saw the potential of this lineup in game number 1. There were just a few areas, I think, where the team fell short, and that's where things just were too difficult, really, for Nemesis to handle. So I think if they could especially polish up the early game, ensure that Onyx Rise get nothing out of the early game, which they kind of did in game number 1. If they can push that a little bit more, I think that might be enough to cripple Onyx for that mid game, and maybe Nemesis can take over. It's just Dreams got an interesting journey because you're a Magikarp and you've got a Vaporeon to deal with, a Leafeon, a Mimikyu, a Darkrai. It's like everything that is on the map is going to be a threat to Dreams. So I'm expecting Nemesis to actually prioritize the Gyarados lane. Alrighty, folks. So as we get ready for game number 2, I know a lot of you guys are in the chat. Let us know, who do you think is going to be winning game number 2? Is it going to be a 2-0 sweep for Onyx Rise, or is Team Nemesis going to tie things up? And are we going to get a 1-1 scoreline? Because that's the dream now. Okay, that's the dream at the moment. A 1-1 scoreline to have that game number 3. Because most of our games, if not all of our games, they peak. You pointed this out to us during the break. All of our games have been 2-0.
We'll just have to wait and see what would happen here. But a reminder to everyone that our milestone giveaway would be our live stream reaching at 500 viewers. So if you want to have that t-shirt, that cap, and that towel, then I'd suggest bring in your friends and join the live stream and join us with some Pokemon Unite actions. And at the top right, you also have the registration for the Winter Tournament. But going back in the game, can we see a first game number 3, at least for today? Sync1 and Cell eye to eye, toe to toe, making sure that they get ahead of the XP. A little bit of a skirmish here. This is quite a safe gameplay for both of the teams compared to the aggressiveness of Team Nemesis a while ago. As Strand has actually been struggling here, knowing that Eeyore does provide a huge amount of damage, especially on the Mimikyu, having access to the play rough already at the first minute and a half of the game. A little bit too slow here. I'm quite wondering what would be the call here for Onyx Rise. I mean, they have been doing a phenomenal job in knocking out the Pokemons, but can they be able to make it out? That's the question. I mean, they are on the lead on the points department, but still too early. First 2 minutes of the game, Sync1 a bit too pinched by the Darkrai here. They are eyeing on the Raged Draco, but poking is the name of the game. RBX not really Uh-oh. Dylan. Let's run away RBX as well. A little bit too low on the HP. But they are waiting for the major objectives to spawn immediately. So right now, Registeel would be the first prize for the bottom lane. RBX, on the other hand, keeping an eye on it. But I think Nemesis, on the other hand, together with the other team, Onyx Rise is eyeing on the Regieleki to get that objective. But Team Nemesis is quite successful in taking down that fight all the way into top path. Not quite enough for them to get the goal zone, but I think that will be the response for them. At least put some pressure all the way into top path and maybe eventually push down the limit. So they're creating a lot of pressure right now into top path, and this is actually a great sign for Team Nemesis because it's able for you to be on a safe spot, just like what we had a while ago. They need to rack up those points and eventually build up the lead, but that's not the case. Onyx Rise outscoring them on the bottom path, which is actually a phenomenal job here, since if they cannot trade or if they cannot afford to lose on a team fight, they just have to outscore at the other side of the map. So this is a great cross-map trade that we are seeing for Team Nemesis at Onyx Rise. So they have to make sure that both of them are in the same footing and eventually get those points and wild Pokemon at least. So it is an even game, but the Unite move for Sync1 won't be that quite efficient. So it is a total reset here for Team Nemesis, but the Unite move from the Alchemy goes in, and they are just buying a lot of time here. Onyx Rise is doing a phenomenal job stalling the members of Team Nemesis. 2 Unite move has been expended, but they haven't converted any knockouts, at least for this matchup. And Kai is going to collapse with Team Nemesis' Metagross as well. So this is not the ideal setup that we are currently seeing in the gameplay of Team Nemesis.
Very slow knockout here onto KYY. He's done a phenomenal job just wasting Cell and Zoe's time here, but should be going down any second there. There we go. So I think KYY, he's starting to reinvigorate my hope in Alchemy because it hasn't really worked out today yet. But I think I'm now starting to see the potential of this Pokemon if given the time to shine. But Pikachu's just based off of the positioning here for Onyx and Team Nemesis. We know that Onyx dominated with this lineup in our previous game. Do you think Nemesis is going to be able to make the comeback happen this time? Because levels are looking much better than game 1.
Absolutely. I think, it's just a matter of stabilizing your XP. I think that's what Nemesis has to do in this point of the game. They have to stabilize their XP, make sure everything is consistent, avoid taking fights that are not very much winnable. And if you're going to take a fight, make sure that only your supporters would be affected into the casualty so that less XP would be rewarded. But here comes the fight breaking through. Drem is somewhat pinched into the middle after losing into that Regieleki, and that is just 3 members down for Team Nemesis, which is actually not the ideal setup because that has granted Onyx Rise a huge chunk of XP. But naturally and gladly that the Metagross is still up by a level.
Still up a level for now, but how much longer is Sync1 going to be able to keep that level lead? Because Onyx Rise, they are the kings of comeback if you give them the opportunity, and Sync1 is so low, barely surviving thanks to KYY, and we do have Illuna pulled back by the Ice Bank, so Vaporeon not going to be too happy, but so much shielding, so much healing as well. They do finally get rid of that pesky Vaporeon, but dang, just goes to show that there's a reason why Vaporeon has been a top pick in the tournament thus far. The disruptive ability, the sustain, the shielding, the healing. It's such an annoying Pokemon to deal with.
Uh-oh, Sync1 gets knocked out in exchange of the gold zone at the bottom path. So I think that was somewhat of an intentional play here for Team Nemesis because they want to create a spacing in the bottom path and create more pressure to Onyx Rise because that will somehow set the mindset that they have an advantage in terms of the scoring department because there will be a notification in the last 2 minutes the Team Nemesis is in the lead. So that would somewhat give Onyx Rise a huge chunk of pressure. But the question is, can Team Nemesis, can they sustain the team fight once again in the last 2 minute mark of the game?
very possible, especially if KYY is allowed to play as that enabler for the team. I think that's been the real major change for Nemesis in this game, because I think KYY, we saw him struggle to really provide the support for the team because of how forward Onyx Rise were playing, and unfortunately the defense from Nemesis wasn't really the best, so KYY didn't feel too safe. RBX though going very deep with that Mammoth Swine, trying to catch anybody out, but all of a sudden we do see the Alcremie popping the Unite to keep the team alive. RBX stumping forward, but will be losing his life in the process, but can they get Eeyore? They catch out the Mimikyu, that's a major target, but is that enough to win them the game? They also managed to catch out the Leafeon, leaving Cell as the only core Pokemon left. Can they get rid of that Darkrai? They will be able to escape for now, will be able to eat a berry to survive for that little bit longer, but this Kyogre, less than half health. Cell has to make a decision, he has to make a move. Can he get the steal? No, not this time! Dylan secures the Kyogre for Team Nemesis, and Pika Yules, I think we might just have a game 3.
It's not yet done, Danley. We still have a minute boiling down. The defense might be available here at the hands of Onyx Rise, but one score is all that Team Nemesis needs to secure the deal. And there goes the hundo points, being able to put it in the bank, and we are not seeing a back cap from Onyx Rise. A minute left into the game. Onyx has to rush things down. They need a back cap, or they need to eliminate Team Nemesis as a whole, but this is just too much for them to handle at this point.
Oh, Nemesis just running it back. Both teams running their lineups back, and even though Nemesis lost that first game, they're able to come through in this second game saying it's not the lineup, it was the execution. They've changed things up for game number 2. They perfected the lineup. And all of a sudden, I think Onyx Rise are going to be thinking to themselves, okay, this lineup that we have, it's not bomb-proof. There is things that can be changed, there's things that can be fixed. Probably Pokemon that are going to be banned. I don't think it's going to be in the form of an Alcremie ban, but I kind of feel like we've got to get rid of the Mammoth Swine from Nemesis, because RBX, his simply having him exist in the middle of a team fight, I think causes panic in Onyx, because several times I would think he's throwing himself into his potential fainting, but he somehow manages to escape. He always has enough shielding, he always has enough health, and he always pulls someone back with an Ice Fang. So this Mammoth Swine could be a Pokemon that we might not be seeing for game number 3, I feel.
But I'm quite questioning what would be the replacement in terms of the draft, because I think Mega Lucario might be considered as a replacement for the Mammoth Swine ban. I think that's a great possibility.
That's assuming Mega Lucario isn't banned, because Onyx banned it.
Yeah.
So to have Mammoth Swine banned, if it does not get picked, what is going to take its place? Because the bans for Onyx Rise are Mewtwo Y, which I think is a mandatory ban simply because of Dylan, Talonflame for Sync 1, and Mega Lucario. Is there a possibility any of these get swapped out for a Mammoth Swine ban? Because I also think these 3 bans are more important than a Mammoth Swine.
I think Mega Lucario could take the slot.
You think so?
Be removed on a slot rather. I think Mega Lucario can be left open. I mean, I did not see it quite yet. Team Nemesis using Mega Lucario as of now. I think they have been working on with their current lineup pretty well, and they have other alternatives as well aside from the Mega Lucario. We still have the Mega Charizard available at least, so I do not see the vision yet. I mean, absolutely don't ban the Mega Gyarados, but in reality, it's Team Nemesis taking it away. So I think Mega Lucario might be the best option, because if Talonflame, it's just Sync 1 getting an access to it.
Yeah. I think after seeing what Sync 1 is capable of with the Talonflame, that's almost a mandatory ban.
Yeah.
So unless, because we are going into a game number 3 for this best 3, we could be seeing some wild card picks for both of these teams, something that they haven't revealed today, which I think we both would really look forward to. The thing is though, what could they suddenly bring out that they haven't played today, but they have probably played in previous weeks?
I want to see Sableye.
That's not the answer I was expecting from you, but okay.
You asked
Thank
me,
you.
I want to see something unexpected. Same line, there we have it.
Hey, we always who was it that was hovering over it and then they picked? Oh man, what they pick instead? They picked Psyduck, I think instead. They were trolling us.
Yeah.
It's very funny. But so I'm not sure. I don't know about Onic playing it. Maybe some other team.
Yeah.
Not Onic. I guess Dodrio, because Dodrio was banned in their matchup against Evos, and we do know that EO also plays Dodrio. I know Urshifu, but Urshifu is not really the best pick nowadays, especially with what's currently being drafted. What else?
I mean, the water bear could actually be, but there's a huge ton of options if you're going into water bear, right?
I wouldn't water bear as well into the Mamoswine, I think.
Yeah.
Mamoswine is too big of a threat versus a lot of melee Pokemon nowadays, unless you have the tank to survive it. Urshifu does not have tank.
Yeah.
It's very elusive, but it is not a very big bear. So, yeah, Mamoswine I think is too big of a factor here, which is why I was calling for the Mamoswine ban or counter pick or something. I don't see Mamoswine being stolen as like a first or a second or third pick.
Yeah. I mean, if you have Vaporeon on your team, right, why would you want to take a Mamoswine at least?
I think an alternative that actually makes Mamoswine's job quite difficult is actually Snorlax. I know a lot of teams struggle to play Mamoswine because Mamoswine wants to be in your face, but if you're running a block Snorlax, generally speaking, it's quite difficult to play Mamoswine with a block Snorlax in the game, which we know Onic play. Illuna plays Snorlax.
Yeah.
So that is the thing. But Snorlax is also banned.
Makes me wonder what would be a great defender or something that could shred down the Mamoswine. I mean, shredding down, I think it's just the Urshifu with the Ensign Fist, but what are the other options? Maybe Sylveon, but
No, not
I
with
think
how
it's not
Onic Rise
quite,
play. I don't
right?
think
I don't think so as
Sylveon's
well.
not the best. Unless maybe they go back for the Glaceon. I know Eeyore likes to play the Glaceon as well. The Glaceon's pretty good at chipping down something like a Mamoswine.
What else do we have on the table? Let's just wait for them, wait and see what they have to offer here.
We don't need to wait. What are you talking about? The draft is
here. Come on, Onic going the purple side still for 3 consecutive games in their matchup up against Team Nemesis, and first ban is still the same picture. Do we get the same matchup?
I hope we don't get the same matchup. I want to see a Dark Horse. I want to see a Ace. I want to see something new. I think these teams need to surprise each other for this third game, because if we do the same old, then it's going to come down to micro plays to determine who wins the matchup. Bans are exactly the same though, unless we see a different ban for these last bans. There's the Mega Gyarados, so a repeat ban for Nemesis. Is it Mega Lucario banned again for Onic?
Oh, interesting. Are they going to lock it in? They lock in the Vaporeon ban.
So that means, are they taking
the
Mamoswine first pick? No, because here's the thing. Because the last ban normally for Nemesis is Blastoise. There's the Blastoise ban. Okay, first pick. What is it?
Are they taking it? That's the question.
Unless they take the Mewtwo X.
Yeah, that's a possibility as well. Or they go for Mega Lucario. Mewtwo X.
And there's, Mewtwo X. I do think Dylan's Mewtwo X is a pretty big threat. So, very valid for first pick for Onic Rise. Meaning that Dylan's going to have to swap things up a little bit, because he does not have access to Mewtwo Y. He does play a variety of attackers, but I'm curious to see what is going to be the backup. And Mega Lucario, it's going to be there for Dream Team, who's happy. Dylan's got the Gyarados. Does Dylan play Gyarados? I'm pretty sure this is not for him.
Well, we might see swaps later on, but
that's what I'm thinking. It has to be a swap. So what's going to be the attacker role? Could be Miraidon.
Yeah, I think if Miraidon is
Alright.
available,
Yeah. We'll see in a bit though. Okay, Sync 1, are we going back for the
Mamoswine?
Metagross?
Mamoswine, Metagross.
I'd still go for Mamoswine because yes, there's 3 Pokemon that kind of don't want to deal with the Mamoswine on the screen right now. Okay, there's the Metagross. Oh, for Hooper this time. Hooper. I'm down. But that means this is going to be a defender last pick unless
They go for
we're going to be
Blaziken.
seeing it. Unless like RBX is Magic Cup this game. I doubt it.
They can
I'm
go
curious
for.
now.
They could go for Blaziken Defender. That's what I see so far. Knowing Team Nemesis.
This Miraidon steal from Onyx is beautiful. This is such a beautiful steal because, yeah, that would have been another ideal Dylan Pokemon if they're thinking of maybe running either Metagross or Gyarados as an RBX Pokemon. Okay, is this a Dylan Pokemon or is this an RBX Pokemon?
Inteleon?
If I,
Mamoswine?
it's the Mamoswine. Okay. And we're riding back the Mamoswine. This is a very brave draft for Nemesis.
Yeah.
Very brave because I am, and you probably are in the same boat as well. I'm not used to seeing Dylan play anything that is not a ranged attacker. I'm not used to seeing him play melee Pokemon. I guess aside from Mewtwo X, but that's a different story. So I guess he is playing that Gyarados, but it's an interesting build. It's got Potion, got Rocky Helmet. He's going for the Sustain. This looks like a Sync 1 build more than Dylan build.
I get it. But I'm quite surprised as well that Tramp is actually gunning in for the Mega Lucario. I'm not quite sure what's running in the heads of Nemesis right now. It's making a shake a bit because, one, it's scary because they have the access to the Mamoswine and Kai with a Hoopa once again. But at the same time, Onyx Rise, I think in general, has a better draft at least, but there's something about Nemesis that makes it scary. I'm not quite sure what's it, but it's the gut feeling that maybe this draft might work.
I want Nemesis to win because I kind of feel like this team, they're just waiting for their big break. And to beat Onyx in a game today, in a best of 3 as well, huge morale boost for the team, but also going to be, as I said earlier, a big statement for the team as well to everyone competing. But the thing is, I also love Onyx lineup. I feel like they've just done the draft so well for this game. So if we're looking at this purely on draft, I'm digging Onyx Rise.
Just have to wait and find out. Last game for our first semifinals, Nemesis and Onyx. This would determine who is going to be the first team seeded into the grand finals of day number 4 and who would get that huge amount of points. That's at least 15 at minimum, 20 at max. Really excited, and I love the concept that Dylan is going in for aggressive plays, making sure he builds up the range and evolve into Gyarados at the early stage of the game.
Yeah, if there's one thing Dylan is really good at, it is always finding experience. He always evolves at the ideal timing for his Pokemon, so as much as I'm a little bit concerned about him being the one to play the Gyarados, I feel like he's going to open our eyes to the potential of Gyarados being that core bottom lane Pokemon. But we'll have to see for now though, because it's still a little Magic Cup. Just needs a little bit more experience and a little bit more rage. But we do need to pay attention to that top lane too though, because it's a Mega Lucario farming that top lane, and it's a pretty aggressive top lane as well, because you're dealing with both a Leafeon. Leafeon's very aggressive in itself, and you also have to deal with Illuno, who's playing that Mega Mewtwo X. Oh, sorry, it's Zoe. Zoe's playing the Mega Mewtwo X. So, like, there's a lot of aggressive potential if they pair themselves up. If Zoe gets taken out like this, though, that's not ideal, but it's just a support, okay? So, not too bad. You're not giving away too much experience. But paired up with a good partner, Mega Mewtwo X is really great at this very aggressive, in-your-face play.
And we might be seeing a little bit of a skirmish here in the bottom lane. Rubix is just waiting for a perfect opportunity to grab someone with the Ice Fang. Not really the Lapras, I'd say, but they got the Miraidon out of nowhere. they would just have to go for the reset and get the Regidrago. So scoring prowess would land into the hands of Team Nemesis, and they're just sunking in the face of Onyx at the first 2 minutes.
Yeah, and Sal just a little bit too late to defend the goal zone too, because we did see those scores happen. So Onyx Rise, I think they're a little bit surprised with how Nemesis is playing their lanes. as surprised as we probably were when we saw the original drafts. Obviously, the team is trying to calibrate their playstyle to figure out, like, okay, what do we do playing into this lineup for Nemesis? Because they're not playing any squishies. Basically, everybody except Hooper is sitting on a stack of health. So it's quite difficult to go for a snipe, especially if you're playing Darkrai, right? Because Darkrai thrives against teams that go for the very high damage squishies. But who's squishy on Nemesis? Not really anybody.
But Regirock buff. This is looking a little bit scary for Onyx Rise, because Team Nemesis has a huge amount of momentum. Despite that, Regieleki keep pushing towards top path. It's really even in terms of numbers, but momentum-wise, I think Nemesis has a little bit of an edge here. So I think Onyx Rise, what they have to do is patiently get those XPs, and if it runs out immediately, they have to group up and go for a big fight in order to shut down the XPs of Team Nemesis.
Okay, I think Onyx Rise revealed their position in that top lane. I think they tried to go for a dive onto the Hooper because I see some missing health. So a failed attack from the bush, unfortunately, for Onyx. So you can see Onyx, I think they're getting a bit desperate with some of these very opportunistic plays. Like, they're really trying to create some distance between them. But if you look at the experience, it's relatively even. If anything, it's in the advantage of Team Nemesis at the moment. So Onyx, they're not in an ideal position, especially with the kind of draft that they're running, because it's very mid-game oriented. Only Miraidon and that Mewtwo. Okay, I don't know if support Mewtwo X is really a late-game Pokemon, because you're generally not going to be given priority in experience. But I feel like in this game, this might have to be a priority for Onyx if they're thinking that Nemesis is going to be the ones to grab that late game.
I think I do agree on that one as well, because they need those experience in order for them to successfully get those setups, especially with the Mewtwo X being behind. It might be just a Pokemon that has to be shredded down by Team Nemesis instead of contributing into the fight. So I think you're well on point on getting those XPs distributed well and not giving it away for the other members of Onyx. But at the same time, that would somehow narrow down the gap.
We saw a knockout there onto Piloswine in the top lane, thanks to Cell. So, surprise fight coming out in the bush, but we are going to be seeing a bit more here as Eluna going to be provided support there by that Miraidon. There's the Mega Mewtwo, Mega Lucario getting the snipe onto the Leafeon. So there's going to be the Speedster gone and taken out of the picture. Cell barely alive. They have to guess right here. Going to be in the bush. Oh, but Dream Dylan a bit slow there with the waterfall. So the follow-up is a little bit late. Again, Cell threatening. But luckily for Nemesis, they don't lose too much. They just grab the Regieleki and they're back into the central area. And I can see Dylan on the map on that Gyarados, either trying to go for a score or steal some of those central area Pokemon, which he is kind of okay. I'm not a big fan of that play.
I think it was just a matter of stalling time, knowing that the Regidrago will be appearing and give Team Nemesis, I guess, an ample time to clear up those central lane. But I think that was too much of an advance from Dylan as well. And look at this. Onyx still has the edge in terms of position in the Regidrago, which is not supposed to be the case.
RBX. Mammoth Mash doesn't really connect. Will keep him alive. Needs to grab some healing though. Looking for the Hooper just to try and go for the reset, but going to be quite far away. Sync 1 though, going to go for the dive onto the Miraidon. Oh, it's going to be a 1-for-1 Axe Q for Sync 1. Unfortunately, both go down, but mission accomplished there for Team Nemesis, and now it's going to be in that bottom goal zone, and there was no chance for Dream to survive this, with 4 Pokemon collapsing on top of him. Up top, though, we do have Dylan scoring on that Gyarados, getting some valuable experience and also scoring. KYY, not going to be too happy. Unfortunately, not going to juke this, so he's going to be sent back to the Pokemon Center in the express train.
Yeah, not quite the way to use the elevator. That's how I call it. Not quite the ideal way. Simply because there's just Rubik's defending the bottom lane. So I think they had to make a call that they should just give the goal zone in the bottom lane. So I think that was a little bit of miscommunication at the end of Team Nemesis. But on the other hand, Registeel going in the hands of Onyx. This is not looking good for Nemesis. Attacking prowess has landed in their hand, and the XPs are well distributed to both teams. So Onyx Rise is looking a little bit on the advantage spot here. Team Nemesis has to be very careful in initiating the fight.
They do also scout out the entire Nemesis roster as well with Zoe's Unite. So there's going to be no more Mewtwo X's Unite, but they got the vision. They know where Nemesis is. And I think if you're Onyx, knowing that Nemesis is playing so far back, you're feeling pretty comfy. RBX, though, is going to be there caught in the sleep. Still going to be there. Teammates are nearby. There's the Ice Fang to buy time, but RBX, I think he knows he's basically done Zoes here. Dylan is coming. They do buy the time. Waterfall in, Waterfall out. Eluna will go for the chase, but I'm a bit worried here because without the Mammoth Swine, all of a sudden, Onyx Rise, if they want to go for the dive, they absolutely can. And Nemesis back in a defensive position. Onyx, they are trying to taunt with the Kyogre, but unfortunately, Nemesis not taking the bait yet. KYY, gonna have to go for the reset. RBX is here. They've caught Zoe on that Mewtwo X. In the meantime, they're in that top lane. We do get a knockout onto Dream, so there's gonna be no Mega Lucario in this fight. And Eluna going for the chase as well onto the Gyarados. Waterfalls into the portal, will come back out at full health. And now Nemesis, they have to pick up the pieces because this game is falling apart. Can they get these knockouts? Everyone's looking far through healthy. Dylan all alone. And he's going to use the Unite move. He's looking for a target. He can't really find anybody. He does have some extra shielding. He's going to try and retreat behind RBX. The reset is there. So close. You're almost getting him. But I think Onyx Rise, they might have just successfully zoned out Nemesis because we're down to 30 seconds, Pika Yules.
Uh-oh, 25 seconds left. They are going in all out, but 3 members from the side of Team Nemesis has fallen down. And Onyx Rise gets the last laugh in the Kyogre's pit. It's just Saquon who's left alone, defending it with all his might, with all the Metagross. Kai respond, but there was not enough time. And that would be the game. Onyx Rise once again making it into the finals of the group stage.
Onyx Rise are on fire today, and I feel like they read that late game so perfectly from Nemesis. Like, they know how important it was for RBX to get that initial catch onto a Pokemon. He was kind of left on an island by himself. Yes, there were a few Pokemon he could have pulled back, but his team was just so far away. And once he got that initial knock onto himself, the team had to wait for RBX to come back, which was wasted time for Nemesis, right? They were already behind on points. They were behind on levels. They really needed to get that upper hand by getting a quick knockout onto one of Onyx players. The positioning was just so good. And I think another contributing factor as well, that Registeel. That Registeel right before the final stretch, I feel like was a huge factor in Onyx being able to play so aggressive, because if you're Nemesis, you don't want to fight into a team that has got an attack buff.
Absolutely true, because that gave them a lot of breathing room and confidence as well, knowing that they have more attacking prowess, aside from being on a head-to-head basis in terms of the XP department. And not just that, they also have a Leafeon who's very much reliable in shredding down those HP. And if the Leafeon gets a Registeel buff, it is a different story. Definitely could take out someone with a combo with the Emerald 2-step. So I think that has been a major factor why Onyx Rise absolutely dominated that last 2 minutes into the team fights. And yes, we saw the refreshes of Team Nemesis, but it was just perfectly played by Onyx Rise, being able to stall the Kyogre immediately and avoid Team Nemesis from getting it and advancing even deeper into the map.
Yeah, so unfortunately for Nemesis, their journey ends here for today. They still will be able to play tomorrow, of course, so they will have another chance to potentially be the, I suppose, champion for one of our group stage play days. But Onyx, Yeah, I feel very worried for anybody who's going to play Onyx next because they look so good today. Like, yes, okay, they dropped one game today, but I kind of feel that game that they dropped, it was because of a few micro misplays.
Yeah.
A few micro misplays. It was a mirror matchup as well from the first game, so both teams knew how they played their lineups. It was just, I kind of think the team underestimated a few elements of Nemesis, which is to be expected, especially for the team that's basically ranked so far down on the leaderboard. Like, you wouldn't really put a magnifying glass on the team.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Onyx, they're looking fantastic. The next opponent, though, it's either going to be Rival Esports or T1 because that's our next upcoming matchup. It's our second and final semi-final match for the day before we go to our finals, which will be our closing match for the day. But we're going to have a quick break, okay? Because I think you guys need as much of a break as we do, and the players as well, as they set up for the game. So, as always, go to the toilet now, snacks, drinks, call your friends, but make sure you're back in 5 minutes because we have a very exciting match coming right up. See you after this. Hey there, Pokemon trainers, and welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2026 Southeast Asia League. We are down to our final 2 games for today. We've just wrapped up our first semi-final game, meaning we're down to our second and final semi-final. Then we're playing the finals. But don't get too excited, folks. We're going to find out who our next finalist is going to be, because the winner of this best of 3 is going to play against Onyx Rise, which already in itself is a terrifying final, okay? I do not envy either of the teams playing in this matchup, because it's probably the uppest of uphill battles in that final. But if you're curious to know who is playing in this best of 3, if you haven't kept up with our matches for today, it is T1 going up against Rival Esports. So 2 formidable teams again playing in a best of 3. As for predictions, I think it's probably very heavy towards Rival Esports at this point of time. I think a lot of people and a lot of analysts comparing the 2 teams. Rival, they have been around, I feel like, for much longer than T1, and they have the more veteran roster compared to T1, unfortunately. And if you look at the general play styles for both teams, T1, they are a team of surprises, I feel, at times, but the Rival, lots of consistency. They have their surprises of their own, but mechanically speaking, you're looking at some of the most mechanically gifted players in Southeast Asia. So for T1, this is going to be the toughest battle yet today. But for Rival, they're looking at T1 thinking, if we lose to this team, we're missing out on that final spot. So many points on the line, and we're playing for seeding at this point in time too. So ideally, if you can get first seed, you are in the best spot coming into the King of the Hill playoffs.
Absolutely. And I think and I do agree as well on what you've said, that more veteran, it has to be Rival Esports. Definitely, there's no question regarding that. If you have been following the Pokemon Unite esports scene for quite some time, you know, there's just these players competing all over again in different team names, but still stacked in the roster as a whole. There were quite a few changes before, but you know, it's still them. It's still the core of the team pretty much available. And this is definitely Rival Esports in its truest form. So definitely excited what we are about to see. But let's not deny the capabilities of Team 1, because they could just take you by surprise.
I saw the funniest thing in the Discord group. So we've got Ice. He's at Eeyore. He says, "Give me strength." So, referring to Ice, you know, he's still mortal, you're still allowed feelings. So, you know, so strength to Ice. I mean, we'll see if he even needs it to begin with, because we kind of don't know what to expect from T1 too. Because T1, they absolutely deserve to be in the semi-final spot too, because they beat Full Sense. And I put Full Sense as my prediction to actually be the entire winner for the day, but T1 threw everything out the window. So, but T1 played really well to take that spot from Full Sense. So I do think there is a very good potential here for T1 to even upset Rival, but then again, I think Rival probably also watched that match as well. So there's no true surprises unless T1 has something that they've been keeping in their back pocket this whole time. You know, it's been getting a bit warm. It's been marinating back there, but hopefully it's something that's going to help bring them into that final spot to play against Onyx Rise. So there's potential for both teams to win, but from a numbers standpoint, a lot of people are going to be leaning towards Rival.
Absolutely, because Rival Esports is currently standing at the second seeded team in PUACL, while T1 is actually at the fourth one. But might I tell you, both of the teams does have won a championship already for the group stage. So it was actually Rival Esports, or rather Team 1, who was a champion during day number 1, and for day number 2, it was Rival Esports. So definitely we are seeing a repeat of story here. Can we see another Onyx Rise versus Team 1, or would it be a different formula of finals wherein Onyx Rise would have to go for a second time around or be the champions, or would it be Rival Esports being the second time around?
Well, we'll have to find out after this first. We have to see if it's going to be T1 or Rival to go to the finals, and who's going to play the bronze match. Because we also have to remember there's going to be a bronze match. Yeah. This will be played off stream, unfortunately, so it won't be broadcasted. But the bronze match will be played between the loser of this match with Nemesis. Yeah, so we will update you on the results of that later today. But of course, the goal at this point of time for this best of 3 is to win, right? Is it T1? Is it Rival Esports? Who's going to play up against Onyx Rise in our final match later today? So we're just going to give the players a little bit of extra time here to... But just a reminder, folks, we actually do have a giveaway happening right now, right, Pika?
Yeah, absolutely. Day number...
Right, Pika?
Yeah, absolutely. Day number 4, and for tomorrow we also have our giveaway. So a while ago, someone just won the t-shirt and the jersey, and again, we have a milestone giveaway. If we hit 500 viewers, we will be giving away a lot. So there's going to be the towel, the cap, and another t-shirt, I do believe. So make sure to grab your popcorns, you know, invite some of your friends to watch the live stream, because definitely it would be an honor if you do get those giveaways, if you do those merchandise, because this is really a limited edition. You can only get this in PUACL. Come on, make sure to invite your friends and come over.
It's rare. It's for this year only. So if you get it, that's like limited edition merchandise there. Yeah. Okay, so T1 versus Rival Esports. Pika, I'm going to ask you a prediction, because both of our teams that we predicted to win the entire thing are out.
Yeah.
With who's remaining in our top 3, essentially, who do you think is going to take the entire tournament today?
That's a tough question, because if I predict on this matchup, definitely they have to win the whole thing. But I'm quite thinking, I think the most comfortable that I'm going to say is going to be Rival Esports. I predicted to them last week, believing that they would win the whole thing, but didn't really work on their favor. But I think they have a really good shot up against all the other teams here in Southeast Asia PUACL. So in general, looking at the better perspective, I think Rival Esports has a great shot in getting the championship for today.
Okay, because my choice for the entire thing, if it wasn't full sense, it's probably Onyx.
Right.
Yeah, I think my choice was going to be Onyx, because like I said this before, the team's consistent. T1 though, coming out with a Sableye. Oh, sorry, that's not picked, right? Is that not a bug? What's happening? That looks like a pig.
No, it's not a pick. It is a show
pick. Is it a highlight?
Yeah, show pick. There we go. I think that's how I put it. Show pick.
Okay. I was like, did they pick that already? Like, what's up with the game? Okay, there we go. Thank you, Pistario. I swear, if they pick this though, I will probably laugh.
I want to see it in play. Come on. You know, you've been wanting an unexpected Pokemon out of the box. Why not? Let's just take the Sableye.
Lock it in.
Lock it in. Come on.
Come on, no, Pistario. You don't do that. Come on, Pistario. You don't do that. You don't flash Sableye and then just decide to pick Mewtwo X. It's not the same thing. Just because they're the same color, it doesn't mean they're the same Pokemon. Oh my gosh.
There was actually a team way back last year who has been picking Sableye. Another Filipino team. They were... What was their team last year? Blacklist, I think. Yeah, it was former
Blacklist?
Yeah, Blacklist. They were picking a lot of Sableye before with Dodrio. We might see them in the winter tournament.
Yeah, we could. I think we could see them, right? Because they didn't get invited for ACL. Yeah, I'd love to see them again. Drafts for both teams, though. So, standard opening for Rival, I'm not surprised that Hooper's being picked up by Rival because they have historically played a lot of Hooper in the past. HT Mimikyu is like a no-brainer. If it's available, you just take it. T1, though, the follow-up is Leafeon and Blaziken. I do like the secure ability there for Mule on the Blaziken, and I also like the roaming potential here for Epee. Epee needs to be aware that he is competing against HT's Mimikyu, and HT historically
the kit in general of Mimikyu is just way too good. Definitely could handle anything. But Mega Charizard
he's back.
X.
He's back, baby.
He's back.
There we go. We got the blue Charizard. I love him. We actually haven't seen a lot of him until recently, right? He was basically the star pick, I suppose, for day 1 and 2. And then day 3, he just vanished. Because I think teams sort of realized that there are other Megas that are a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about sustain, definitely Mega Lucario is a better overall, but with Mega Lucario being banned, I think T1 forecast this ahead of time that maybe we could somehow pick up the Mega Charizard X again. Maybe this could shake things off to the teams, especially that it was gone for a while. And this unexpected pick might be the factor in order for them to get a head start towards Rival Esports.
Yeah, and I think the one thing I really like about Mega Charizard is that he, in a lot of cases, can bypass those mid-game defenses and team fights, right? Because he can just fly over everybody, ignore them, meaning that he can reach that backline. And all of a sudden, Miraidon's position isn't so safe anymore, just with the existence of that Mega Charizard X. So Rival will need to pay attention to where Mule is going to be on that Charizard and to ensure that they're able to keep that Miraidon in a safe position. Well, they have a way to fend off the Charizard so he's not able to dive into the backlines. Because that's one of the things Charizard's still good at, right? Diving into the backlines, being a nuisance, and being very, very slippery while he does it.
Yeah, this is actually a very powerful bruiser type of Pokemon. And when you're going up against Rival Esports, especially HT with the Mimikyu, I think this Charizard is actually a great matchup. They have to use that Seismic Slam ahead of time in order to avoid that Leafeon getting knocked out immediately by HT.
Alright, so it's the laning stage here, PQUs. We're gonna have to see who gets that head start, who's going to have an easy lane, and who's gonna have a bit of a tough one. Because you can see right now in the middle of the lane, you have a bit of a pushback. Both teams having their supporters in that central area, fending off a potential central area invade.
Uh-oh, Saram is trying to go in for the knockout and ice with a cheese strats. Makes it out. That was actually a close call, and I think T1 was trying to eye for an early knockout for an XP advantage, but not quite the time for now.
No, not now, but maybe soon. We do have Mule in that central area competing with HT. That's not a matchup for a Charmeleon, unfortunately. Life is hard as a Charmeleon, especially up against a Mimikyu, probably one of the toughest central area Pokemon to compete with, unless you have some kind of secure yourself. But Mule gonna ensure that this top lane is one for T1, but down bottom though you can see a bit of a struggle city down there for T1 as HT gonna make himself known and provide support for Miraidon, who almost got caught there. Rhyme super low, but they did slow down the progression of that Leafeon, which is very important for Rival.
But at the start, I think Rival Esports has been doing a great job despite T1 is winning in terms of, points, but this is not a large points that you could say. And Rival Esports, on the other hand, has been controlling the map so well, rotation-wise. They know what's coming, and they are giving T1 a tough time to gain those XPs.
Okay, Mule's going to show himself in that top lane, but he's not going to really be able to do much. He does get a fire punch in, but hang on a minute though. Health bars are getting pretty low, forcing out the eject as well there onto that combustion. They do actually get a pick off onto the Mimikyu on the side of Rival. So a bit of a surprise pickup there. That shouldn't be happening at all, but HT, I guess, getting a little bit too handsy in the game. Rhyme, though, unfortunately, going to have to go up against Komi. Needs to respect that Leafeon because Leafeon is an amazing assassinator as well. But in the meantime, though, Blaziken picking up the Regidrago for the team.
Yeah, and T1 right off the bat, they just recovered after a little bit too down up against Rival Esports, and they have been getting a huge chunk of XP. Level 8 on the Charizard X, level 7 on the Leafeon. This is going to be scary once another fight commences, especially that Rival Esports really has to babysit that Miraidon a bit, knowing that this is one of the most consistent attackers for the side of Rival Esports, and that Leafeon Komi could definitely have an easy access to it, but the Mamoswine is just being burned down. This is not looking good. All of a sudden, T1 is being melted down. They just eliminated the Piloswine, but all of a sudden melted down by the offense of Rival Esports.
And it's all because of HT on that Mimikyu. First coming in to dish out a bit of damage and then immediately play with me onto Mule. So the Charizard had no chance to really do anything in that fight. The setup as well, it was all on ice. The Piloswine getting the initial ice freeze onto the Charizard, dropping him to half health. That is the one thing I think was mainly the main reason why Mule didn't fully commit to a Unite there. Probably because he was just too low health to really, commit to the fight. And also noticing that if he unites there, he's opening himself to just being hit with the play with me. So he said, okay, never mind. I'll just do what I can with the fire punch. But even then, really just wasn't given an opportunity to really play the game. So T1, it looks like the tempo for this team has really slowed down, and I do worry for this team because you don't want to fully slow down up against what Rival Esports is currently running, because you're essentially letting this team take all the experience, win all these team fights, and basically just running away with the game.
Yeah, and they're gonna run away that game easily if you left them scale up into this. But right now, we're just waiting for the access to the Mammoth Mash, which is actually now available. So this would make it a bit of a tougher situation for T1 because as soon as that Mamoswine levels up even more, the tankier it gets. So they need to shred down that front line as much as possible. But I think that wouldn't be a problem that much as long as the Leafeon, as long as Komi can get access into the back line. So that is what they need to do right now. Prevent and avoid everything to be crowd controlled by the Leafeon. And the Charizard X might be doing its job to just do the seismic slam up against that Mimikyu.
Yeah, so at the moment, they almost managed to get the Mamoswine. They will pull them up into the air though, so there is the Unite move used by the Charizard. You can see in the back lines though, we do see a jump from the Gyarados. We'll be able to waterfall out of there, so right now it's just a 1-for-1 trade from both sides, but Leafeon's the first one to go down. They do manage to catch out the Mimikyu, so HT out of the picture. You can see right now Rivalry wanting to get the escape. They will just escape through the portal, but they have left behind the Gyarados. Mule unable to finish on his own, but his teammates just come in at the nick of time to finish him off. They do manage to score at least one with Epe. They're going to lose the Mewtwo, but at least the rest of the team manages to escape, and we finally see a successful fight here for T1.
Absolutely, and this could be the start of the momentum that T1 has been eyeing for game number 1. But Rival Esports still scaling a huge chunk of XP after losing that team fight and gunning and eyeing on this Regieleki because they've been wanting to put more pressure up against T1. But speaking of pressure, here comes T1. They're engaging the fight. Emerald two-step has been used, but not quite efficient to take the knockout and ice. Using the Mallet Mash in order for them to take a knockout for themselves, and gets the Regieleki to put some pressure in the top path, and T1 is forced to do the defense.
Yeah, T1, are they going to commit to the defense? Ice is there, and they even use the Dragon Current as well from that Gyarados. But so far, looks like the defense is coming in for T1. They just need to hang in a little bit longer, but Regieleki still looking too healthy. We have Komi trying to escape the wrath of Rival Esports, who are still sticking around. They're doing their best to hold the fort, but they have to just give this away at some point. Regieleki walks in, 41-point dunk, and at least for Yamu, he's able to waterfall out of there.
Yeah, almost a knockout for them after that great pull from the Mewtwo X, but not quite enough for them to take the knockout. It could have been a lot of XP for the team, but not at least for today. So it is a reset for Rival Esports, a reset of game indeed, because everyone is going head-to-head in the XP and objectives. But right now, Ice is really confident that the team could wipe them out, but Ice is tanking a lot of damage, but the follow-up not quite there because they will prioritize the Regice, and Yang was actually pinched down by the offense of T1. And T1, on the other hand, is trying to eye on the prize, which is going to be the Kyogre. But still, Rival Esports does have enough time to form themselves in the pit.
And for T1, they get first dibs on positioning just because they're able to get there as a full team. And already look at this Pisterio. He's going to taunt Rival Esports into a fight. Telekinesis is there from the Slowbro, trying to pull in Ice on that Mammoth. He's still tanky, but he gets blown up, not even given a chance to play. And the Miraidon as well. Rival Esports down to 3 players. Mule is pretty low. They're trying to figure out who their target is with the Gyarados, but they've also lost the Mimikyu. HG is down, and that's it. It's a full team wipe. T1 will get the Kyogre for free, and that's going to be them to score points and to take game number 1, unless Rival Esports can pull off a miracle from this Magician's hat.
Emerald 2-step with the Razor Leap was enough to be the commencement in order for them to engage into a team fight. Who would have thought that it would be an aggressive play for T1, especially that we are dealing with Kyogre, who's not known for giving the buffs up a flip. So they made it possible for them to, get the buffs immediately, get that continuous regain of HP, and just defend the goal zone. A phenomenal play from T1.
Amazing. Just being able to see that opportunity to begin with. Because in a lot of cases, I know people question when teams focus down the defenders. Like, you're looking at Ice thinking, why are they targeting the Mammoth, right? Like, is this Mammoth really a big deal? He wasn't even given a chance to play the game. And we've seen how important Ice's role is in these team fights to not only get the freezes, but to also just threaten with the Mammoth Mash. Now, Rival Esports have 27 seconds to somehow pull off the comeback of the century. They need points. I mean, they do have points to play with, but they don't have time to play with.
Yeah, that's just 15 seconds in the bank, and that's another 92 points in the top half. That's another 100 at the bottom, and I believe that this points from the bottom path, if ever scored, won't be enough for them to overtake the victory. And T1 gets game number 1 up against Rival Esports.
I think this is a very surprise first win here for T1 for a lot of people. I know a lot of viewers, and I think a lot of casters as well, were expecting Rival Esports to take this game number 1, especially with the lineup that they were currently running. But T1's execution around that Kyogre pit was flawless. Beautiful selection of Pokemon. Perfect execution of those knockouts, especially with just getting rid of Ice before he's able to move, and Rhyme as well. Forcing HT, Yamu, and Yang to kind of panic and throw bodies to try and buy time for their teammates to get back, which it does work in some drafts. In this case, not really the best Pokemon to do that kind of play style. So, T1, bit of a surprise win here. If they 2-0 this and go to the finals, this is going to be a huge surprise for not just us, but I think a lot of other teams playing in the tournament.
Absolutely, and also the fans who's watching at home, who's watching everywhere around the world, definitely would be surprised. But yeah, we've talked about that last fight, really handled well by T1. I think it was actually Pisterio, if I'm not mistaken, who initiated things out in the Kyogre. Like, he took the HP of the Kyogre, which made Rival Esports, again, just like what you said, they panic a bit because they need to respond as fast as they can. Yes, they have the rings and bound axes, but that panic made things to shake off a little bit up against Rival Esports. And the Leafeon from the backline was absolutely phenomenal. Kami saw an opening for them to go for a secured knockout, just shredding down the numbers of rival esports gave them a huge opportunity to get that objective and get the W for game 1.
Yeah, I hope we see it in the full replay because that was a crazy team fight around the Kyogre pit. But you can see in the replays we're seeing right now how crazy both of these teams were. So we saw Ice getting pulled back. We saw Rival just panicking, but Rhyme didn't even get to move.
Right.
Just the placement, the timing, the positioning. It just goes to show, you know, like even though speedsters, they're not as popular as all-rounders, but if there's one thing that they excel at that what a lot of all-rounders can't do, it's going for those quick pickoffs if there is that small opening. So T1, they're 1 game up. I'm very sure this team is feeling incredibly confident going into game number 2. We're probably feeling nervous now, right? Because the ball's in their court. There's still technically 2 games to go. If they drop this next game, we could see a game number 3, but I'm expecting Rival to pull out some really dirty strats for game number 2 to bring this to that 3rd game.
Absolutely, they won't be going out without a fight here. Definitely expecting that game number 3 to happen. But for Team 1, they want to make sure they finish this as early as possible. And their draft was looking phenomenally great. Even though Rival Esports, I think in general, has a, somewhat of a better draft, at least in my opinion, by having access to the Mimikyu, to the Miraidon, and as well as that Mamoswine. But that Leafeon could have been a game changer, especially that Blaziken as well. Blaziken for the firepower, and quick pick-offs from the Leafeon gave access for T1 for them to, get some a little bit of ahead of time towards the fight in Cryover.
I think this is something that I really love about Blaziken as a pick. Not just because Blaziken, if he's over-leveled, he can do some really, really big damage. But this is one of the few Pokemon that generally makes players and teams feel very, very scared around that Kyogre pit because this is, we look at the King of Secure, and he does amazing individual damage. If you let a Blaziken solo a Kyogre, he can. He's one of the few Pokemon that can do it very, very comfortably. So knowing that the enemy team has a Blaziken and they're in a position where they can potentially go for the solo onto the Kyogre, I can see why Rival felt like they had to go in there because it's a matter of seconds for a Blaziken to get rid of a Kyogre on its own. So it really is a case of hitting that panic button. You never want to see Blaziken be able to sit that close to the pit. You really need to be the team to zone out the Blaziken. So I kind of wonder, are we going to see this Pokemon banned? Or is it going to be stolen for game number 2? Or are we maybe going to be seeing a counter to Blaziken? Right? Is there really a way to get rid of the Flaming Chicken? And in a lot of cases, in the old meta when Blaziken was always the thing, the way to deal with Blaziken was really to just destroy his lane, shut him down, and basically keep him under-leveled for the majority of the game so that he's not very threatening with the overheat. And even though he can still secure, an under-leveled Blaziken is a much smaller threat than a over-leveled or semi-leveled Blaziken.
Yeah, and I think banning it is one of the ways in order to just avoid being a threat. If not, you take it away for yourselves. But I think that's not just the factor on why T1 actually got the W a while ago. Again, highlighting Komi, probably, the Leafeon did its job as well. But I wouldn't say it should be a priority ban at least. But I think Rival Esports, if T1 would actually be gunning for the same play, or at least have an attacker on their hands, I feel like a speedster might be needed, at least for Rival Esports. Yes, HD is using the Mimikyu, but can the Mimikyu be enough to shut down somebody? I think that's the biggest question I have in mind. But Rival Esports, for their last ban, they're going to be banning away the Flaming Chicken.
I knew it. You can't let him through. But at the same time, there's no Mimikyu for HT. So there are going to be some draft changes, and already T1 going for the Mega Gyarados. So already, bit of a change in terms of the Pokemon chosen, but I'm keen to see what HT is going to be given for his choice of Pokemon because his general playstyle doesn't really deviate a lot. He's always going to be that very farm-hungry but very aggressive central laner. He wants something that does damage, but is also quite quick and elusive. And I kind of wonder, is he maybe going to go for maybe one of his old classics? I'm not going to say anything because I don't want to jinx it, but having a Slowbro in play already is going to make him maybe think twice.
But with this, we have a Glaceon back in action. This is interesting. Together with a Scizor, actually, we do have it. But I'm looking at the trap previously, and so far, the Mewtwo X has been stolen away, and Rival Esports has the access to it. And I do feel like this play a huge role as well at the hands of T1. So losing it might be a big one.
Zacian, the Sword Doggo is back. He's back! Zacian is back! I know some people don't like this Pokemon, but he's back! It's been such a long time. We very rarely see Zacian. But I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, what role does Zacian play in this game? Like, what is Zacian bringing to the table for T1?
I think this would be
Gengar.
Right. Oh,
hello, welcome back.
Welcome back.
I love these peaks.
We have, comebacks happening at the table, but I think, hear me out. I think for T1,
I'm listening.
This is going to be a Scyther, not a Scizor. Probably be going to the central lane. And then we have that Zacian either on top or the bottom. That's how I see the picture right now. So that's great. They have a slasher here, but that Gengar quite scares me a bit.
No, the Gengar is definitely something to be worried about in this particular game because, I know Gengar's not very popular, and it is, to a certain degree, would you say Gengar is very, very niche in what it does?
I think you need a great execution to use the Gengar.
Because to me, I feel like Gengar is one of those few Pokemon where you play this Pokemon around your team so that you get your solo matchups, or you play essentially single player Unite, running around the map doing your own thing. Because that's what Gengar's really great at, right? Like, he's great at 1v1s. That is his matchup. And there are a lot of Pokemon in this particular game that is going to be vulnerable to a Gengar, but this is also T1. I don't think T1's going to fall to the trap of, giving a Gengar free eliminations. Now, keep in mind, this is also Rhyme playing this, who is the bottom lane farmer for the team. So, to me, this definitely feels more like a team Gengar rather than that solo matchup. So, I want to know, how does Rival Esports incorporate this Gengar into their lineup? Is he just going to be that assassinator that comes in and basically plays like HT? Or is that something else that Rhyme is contributing to the team that we aren't really aware of?
I'm excited to see, just seeing the comebacks of the Pokemons, the Sword Dog, and of course, this Gengar makes me wonder what kind of execution. Would it be the same as before, or there is something new that we haven't seen yet? But as we see here in the bottom lane, too aggressive here for Rival Esports, making sure those points be on the bank, but the Scyther is already available here for T1. Barely missed a perfect opportunity to go for the KOs, but still they managed to get a few. That Hunter is taken down. At least they got some XP out of it.
Yep, they got a little bit of experience, got the evolution, so it's not too bad for Rhyme. Could be better, but as long as the Magikarp is not evolving, I think Rival Esports is going to be pretty happy with whatever happens in that bottom lane. Because Slowbro would also be very high his levels. But nope, we do have a Gyarados down here, so now it's going to be a bit of a struggle city here for Rhyme, because you can't really easily take out either of these Pokemon, right? Gyarados and Slowbro, both very tanky Pokemon. They aren't really soloable until Haunter evolves into that Gengar. And, with Ice on the Snorlax, you don't really have any healing down here either. So there's going to be some support from HT, maybe a lot of hand-holding until we see that Gengar evolution for Rhyme. But for now, we do see Mule securing the Regidrago for the team. So you can already tell right now, I think T1, they're feeling good, they're looking good. I think now all eyes are on Rival Esports to see how they turn things around for game number 2.
Well, speaking of turning things around, this is a good refresh from T1, knowing that there's a lot of members at the hands of Rival Esports. So right now, they are eyeing on the top lane, knowing that there was a full reset, and Pischerio is actually ready to gun in for the fight, and there we go. First knockout comes in the hands of T1, and Rival Esports makes the call to fall back immediately, knowing that there's a huge threat, but the Icicle Spear is too good for them to handle. That's what I love with the spears. That's a sure hit when it comes to the combat.
Yeah, Icicle Spears is going to be the biggest threat to the Scyther because you can't really dodge the Icicle Spear unless you have a teammate body block for you, or if you're close enough to wild Pokemon, you can also use wild Pokemon to body block for you. So you'll need to be very meticulous with this positioning. Right now, we do have the Zacian securing the Regieleki up top. Rival Esports, they do know they have the numbers advantage for now, though. Oh, Zacian is here, though. And we do have the Registeel taken by Rival Esports, but they have lost 2 Pokemon for this. So it does come at a pretty heavy cost. But if Rival Esports wants to make anything happen, now is essentially the best time to do it. But they don't have a frontliner, so now they're kind of stuck.
Yeah, and I think they have to win the next fight, especially if they need to maximize the value of the Registeel that they got. So definitely it will be, not of a good sign if they haven't maximized that potential that the Registeel could actually give them. So they have to be very careful on the next execution that they do. And I love the call as well by this Hunter being able to farm some XPs, knowing that there is a total mismatch that we are seeing up against a Gyarados who's really aggressive and definitely can tank out the damage of a Hunter, which will be a Gengar later on. But in the top lane, the Green Illusion Dive does a lot of damage, knocks out 2 Pokemons at the top path. Rhyme is here to defend, goes for the Dream Eater, gets a knockout from the Scyther, and he's getting all the lives of T1. What is his stage? Shadow Ball's actually there as well to defend things down. But he's not going to overextend with his Eater. He comes back with Yemo. This could be a turnaround, and T1 senses that it might happen, so they gotta play this one very safe.
I'd say that was a rather successful defense considering the circumstances. But we did see just then, right, the power of Gengar. Given the opportunity, he can get some pretty nasty knocks. And to get it on a Scyther, that is probably one of the most important knockouts in the game because Scyther is a Pokemon that wants to have a huge level lead, and to soak up some of that experience for Rhyme, you want to be at a huge level advantage as a Gengar. So Rhyme's going to try and wait this out, wait for the team to come in, but then they go for the initial burst. There goes the Zacian, they're pushing on through though. Mule coming in with the Green Storm as well. They do catch out the Gengar though, so Rhyme does get punished, but Efe loses his life in the process. The Slowbro is trying to get away. The Icicle Spear is not going to be enough. Slowbro is just too tanky. Gyarados is here, and this is the Mega Form as well. He is incredibly tanky himself, but Ice and HT holding down the fort, but very low as well. So hesitating on whether they want to try and go for this. Icicle Spear is there, and the steal happens! HT! That should not have happened!
That should not have happened, but here comes the response of Team 1 by using the Rings Unbound. Reinforcements falling down. Yang has to back away a bit here, knowing that Yemo and the others might be coming very soon. Rhyme has to eject back to his teammates, but there wasn't enough time. The egg did not make it in time for them to hinder the movement of T1. And what a fight we saw at the bottom lane. Secured objective once again for Rival Esports.
I think Rival are very lucky to secure that too, because Icicle Spears, these travel at a consistent speed. It's not something that you're able to really time. So, Icicle Spears onto Mule.
Wow, almost a knockout.
It would have been a knockout if Ice hit him. Very, very close. But now HT gonna be chased himself, still trying to escape. Mule is there, wants his revenge, but he doesn't get it. Actually, he does get it. Excuse me, wrong Pokemon. And now looking for another one, looking for Ice, but Snorlax is a different case. He's a very, very, very big Pokemon, so not easy to knock out at all.
Yeah, Defender, probably one of the best defenses in the game. I think some other Pokemon might be able to do the job, but definitely not Mule. It could be Komi with the Mega Gyarados later on, but I don't see the Snorlax as a priority target so far. Yes, it might
Not
be,
yet.
but there are other options that T1 could actually look into, especially that Glaceon has been dishing out a lot of damage and making them suffer as a team.
It really has been making them suffer. And going into the last stretch, I have a feeling we are going to be looking at a level 14 Scyther, which is almost the ideal position to be for this kind of Pokemon this late into the game. Just needs a little bit more experience, and then Mule's going to basically hit his peak. This is his time to shine, to go in there and to get those quick knockouts onto rival esports before they're able to turn this game around, because really, this final stretch is the last hurrah for rival. Otherwise, they're stuck at a point deficit, and I just don't see them being able to score points easily. Oh, but the pincer maneuver from T1, they almost caught them in that bottleneck. Here comes the Blizz Assist, though. They managed to get the catch out. Oh, no, I don't think HT's getting out. The Glaceon is basically stuck, and Kyogre gets secured by the Mega Gyarados. And with only 3 Pokemon remaining here for rival esports, this is going to be one heck of a defense if they are able to succeed.
Uh-oh, Ice doesn't know who to prioritize. Komi is chasing Yimo out of nowhere, but the defense from Ice Just Connect is having a bit of time. But the top lane is looking wide open. Can they defend this? That's 100 points falling in the hands of Team 1, and Rival Esports does need to catch up a lot in the point department.
We've still got 1 minute to go, so there is a chance for this game to turn around, but T1, they're playing the safe game. They are playing it safe, they're securing their spot in the finals, and it's going to be up to Rival to pull back the comeback of the century at this point if they're going to try and find their way to fight up against Onyx. And Ice, not quite there, unfortunately, but the heavy slam for Stereo, though, going a little bit too deep. Rival slowly moving forward as a team. HT lagging behind on that Glaceon, trying to catch up. You have the Green Storm there from Mule, and they actually managed to lose the slow burst. So the defender is down. Mule is running, gonna try and juke into the bushes. He will be able to succeed, and now forcing several Pokemon back, but there's the pullback from Yamu. But Komi is here, now going to use the Unite move to buy time and basically just keep Yamu away from the rest of his team. But does it really matter? I don't think it does. The point difference is looking a little bit too big here, Pika Yules.
Absolutely, and this has to be a game already. T1 advancing once again in the grand finals up against Onyx one more time. This is just like day number 1. What a sequence here, Daniel. Team 1 definitely showed their prowess, that their finals appearance during day number 1 wasn't just by pure luck. It is a matter of consistency and coming back stronger in PUACL.
It wasn't a case of just day 1 luck, some people like to say, but T1, they looked amazing today. I think they really played their lineup really well. Mule on the Scyther, I think, really just threw Rival Esports for a loop, because if you look at the lineup for Rival, they didn't really have the best solutions to deal with the Scyther. Like, yes, HT could potentially lock onto him with the Icicle Spear. Not really ideal. Rhyme was a potential good assassin to get rid of Mule as well, but Rhyme struggled this game. And Rhyme struggled because this is one of the main issues Gengar runs into. It's a very frail Pokemon that can only go for those quick eliminations, like just jump in, jump out. And if there's no opportunity for you to do that, then you can't really contribute to your team at all. You don't provide any utility, you can't really provide any bulk as well. And in most cases, you can't really act as bait either, because in a lot of cases, if you're acting as bait, you're probably gonna get knocked out. So drafting, execution, T1, they won today. They won everywhere.
Absolutely. But, you know, Rival Esports did well as well in the offensive side during the, let's say, early game to mid game. They really pushed back. Team 1, but Team 1 somewhat just gained their momentum. You know, they were able to identify the priority targets for the Scyther and the Gyarados itself. You know, Gyarados takes care of the tankier opponents. Scyther gets the one who's squishier at the hands of Rival Esports. And everyone did their assignment. And they do have a backup as well, with the Zacian being available for the team. So, there's just a lot of combinations that Team 1 could actually do with their trap. And I feel like Rhyme with the Gengar, not quite the best option in my opinion. They could have gone for another speedster or maybe another all-rounder for the team.
I think there was definitely a concept behind the Gengar. It's just, this was probably a really tough game to pull off in, right? It was a really tough game. The matchups weren't the best, and it didn't help, I feel, that Rhyme did get knocked out quite early in the laning stage. This was, I think if you would have remembered, he got the first knockout, but then he was knocked out shortly after. He hit level 5, he hit Gengar, but after that happened, I feel like that really slowed down his progress. If he had a much faster game as Gengar, if he was funneled resources a little bit sooner, maybe he could have actually provided more support for the team, but he lagged behind a little bit, and I think it really hurt Rhyme's performance in general because, like we've said this before, Gengar is a very niche Pokemon. You kind of have to treat it like a Scyther.
Yeah.
You really needed to have that level advantage. Essentially, treat it like a central laner. You gotta feed him. You gotta feed him good.
Yeah, and if you let that Pokemon be behind in the XP department, definitely would suffer a lot, and the damage just cannot be felt. Especially with the lineup of T1, definitely has a huge amount of sustain with the likes of a Mega Gyarados. So that's actually what happened in the picture. The reason why we were not able to feel the contribution of the maximization of the Gengar as a whole. But the journey's not yet over for their team. They still have a game later on up against Nemesis and T1 up against Onyx. So don't go anywhere. When we are back, we're going to be having our grand finals. It's T1 versus Onyx. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2026 Southeast Asia League. It is Danley and Pika Yules back again as we get ready for our finals for the day. And in case you didn't catch any of our matches earlier today, our finalists are none other than T1 and Onyx Rise, which I think a lot of people are very surprised that T1 made it this far, especially with the matchups they were put through. But if you caught all of their games, 100% expected that they should be making it through to today's games, because dang, did they play so good.
Yeah, definitely a team you have to watch out for. And not just that, these are the teams who made it into the finals during day number 1, which is Onyx and Team 1. So this is really a huge boost of points for these teams, knowing that everyone has been aiming for that first and second spot, because that would give you a guarantee already for the ACL finals, because the top 3 teams across Southeast Asia would be having a slot for ACL finals. And that being said, like, the top 2 teams is already guaranteed, because they're going to be playing a King of the Hill instead of the traditional double elimination bracket that we have been seeing over the past few years.
And at this point, I think it's almost safe to say that Onyx is almost guaranteed a spot at this point. If they win it today, I think that's probably it, right, Pika? They are guaranteed that top 1 spot. And then it's going to be left to everyone else picking for that second spot, which is still going to be tough, even though we have one more play day, one more play day, one more opportunity to pick up those big bag of points. And the gap between second to fourth place, I feel, is pretty small. It really just depends on whether these guys have one good play day and whether someone has a really bad day. Because unfortunately, there's a good chance that some of these teams tomorrow are going to be knocked out in round one.
All right, let me do a quick math. Let's do a quick math. So Onyx is currently at 39, Rival Esports at 36, Full Sense at 35, and T1 at 34. The points are not accounted for today, so 20 points is being awarded into the champion team. So if Team 1 gets this, they would have 59 points, and if Team 1, they would get 54. So assuming that they would be losing the first round tomorrow at the very lowest point, they would have 4 points, so that's a total of 58. So I think some teams could actually catch up into them. FN Esports would definitely be sitting at around, let's say, 5th to 8th place, that's for sure. For Nemesis upwards, they might have a shot on being probably at around 3 to the 7th spot, but things get tighter, especially for the first top 4 teams, which is Onyx, Rival, Full Sense, and T1. So I think these are the teams who has a shot in overtaking that first to third spot. But again, first and second is the only guarantee because the third placer will fight it still out for the King of the Hill.
Still got to play the King of the Hill format. Dang it, that's the long road. But some teams like that format, I feel. Like, some teams want to play Pokemon Unite. Yeah. So good for you, So... if you like taking the long road, I guess good for you. You have the advantage whether you end up with the head start or if you have to take that long road. But this matchup in particular, both of these teams have been crowned champions before, right? They've both been crowned champions before, and I'm going to be honest, I think you can go either way. Even though Onyx is generally speaking the stronger team, I think T1 can do it after today.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the match standings or series standings, Onyx Rise lost to T1 in day 1, but for day number 2, unfortunately not the finals, but on the first round, Onyx actually beat T1, so they're currently on 1-1 speaking, but we're not quite sure. It's day number 4, that's day number 1 and 2, and a lot of things happened along the process. That was like almost 2 months of preparation up until this point, so really hard to predict who's going to be getting the victory here. All of us, or might be almost all of us, are maybe saying that Onyx might have a better shot simply because of the performance that they have been showing over the past course of PUACL. But T1 has been playing phenomenally well, just like what you've said for today.
Look, Pika, I think we've got to leave it to the teams to play it out, to show us and to prove to us who is going to be our champion for today. So let's leave it to the draft here, because both of our teams, they're rearing to go, game is ready to go. Who is not playing today? We should not be surprised, because the Pokemon are currently highlighted have been our most successful and some of our most impactful Pokemon in all of our matches today. Vaporeon is absolutely one of them. Mimikyu has been a monster in all of its games, and Hoopa in the team games it's appeared in have been very significant as well.
Absolutely, and I think, it's just a matter of respect, fam. Whenever you're going up against Onyx, you have to take away that Mimikyu as much as possible. So I do love the target ban here from Team 1, especially banning as well the Vaporeon. So that means they won't be using Vaporeon at least for this game, knowing that they have been using it for, I think quite some time in the tournament run as well. As far as I know, it's Onyx who has been using it as well. So I think every team does use Vaporeon, but Onyx has been target locking that Vaporeon over the past games that they have, especially in Semifinals, which is up against Team Nemesis. So this is actually a great call for Team 1, target banning at the same time securing that Mega Gyarados for themselves. So starting off the draft with a pretty powerful all-rounder for the team, which leaves Onyx Rise maybe going in for all-rounders or defenders on the first pick.
So Iluna's Snorlax has been something I have been eyeing today, and I think he only played it once today because it was either that or banned.
Yeah.
His Snorlax is wonderful, so I'm glad to see this coming back. The Blastoise, I'm curious to know if we're going to be seeing a bit of a swap of route, because Axew could play the Blastoise. because Eeyore doesn't really play Blastoise, and I don't think Cell really wants to pilot the Blastoise either, unless they want to do something funky and they put like Zoe and Illuna on the Snorlax and the Blastoise. What is this double speedster that we're seeing highlighted for Rise? Oh my gosh, we're seeing Leafeon and Darkrai on the same team. What kind of madness is this?
I think Suicune would be a great pick here for Team 1. The amount of space that it could contribute in terms of crowd control would be very great, especially with a lineup like this for Onyx Rise.
But T1's decided to go for the Machamp instead, which we did see T1 use earlier today, I believe, with versus Full Sense, and it was a submission build. I have a feeling Saram is going to maybe do the same thing, go for submission, because the Blastoise also technically will suffer against a Machamp, especially if it's gone for Rapid Spin. So this might even change up the build for Axeq on the Blastoise if he's not running Hydro Pump Surf, if he decides to go for Rapid Spin. Mule's going to be playing the Machamp. Interesting.
I'm trying to digest as well the trap here for Onyx, because yes, they have reliable defenders, but two speedsters, this has to be the main damage dealer, yet they are very squishy. So I'm not quite sure if the block from Illuna might actually do the job to protect them, but if they get caught up by the Rock Tomb and the submission, I think this would be very tough for them to handle, because Team 1 is looking pretty solid in their draft. But hey, it's Onyx. Never doubt them. They might have something that we haven't seen yet.
Well, I think we've seen this... No, I don't think we've seen this particular lineup together, but we do know how Onyx generally plays with these Pokemon. The only X factor I feel like in this lineup is Axeq playing the Blastoise and Eeyore on the Leafeon, because normally Leafeon is played by Axeq, but it doesn't make sense for Eeyore to be on the Blastoise either. So I guess they had to do a little bit of a change to also have a form of crowd control themselves, and not just the Snorlax, but also the Blastoise and the Psyduck, so that they have the crowd control to set up for Cell and Eeyore to come in with the finishers, because that's their main jobs for Leafeon and Darkrai. Come in, get the quick knockouts, and get out.
Oh, and we do have our official winner of our t-shirt. Congratulations to MadMikeGeek2958. There we go. Scan the QR code. Make sure to fill in the details in order for you to claim your prize. And again, congratulations on winning the giveaway. Who knows, we might have a milestone giveaway right after this. I'm not quite sure. I'm not checking the viewership count, but we're going to see that one later on as we get a knockout here that is in favor of T1. But as I guess Onyx Rise is trying to go in for a trade here in the top path, gets the knockout up against the Magikarp, and Ippei is just running away for his life. And there goes the scores landing in the hands of Onyx.
Not really much you can do as a Gossifleur, unfortunately. Maybe as an Eldegoss could have done a little bit more with those basic attacks, but paired up with a Magikarp, yeah, times are tough up there. But down bottom, though, looking a little bit better for the team, though, because we have that three-man push coming in. They got a really fantastic knockout on the Psyduck. And for Axeq, stuck as that Squirtle, there's really not much he's going to be able to do down there. So T1 capitalizing on this really big push down in that bottom lane before a potential rotation by Cell on the Darkrai. In the central area, though, we do have the Snorlax causing a little bit of mischief in the enemy central area, currently being chased. Comey's coming in as well, but Iluna's like, no way, Jose, okay? I'm just here to annoy the enemy central laner. Pasteria, though, not looking too good against Eeyore, getting very low, and Illuna a little bit too late there. Could have been the catalyst to start that knockout, but Pasteria, thankfully, just had a little bit more mobility left in the tank to escape.
And I think Mule is just looking for an opening here, but I think it's Onyx who saw the opening in this matchup up against the bottom lane, and now they're trying to bait someone out and be the main bait in order to initiate the fight here in the Raging Draco. But Cell is actually, you know, calling the fallback immediately, making sure that the casualties will be very low, and at the same time get the priority objective here at the middle.
Yeah, really scary fight here because Cell can't necessarily jump into T1 freely. He has to wait for someone to create some kind of opening. Because you can see, the champ. That's Shark not even given a chance, just kind of sitting there and gets picked off, leaving T1 a bit exposed down in that bottom lane. They still have the Cross tool available, so Saran can be there, but the surf setup from AXQ into the wall, and Illuna providing the follow-up damage. Cell is still there, thinking of going for the full commitment, but oof, beautiful setup there from Onyx Rise to pin T1 against the wall.
And that's a 4-point remaining at the bottom lane. A chance for Onyx Rise to overcap bottom lane at the first 3 minutes and a quarter of this matchup. That's actually a huge opportunity for Onyx to be able to build up the pressure up against Team 1. And they have just destroyed the top lane as well. So this is actually really looking good for Onyx at the first half of the game. Because if they do build up this kind of lead, they could just play this one very safe at the second half.
Yeah, so Illuna's going to do the best he can to try and buy time in that top lane, but unfortunately his team is a bit slow to come in. Cell, though, doing a little bit to Pisterio, but will go for the back. But look at this, though. We do have a Leafeon trying to set up in that central area, but Epe, beautiful scout out onto the Leafeon, so no cheeky knockouts there for Eeyore, unfortunately.
Yeah, just have to dash away with the aerial ace. I think that was the call here for Onyx to play this one very safe, but at the same time, go for aggressive ones if they have an opportunity. And this is just one of the safety precautions that Onyx is taking right now. They can't afford to lose a lot of team fights by just giving away free knockouts as much as possible, knowing that they're a little bit of ahead in terms of XP, with that Leafeon being at 11, two of them at 10, and actually two of them at 8, but that Snorlax just gained into level 9. So a little bit of an advantage to Onyx Rise, which is what they want to maintain at least for the next half of the game.
I think considering that they're also over-leveling the speedsters on the team, I think that's the most significant thing for Onyx, because speedsters normally want to be quite over-leveled in their games. So as long as Cell and Eeyore are able to maintain their position, having this level lead, they should have the damage output to continue to threaten T1, as long as they don't give away a free knockout, for example. We do have the submission connection onto AXQ, who's going to go for the Hydro Typhoon. His team isn't quite there yet, though, so he did buy a little bit of time. They're thinking of coming in there with Cell, but he's going to decide to come back instead. So that's going to be a wasted Hydro Typhoon for Onyx Rise, and this bottom lane might just be taken, and Cell might also lose himself as well if he's not careful, but thankfully Zoe's there to provide the backup. Bottom gold zone does get taken out, but look at Onyx. They say, it's fine, you take our one gold zone. We got Illuna in the bottom lane, we got Ear on the top lane. Life is good.
Yeah, and I love how the escape happened here with the Darkrai. Just go to show he knows how to play it very safe. And the power nap has commenced as well for the Snorlax, just being able to sustain his HP up against Komi, which is actually a great call. They don't want to give away XPs as much as possible, making sure to buy a lot of time, and definitely could escape because of the flare offering movement speed. That's a great call for Onyx. Come on.
Illuna's being such a pest. I love this play from the Snorlax, because we're so used to seeing Snorlax just run in, play with the team, just usually come in with the block, but he's just flailing around, stunning players, knocking them all over the place, wasting their time. It's such a funny play style to see. Eeyore's here though, the block is there, so they're going to be able to help Eeyore escape. I don't think they should be able to get the pincer. X-Scissor is there, Pisterio's there with the Dragon Breath as well. Eeyore barely escaping, he's just got the movement speed. They've been using the Unite move as well. Pisterio really wanted that knockout, but it's a level 13 Leafeon. It was absolutely worth it.
Yeah, I think they want the XP being rewarded to Pisterio as well, knowing one of the heavy carriers into the team of T1. So that's actually a great call, using the Unite move, knowing that they are confident that they definitely can get this Unite move back once the final stretch has commenced, because they have been getting a lot of knockouts because of that Mega Evolved Gyarados, which is actually worth it in order for them to put up some points as well in the top lane.
I kind of think Onyx Rise might have just thrown the game back into T1 there, especially with those 3 knockouts, right? It was Eeyore, AXQ, and Zoe. There we go. It's like, who's playing the side deck again? It's Zoe. So to give those 3 Pokemon away, especially Eeyore, the level gap it's non-existent. The game's equalized essentially. So all of a sudden, I think if I'm Onyx Rise, I'd be a little bit worried now, because ideally you want your Darkrai and your Leafeon to both be at least a level over their opponents coming into the Kyogre. And we only have 15 seconds left, so we're really lacking time in being able to look for wild Pokemon. Now, Eeyore is a little bit far away from his team, is actually sitting at the bottom objective, trying to watch things out, but we do have a submission, catching out Illuna on that Snorlax. I actually had to jump forward there with both Cell and Axeq. They did buy some time. The health bars are quite low for some of these Pokemon, and all of a sudden, they're not feeling too comfortable with the fight. Cell is going to continue with trying to zone out, so he's actually been able to create some space for the team. But now with the reset and some pretty low health bars, I think it's time to fight here for Onyx, because if they don't, things are going to go really bad. Illuna trying to zone out the Mewtwo in the back lines. Oh, but the beautiful Emerald two-step coming out from Eeyore, setting up on 2-3 Pikachu's. That was beautiful.
I just forecasted what's about to happen, knowing that when there's a Leafeon at the bottom lane, he is waiting for the perfect opportunity to do a back or a flank up against the other team. And the Emerald two-step did its job in order to knock out multiple members of T1, making it possible for them to get the Kyogre. They have the lead, but they need to put more scores in order to secure this game.
And I also have to give props to Illuna as well. I don't know if our viewers managed to see it, but he actually zoned away the Mewtwo. So he wasn't even able to provide support for his teammates that were originally knocked out by Eeyore to begin with. Things maybe could have been different if Mewtwo was allowed to contribute, but man, the positioning for Onyx was beautiful. The initial catch, the zoning, keeping their eyes on all of the players for T1. This is where vision is such a key component for a team game like this. If you know where all the players of T1 are, it makes it much easier for you to decide when to start a fight and where to end it.
That's huge amount of points being dunked in by Onyx. Game number 1 at the hands of Onyx Rise. A chance for them to redeem themselves up against Team 1 in the championship stage, at least for the group stage. They want to know, but who knows? Reverse sweep is still possible and is still on the line.
Still very much a possibility on the table, because T1, they still played this game really well. Aside all the small misplays that might have happened, they actually did manage to catch Onyx Rise as they made a couple of bad plays themselves. It really just came down to that one team fight around the Rayquaza pit, with Eeyore landing that 3-man Emerald two-step. And that was all because the team was able to get the setup as well. Oh man, this is a beautiful, I suppose, demonstration of what Onyx Rise is capable of as a team, and a reason why Onyx Rise is one of the few teams from Asia that has actually been one of our top 3 finishers at Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, what can we say even more though? Like, Onyx has been doing their job phenomenally well. We see the consistency again from their team, but you know, I think T1 has a great shot in winning game number 2. It's just it was just a phenomenal execution in general for Onyx Rise, being able for them to get the last hit into the Kyogre with the timing of the Emerald two-step, you know, and as well the contribution of of everyone in general just goes to show that the chemistry of Onyx has been really on point. Not saying that T1 doesn't have that, but I think T1 needs to reassess the trap a bit. I mean, yeah, I get the idea of the Machamp, but once they know what's coming up with the Machamp, definitely it might not work once again. I'm not saying it won't work, but there could have been better options, because if you saw, Mule was just running around circles a while ago with the submission online, and he just had to cross chop back. There was no significant contribution that it did in the last fight, so I think that was a major factor as well. It could have been another Pokemon, it could have been another kit, so maybe they had to relook onto this Machamp, because definitely when formation are dismantled, definitely it would be confusing for a Machamp who to prioritize in the fight.
I think this is also a good demonstration of why Machamp has sort of fallen off as well in terms of popularity. with the current roster of Pokemon, like, yes, there are very niche situations where Machamp is a fantastic choice. You know, he's got probably one of the best crowd control abilities in the game. But the problem is he has to be so deep in a lot of these fights that in a lot of cases, unless you're playing one of those like surprise Machamps with the eject button, like you're eject buttoning in and coming in with either the surprise unite or the submission, a lot of the times your Machamps get knocked out before they're able to do what they want to do. And I think T1 were kind of baited into picking up the Machamp because Onyx firstly knew that this was in their kit because they revealed it earlier on. And I kind of feel like they baited him in because of Axew's Blastoise, because historically, okay, back in the day when there were very few counters to the very OP Water Spout Rapid Spin Blastoise, Machamp was the counter. Because he was one of the few Pokemon that was able to rip him out of Rapid Spin if that was going to be the build. But Onyx, they've played so many years of Pokemon Unite, they were part of that era. Okay, they understand how Machamp works. So they played around Mule so well, baiting him in with that pick and playing around that Machamp, realizing that by himself, Mule doesn't really do anything. You know, he kind of has to have the rest of the team there to support him, and is a very easy target to eliminate because he's just going to be in the crossfire half the time. So I feel like if I'm T1, you got to pivot away from the Machamp. I can see what the appeal behind this Pokemon, especially with the lineup Rise had, but I do agree with you. Like, there are definitely other options that we could be seeing instead of the Machamp. I also want to say the same thing for Crustle, but I think the only reason why Saram didn't look so good in the last game was because he didn't get to play with Komi as much. I felt like Komi was zoned out for almost the entire game, so he could never really capitalize on the Rock Tombs by Saram.
I think that's a really valid reason because, you know, whenever you're not with the main key player of your team, if you're a Crustle, definitely, you know, it's just a matter of setting it up to play. I mean, you could block your teammates, or rather your opponents, with a Rock Tomb, but it would be a very convenient setup if you do it for your teammates in order for you to get a knockout and trap somebody and close in the Rock Tomb. That did not just happen in game number 1, but at least we still have game number 2. Not quite convinced for them to reuse that Crustle, but you know, maybe it's worth a chance or giving another shot into game number 2. But again, we would just like to announce to everyone that we have unlocked our milestone giveaway for hitting 500 viewer goals. So make sure to type in Unite chat for a chance to win our more giveaways. So make sure to just type in Unite, and maybe, you know, who knows, you'll be the winner of the giveaway.
Can I type Unite in chat? I'm just asking a genuine question.
You know what? Let's just type in Unite in the chat.
You can type in Unite in the chat. Does it have to be in caps? I think it does, right? I'm just gonna. Okay, we'll do it a little bit later on. Okay, not right now.
Yeah.
Let's focus on the draft though. Yeah, let's focus on the draft because there were obviously some pretty major changes so far. So Iluna's still going to get Snorlax. That's a concern. We're not going to be seeing Axew Blastoise again because that was first picked by Posterio, but I am worried about the fact that Onyx have now gotten their hands on Mewtwo X for Axew. That's a major concern for me. Even though you have Mule picking up the Mimikyu and Epe picking up the Slowbro, yes, you've got 2 fantastic defenders with lots of crowd control, but Mewtwo X is a bit of a different monster, I feel.
So I don't know if this is a way to counter the Mewtwo X, which is by picking up the Slowbro with the Telekinesis and the Slow Beam. I'm not quite sure if that's the big plan here. From what I can see, they're just trying to shut somebody out in the hands of Onyx Rise. So I think that's the goal here for T1 at least, because they have played with me, they have the Slow Beam, so definitely enough to shut down somebody at the team of T1. But for T1 at least, they are back with the Leafeon and Empoleon. So Empoleon is great overall. It's one of my favorite Pokemons to play here in Pokemon Unite, at least for the recent patches. And definitely the Hydro Cannon does provide a lot of damage, a lot of kit as well. But with Mr. Mime,
okay,
I'm not quite sure if Onyx still has a shot, because if this Mr. Mime gets in the fight with the Showtime, definitely would buy a lot of time for the all-rounders.
And we've got a bit of a swappery that's about to happen here for Onyx Rise, because we've just seen Miraidon get picked up, which means we're probably going to be seeing a support Mewtwo X, and it's gonna be Zoe again with this. So we got some pretty tanky supports on the side of Onyx Rise. You've got a heavy hitter in the Miraidon. You have the damage dealer, your assassin in Cell, and then you have Eeyore coming in for the cleanup crew. This is a very dangerous lineup because I feel it's very well rounded, but T1 have a pretty dangerous lineup too. Lots of crowd control. I think almost ungodly amounts of crowd control, which is good. It's good, you can lock Pokemon down. They have the damage follow through with Hysteria if it can also land his moves too. And they have the King of Secure, like the Overheat. So, Onyx, I think they'll definitely have to give a lot of respect to Pysteria's Blaziken. They have to pay attention to his positioning if they're around objectives. I'm keen to see how Onyx Rise want to deal with the Blaziken if they decide to go for these pre-objective fights, like they jump on T1 before they can reach the objective, or if they try to go for these really, really cheeky objective fights. Because I know Onyx are capable of securing objectives themselves, but you're also going up against a Blaziken, which is one of the most difficult Pokemon to out-secure.
Right. And in terms of the crowd control, you were talking about that a while ago. Yes, I do agree that T1 has a huge shot, but I think the same goes for Onyx Rise. I mean, they have a little bit of a crowd control with the Empoleon, with the Hydro Cannon, if that's going to be the kit. Mewtwo X as well, together with the Snorlax, which is by the usage of Block, but it's just scary to think that T1 actually has 2 Pokemon to shut down the Miraidon later.
Yeah, because I think that's probably one of the fears right now for AXQ, just getting jumped on. Because there's a Miraidon, unless he's going for Electro Drift, which it's possible,
yeah,
but I
possible.
don't know if you want to. I don't know if he even wants to Electro Drift into this. You know, it's a bit scary. Yeah, so we'll see what AXQ decides to do. I'm leaning more towards Charge Beam, but it's AXQ. This man knows how to play this game better than we do, so we'll leave it up to him to decide. But I kind of think Epee could be a really interesting X Factor too, because, you know, Mr. Mime, it's not a very popular Pokemon. It is very rare that we see this Pokemon to begin with, and because it's rare, a lot of teams don't really get to scrim much with it. So this could be an experience for Onyx where they play against something that they're unfamiliar with, and it could throw them off, because everyone gets thrown off, especially up against things that they don't really practice against.
Yeah, we just hope that definitely this would be effective for T1 and they know how to maximize the Mr. Mime, so definitely it would be a huge favor for them. But Pisterio, a little bit of an overextension there. Mickey, Eeyore, and Zoe get a knockout for the team. But definitely no conversion has been made so far, but Cell was able to respond on time! Not quite on time yet because the Shadow Seek is enough to get a double KO! Make that 1-3 for the team of T1!
Oh, Mule is laughing to the bank. This man has just hit level 8 after that triple knockout. So all of a sudden, Mule has turned into a major threat in this game because the damage output that's going to come out from this Mimikyu is going to be huge. And I would be second-guessing things, especially for my Leafeon and my Empoleon, because all of a sudden, this Mimikyu, you can't 1v1 this anymore. You will not be able to 1v1, and I don't even think you can really compete for objectives. Regidrago gets secured by Mule, so things are not looking too good here for Onyx Rise, especially in this early game.
Yeah, they have access to play with me already. He could just go in, but the Shadow Sneak actually missed there. So if it could have hit, definitely it would have been a different story here for T1. So I love this. They're taking it very safe as possible. And if they have an opportunity, definitely I see them fighting into this matchup.
Okay, we'll have to see what happens because we have finally started with our first major objectives. And Onyx, they're going to try and rush this, but do they have the damage and the secure to be able to get this? There's no Blaziken. Leafeon gets the secure though, so Cell, he does his job, but it comes at a pretty small cost there. With both of the supports going down on the side of Onyx Rise, leaving just their core Pokemon. We're going to give away that bottom tier 1 goal zone. They say, it's fine. Okay, it's fine. We got the Reggie down in the bottom lane. We're going to leave this for another day. But because of that, though, both Tier 1 goal zones have been broken on the side of Onyx Rise, and they are now behind by about 150 points.
Absolutely phenomenal job so far for both teams, actually, but Team 1 is just getting ahead of them after after that Mimikyu getting ahead of the triple knockout, it just had a huge boost of firepower here for T1.
Right.
So we just have to wait and see if this would be a consistent performance. But Illuna almost taken out. If it wasn't for the citrus berry, definitely I think Team 1 would be trying to go for the knockout there.
Yeah, I think at the same time Mule just thought, is it really worth it to chase the Snorlax that's flailing away? So I think it was just better off to just focus on whatever's happening in the lane. Zoe gets picked off yet again, unfortunately, so he's sent back to the Pokemon Center. But Mule, happily walking around at level 11. So I think if you're Onyx, you kind of want to steer clear from this Mimikyu until someone's able to either feel comfortable going for a 1v1 or if you have some support to back you up in case you do get jumped on by that Mimikyu. But Onyx, I have to say, they are playing surprisingly defensive and very grouped up. It's only really Illuna that's going around stealing wild Pokemon and really causing any kind of distraction to T1, which I have to say, Pika, this is very unconventional for this team, right? We're so used to seeing them be the team to control the tempo, but as soon as Mule exploded during that early game, it's just changed the tempo of this team all around.
Yeah, and I cannot blame Onyx for respecting that huge amount of threat that they do get from the Mimikyu. Definitely a huge of respect, forced them down to create on a defensive stance, but at the same time, they're not giving up on the objectives as they get that Reggie onto the next one. But here comes the Bright Future Storm being able to dismantle the position of T1 as they get a knockout from the Mr. Mime as well on the other side of the map. But right now, it's just them running around in circles. Not quite sure what would be the next take here, but definitely Onyx wants to take this as easy as possible in order for them to catch up.
So I'm not sure how much of a fan I am of seeing T1 play like this, because it almost feels like after this huge success that they had in the early game, they've left Mule to do his own thing in the top lane, which is fine. They're trying to funnel as much experience and resources into the Mimikyu, but that leaves the rest of the team fighting into Onyx Rise into either disadvantageous matchups or just equal matchups. I kind of feel like playing like this, you're giving Onyx a chance to come back, especially giving away the Reggies. Like you're giving away Reggie Steel, you're giving away Reggie Rock or Reg Ice. That's free experience. That's a buff. And sometimes all it takes is a buff to help you win that next team fight. So this passivity that's now coming out from T1, I'm scared they're actually giving away too much to Onyx Rise.
Oh, we just got an update, by the way, that Nemesis actually did 1-up against rival esports in 2-0. Congratulations to Team Nemesis. And actually, Birdie is coaching for them as far as I can tell. So everything is paying off for Nemesis. Rival esports, on the other hand, gets to be on the 4th spot. But for sure, we'll see them once again tomorrow. But going back into the game, Illuna is being chased down by 3 members of Team 1. Nice barriers coming in from Epe in order to narrow down the tunnels and get that guaranteed knockout up against Illuna. So less than 1 minute, we get to see Kyogre in the pit, and definitely Onyx Rise wants to get ahead of the objective. If this is a Registeel, this would be a great contribution for the team. But the block is already there, pushing back the members of Team 1, but pushing back them means that they get the better spacing into the Reggie objective in the bottom.
It's Reg Ice. Oh, that's probably that's the worst Reggie to get. If it was Reggie Rock or Reggie Steel, I think this may have just solidified the end game for T1, but this is much more even than it was supposed to be. So nice boost of experience for T1, but now it's going to be a very dangerous game of tango for both of these teams. A very dangerous game of tag. One misstep and you're out.
Absolutely. And with all those Unite moves available, definitely have to be very careful. Play with me and Slow Beam has an axis for T1. And if Onyx Rise gets caught off immediately by it, definitely would be a different story. But here comes Illuna tanking all the damages, but there comes Surf in order to use the Hydro Typhoon immediately. And T1 Kobe, not just the most successful setup they do get, but at least they get 3 knockouts out of it, and they are going to be eliminating every single Pokemon of Onyx Rise, except it does get the but the Slow Beam actually connects, and that is enough to seal the deal for game number 2. But wait, we still have a minute and a half. We have to make sure the T1 gets to score. But Zoe and Axq doing the defense and the wonders. Infinite Cyber in order to buy a lot of time. And they're just pushing back T1 one by one. They need more utilities. They need more. But the hook don't connects for T1. They need more reinforcements. Onyx Crisis is falling bit one by one.
The healing from the Kyogre buff, it's just too much. There's too much sustain on the side of T1. All the damage Onyx Rise throw at them, it almost seems like it's in vain. And all of that because Komi got into the perfect position for a Hydro Typhoon. I think he connected onto almost everybody, even the players that were just on the very corner of that bush that Onyx Rise was hiding in. So getting 2 to 3 players right off the bat was big. Oh my gosh, Onyx Rise. They tried their best to get into a position to fight, but it's so difficult sometimes to play in those bottlenecks, in those very small areas, because if you're playing up against huge AoE such as a Hydro Typhoon, where do you go?
That's a huge amount of points just landing in. I really thought at first that the Hydro Typhoon was used at a very early stage, but that one pixel of the Hydro Typhoon was actually enough to knock up someone from the bushes. Absolutely phenomenal job. I thought it was really early, the moment that they used it a while ago. So what an absolute performance, I'd say, from the Blastoise here for T1, making sure that they extend the series and force a game number 3.
And we also have to give props to Epe. He was the catalyst for that team fight. He originally was being targeted down by Onyx, but we know what Mr. Mime does best. He is the ideal bait. He is the ideal target. They targeted down Epe, and then he just rushes in with the Unite. And we all know how annoying that Mr. Mime Unite can be as well. And the fact that on the side of Onyx Rise, we saw players and Pokemon just getting constantly stunned. They couldn't move, they couldn't escape. And that was really the side of the Blastoise too. I kind of hope we see this in the replay because everything happened so quickly. But once you see the connections of these Unites, you can see how T1 was able to just infiltrate Onyx Rise's bush.
Yeah, it all started with the moment that the Mimikyu gains its momentum after the triple knockout all the way into the top path, and Mew just continues to bulldog his way at the base of Onyx Rise. And that also gave a huge amount of confidence for his teammates in order to engage into team fights. But that was enough for, Onyx Rise to collapse. But the setup here from Komi, the surf, he checked button.
Now look how many Pokemon he got.
3. I think I was 3.
Yep.
I was eyeing on the Leafeon. I think that was the reason why I was not really convinced at first. But the moment I saw that replay, I was like, it makes sense now.
It makes sense,
it
right?
Makes sense now. I was eyeing too much on the Leafeon because this Leafeon can actually do a lot when you leave him wide open. But yeah, you leave him wide open. So what's next? He doesn't have a follow-up. And that makes sense because Cody did the setup for the team.
Look, it was just really tough. We did say earlier on that there was a lot of crowd control as well on the side of T1, and especially in those team fights, crowd control is king. I don't think anyone can really deny that. If you are the team that has the most crowd control, more crowd control than your opponent, generally speaking, you do have the advantage because you have more opportunities to set up for your damage dealers. And in the case of this matchup too, you probably had 2 of the best AoE stuns in the game too. So with T1, it was just a case of connecting all of those Unite moves, and they perfectly did that. They perfectly did it. They set up for the rest of the team to come in and clean up. And I think now Onyx Rise are probably thinking, coming into game number 3, firstly, big fumble during that fight around the Kyogre pit, right? That was a big fumble, positioning wise. Targeting wise, I kind of feel like they also mistargeted too, because you really don't want to be picking up a Mr. Mime and a Blastoise because they're generally like some of the tankiest Pokemon in the game. So I wonder if there's going to be any draft changes, and if maybe we see some of these Pokemon exchange hands. Maybe Blastoise comes back into Onyx's side, or Onyx got to start taking some of these assets away from T1, because either the Mimikyu's got to come back, or the Blastoise has to come back, or maybe even Blaziken. changes hands with Onyx, then maybe they have something that they can kind of work with. Because like, not to say that the draft was bad from Onyx Rise, but it was a very technical lineup. I think it was a lineup that you couldn't really afford to give too many knockouts for, like two. But we saw that triple to Mule, and then I just thought like, oh no, that's it. Times are rough.
Yeah, but I think aside here, I think one of the actions that definitely Onyx could actually do is by taking the purple side and, you know, just have one priority pick. I don't know if Vaporeon would be their primary pick if ever they do go to the purple side, but there's just a lot of things to consider, because if you go to the purple side and you're eyeing for Vaporeon, definitely it might just be banned away by T1, and they would be sticking at the orange side. So I think the same game plan would be used here by Onyx Rise. Maybe a little bit of a tweaking into the roster of Pokemons that they would be using, and the target ban for the Mr. Mime is possible here.
They're thinking of Eeyore's got it highlighted. He's like, get this out of my face. get this cloud out of my face.
Yeah.
I mean, Hooper's the more logical choice here. So I think you got to get rid of the Hooper first if you're not going to use it.
Yeah.
Darkrai ban. I think you got to get rid of that. You don't give Cell his Darkrai. That's criminal. Vaporeon's also got to go. Sorry, Luna. Those are our bans. No Mimikyu this time. So no Mimikyu for either Eeyore, Cell, or Mule, which means we are going to be seeing something else in either that central lane position or top lane. Question is, what's going to be taking its place? Because Axeq has highlighted the Mewtwo X again. Might go in the way of Zoe. I mean, they can always change this, right? They can always even give this to Eeyore or Cell if they wanted to. Just keeping their options open.
So a while ago during Game 1, Onyx Rise was the one who banned this Mewtwo X, and now they would be using it. So this is actually a great call for an added crowd control and damage in general for their team. And, you know, just securing the Snorlax makes it go to show that they have a solid front line and they have a solid setup already. So what they need right now is for the damages to be present. Team 1 already has that one with the Mewtwo Y and the Flame Chicken Blaziken. So maybe Leafeon is a possible pick once again, because they do not have access to the Darkrai. I mean, they love playing speedsters. They love playing speedsters for sure.
So, okay. Onyx are keeping their options open because Leafeon can be played by Axeq, Eeyore, maybe Cell if he really wants to. I don't think Cell's playing Leafeon. I think they're last picking for Cell here. The Mewtwo X, I don't know if that's still going to stick to Axeq or if that's going to be Eeyore's choice, because Eeyore's not playing. There's no way Eeyore's playing Psyduck, okay? That's definitely Zoe's Pokemon. So this last pick, I'm trying to think, what are you aiming for here? This looks like an Eeyore Pokemon. Eeyore's Empoleon again?
Quite possible, but I'm quite worried on the draft of Team 1 here. They actually reverted back with the Machamp, but with Mr. Mime this time. Would it work the way they wanted it to? I mean, yeah, they had a great setup a while ago with the Blastoise and maybe with the Mr. Mime, but with Machamp back? I'm not quite sure, but I'm surprised with Team 1 as well. They Axeq is going to be the ones who use the Empoleon, Cell sticking with the Leafeon here, Daniel.
And then it's going to be Eeyore piloting the Mewtwo X, because I think all of today we've seen Zoe play the Mewtwo X. So I think this is the first time we're seeing Eeyore play this today. I don't know if he's actually played it in ACL at all. I don't know if he might have recalled any of their games, but if this is the first time, this is going to be a bit of a surprise for Team 1, because they're not going to know what to expect with Eeyore playing this. Do you recall Eeyore playing Mewtwo X?
Yeah, I think he played way back then, as far as I can remember, because they always have this Mewtwo X, not just for Onyx, but for all the teams competing. They have this somewhat of a bit of a rotational Pokemon, at least for everyone, simply because of the flexibility that it could offer. It could go for supporter, it could go for an all-rounder attacker type. So in general, everyone could actually have the access to use it. It's just a matter of mastery, and I think that will be a big problem in Onyx Rise in general.
Okay, and we have announced our milestone giveaway winner as well. Unfortunately, I can't read this.
Yeah, we can. Definitely our friends from Korea would.
Yes, but if you are our winner, scan QR code, fill in your information so we're able to give you your prize. But congratulations! And thank you to everybody that entered the giveaway as well for our milestone giveaway. And thank you to everyone that helped us hit the milestone, because if it wasn't for you, we never would have hit it.
Definitely, and I think this is somewhat of a good luck charm for Team 1, knowing that one of the fans of Team 1 has actually won the giveaway, so why not make Team 1 be the winner and cheer for them here in the finals? But not going to be an easy road when you're up against Onyx Rise, as the first minute of the game has just elapsed, and definitely a much more quiet facing is what we are seeing for tonight.
Yeah. I don't blame the teams for playing a little bit more quiet, because this is the game deciding game number 3. So any mistakes here is just going to set you up for failure for the rest of the game. So to see everyone be a little bit more contained, not too much ham in this sandwich, just a little bit of ham, but they are looking for Eeyore. Look at this, the respect. And Illuna just says, nope, take me instead. Don't take my Mewtwo X. They do manage to catch him with a submission. Eeyore, though, their shield's not enough. And the commitment pays off for T1. 4-man rotation, and they get their target. They get both.
Yeah, they got their targets in the knockout. They got their targets in scoring down points as well in the top lane. This is a chance for them to get a head start and get multiple knockouts consistently. But here's the thing, Cell has been leveling up phenomenally well. Level 7, very much ahead, despite T1 being able to successfully ambush the top lane. So now what they're looking at is they want to make sure that the Leafeon could get more knockouts and eventually overtake the game or the lead in the first half of the game up against T1. Oh, what a steal!
Comey, the perfect timing from Comey. That was beautiful. I saw that Cell wanted to get the secure. He almost had it, just not enough damage, unfortunately. So fantastic steal from Comey. Down bottom though, XQ not looking too good. You know, Prinplup. There's only so much you can do as a little Prinplup. But against 4 Pokemon, it's a bit of a beakful. So gotta play a little defensive there. Gonna do your best with Zoe, but there's only so much you can really do. Low Pokemon. But does not pay off there. That's the disadvantage of being that middle evolution. You can do a little bit of damage, but you're not really in the best position to go for those sneaky knockouts.
Absolutely, but here comes the first major objectives as well in the game. Onyx is trying to eye on the Regieleki, but before that, they have their eyes prioritized on the Flame Chicken, which is the Blaziken. And right after that, there's just going to be numerous amount of scores and just a matter of trade here. So in exchange, D1 gets the objective in the bottom lane. But for Onyx Rise, they got a knockout and they got a Regieleki rewarded in their favor. So definitely, this would be a taken goal zone and at the same time more pressure into combat. But at the same time, Mule with a nice grab in order to knock out the Penguin of Onyx Rise. But they are not yet done. They're going to be taking out Snorlax as well. Eeyore barely made it out with the base recall. That was actually phenomenal work from him.
Beautiful timing. A second later and he would have gone down there. So that's when you have that sixth sense, you know. You can tell when someone's coming your way. You just got to go for the emergency eject button called the home port. Oh man, but this game is still very, very close, right? As long as both of these teams are sitting around the same levels, it really can go either way. It's just a matter of who wins the fights. And, well, Eeyore, he didn't pull off the Unite move, but Asteria's looking a little bit healthier than Eeyore, so full retreat there. But we do have an exchange, okay? Mewtwo Y an exchange. Beautiful knockout for Onyx Rise to counter and potentially get that counter knockout onto T1. And with a full retreat, this does mean Onyx is going to have a little bit more room to play with on the map now.
I love the Hollow-Air of the Blastoise by having that shades on. That's one of my favorites, Hollow-Air in the game. But it just caught my attention. But yes, we're going back into game. Leafeon gets a knockout for the side of Onyx. And that has been a phenomenal pickup, especially if this Leafeon could scale a lot more faster. It would definitely help Onyx Rise a lot, but Mule is still on the hunt here, trying to get a Pokemon with the submission. testing the waters, trying to grab someone, and he got Cell in the picture, and there goes the Unite move, Hydro Pump to push them back, but there's just too much damage here for Onyx. XQ being the leading charge into the game, but he gets knocked out in the picture. Showtime pop up here into T1, but that wasn't enough for them to take more knockouts, but still damage is looking phenomenal here for Onyx Rise, but they knock out the Leafeon as well. You're doing a lot of damage into the other side of the map. At the end of the day, in the exchange, it's Onyx Rise getting much more benefit by getting knockouts and the Registeel.
And with the Registeel buff, health bars are dropping on the side of T1E, although Superlo will be caught out by that Surf, and all of a sudden I think Onyx are in full retreat now, realizing they've bitten off more than they can chew. Yes, they got the objective in that bottom lane, but you don't want to be giving away experience as well, because if they give that away, we saw what happened in that previous game, Pika Yules. You give T1 a little bit and they take it the whole mile, and this is game 3 as well. You cannot afford to make any of those major misplays in game 3.
Absolutely. This is looking literally anyone's game. A while ago in the last team fight, we've seen multiple trade-offs one by one. But, it's just about getting the objectives as well, making sure that you have a better edge by getting those additional damage, additional pressure on the lanes. And that is what Onyx Rise has been trying to do over the past couple of team fights that they have been engaging up against T1. Now the question is, can they maintain this kind of composure? Because in less than a minute, or in a minute, they would get to be on the final stretch, and losing those Unite moves in that kind of room for time, it will be very difficult for you to bounce back. So they have to safeguard as much as possible their Unite moves, get those health back, and prepare their positions in the pit.
There is one situation where maybe using your Unite move a little preemptively could pay off, and it is those fights that happen right now. But they lose the Empoleon right off the bat, so that's going to be 12 seconds without the Empoleon, and now it's all defense on the side of Onyx Rise. They are thinking of maybe jumping into T1 here. We do see a Surf being used. Nobody gets pulled back, though. So the bait does not get pulled. Onyx Rise are going to hold the fort, and they do manage to wait it out for Empoleon to come back. Now, Registeel is being taken. No. There's really nothing Onyx Rise are going to be able to do about this, so they're just going to have to cop this loss and hope with whatever they have left that they can actually beat out Onyx Rise with this big buff. And Eluna, I feel like Eluna's baiting here. He's trying to bait with him. Hello? Hello?
The submission. The submission actually connected and just tears the HP apart of the Mewtwo, and here comes T1. They want to make sure that they knock out everyone. Showtime up against the Psyduck, nowhere to run, but the power nap has commenced here in order to regain.
It's a race against time.
HPs. It's going to be a race now. Pisterio trying to shred down the HP of Kyogre, but Leafeon has taken out in the picture.
Back.
Is chasing the Penguin. Can he chase it down? And Onyx Rise gets the last hit, but not quite done yet. 2 members left on their team, but T1 could just wipe them out. But Onyx has a shot to score the hundo, and they did. But on the other hand, T1 still has an opportunity to bounce back, but still 10-point lead from Onyx. They won't know who's on the lead. This is a 10-point lead. Someone has to score to secure the game.
T1 has no idea. It is a close battle. I hope they've been doing the math, because if they haven't done it up until this point, they are going to be kicking themselves if they decide to go for this defensive play. I think someone has to realize this. We do have Saram pushing forward, scouting for the team. I don't think he saw Eluna. Right on the side. Okay, he's found Eluna. But the thing is, no one's pushing. No one is in position to score. T1, they're chasing Eluna. Eluna's just bait. He's the biggest bait in the game. So is Zoe. They're using their bodies and saying, hey, come follow me instead. But up top, though, look at this. We have Blaziken and Machamp pushing that top lane. But look at this Empoleon. He is there. He jumps onto the goal zone. It's not going to be an easy score. 100-point being scored there by Onyx Rise. 293. They have to score up top. T1 needs something. They get the Hundo Mega, but it's still not enough. They need more points, but no one is there. Mewtwo is there. Can he score 12 points? 12 points! Have they done it, Pika? Have they done it? I think they did too. We gotta watch the scoreline.
I think it's a 4-point lead if my math is
It was
right.
so close. Onyx Rise still hold it. They just hold it. But oh my gosh, that was such a close end game. It was so close. Congratulations to Onyx Rise. What an end game. It came down to that final push. Kyogre still coming in clutch.
Man, Iluna!
Oh my gosh, that score. If that score did not happen, it's game over.
Man,
it's game over.
As much as of course the fans of Team One wants Team One to win, and for sure they've been hating on Onyx for a moment, but Onyx Rise, you gotta give credit to them. Iluna, 100% the MVP of the series, no cap.
I hope they caught that final score in the replay. I think we have to see it to believe it, because it almost feels like it was real.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. That scoreline though, absolutely insane. And Luna, look at the points.
He did the
Look at the points.
214.
This is why you banned that Snorlax, it's not just because he's annoying, he also scores points. The Flail comes in handy. This is one of the few times where Flail is probably one of the most annoying moves in the game, because not only is it great hindering, but it's such a great mobility tool for a defender.
Man, unbelievable performance.
Great way to end the day, I feel. That was such an amazing game number 3. If anyone did not catch this best of 3, go back, watch the entire thing. It was a wonderful final to end the day. And don't underestimate T1. I think that's what everyone has learnt today. This team was not a day one wonder. This is a team that is in it to win it.
I mean, we still have a chance to see them going up against tomorrow in the finals, because they are at the opposite bracket. We're not sure what's going to happen tomorrow, but
rematch?
As we go along the process, PUACL is looking a lot scarier because of the teams evolving at the middle of the tournament.
I love it. I think that's one of the most amazing things for these longer drawn tournaments, because you give teams a chance to grow and evolve and not only learn about their opponents, but they're also learning new things about themselves, right? They're trying out Pokemon that they might have never tried before, because they're seeing someone else possibly succeed with it and thinking, is this something that's compatible for us? So I love it. I love where we are going so far, the trajectory of competitive Pokemon Unite. Don't worry, folks, we still have one more play day tomorrow. So come back tomorrow, exact same time. We're going to be having a fresh bracket, so we're going to be having different matchups to start the day. Could we see a rematch of today's finals? Possibly, but I kind of think it's going to be shaking things up tomorrow, especially considering it's day 5. It's our last day to grab points before we seed for the playoffs.
Absolutely, and I'm just excited for tomorrow, but still excited for Winter Tournament as well. Registration is now open for both APAC East and APAC West. So for the elimination, it will be on February 1st, but for the playoffs, it would be at the 7th for East and the 8th for West. So make sure to register now, and if you're alone, you can just hit on the Discord channel and look for teammates and have a shot and a possibility of representing your region in Yokohama, Japan for ACL Finals.
Yeah, and I mean, if you want competitive experience as well, the winter tournament's where it's going to be at, because you will be playing against the top teams within the region as well. So very exciting times if you want to play against some of your idols.
Yeah.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. This is your opportunity to do so. So hoping to see all of you guys at the winter tournament. And honestly, I love seeing the winter tournament games because there is a chance for us to see new talent. I love seeing new talent, new blood, because that's how the scene grows, That's how you discover the next superstar of the region. But Pika Yules, this is our schedule for our day 4 games. This does not mean that tomorrow is over. We are going to have a clean, fresh slate for our elimination round. But do you want to give us a quick rundown of all of our matches for today?
Absolutely. For day number 1, we had our first set of matches between Medium Fire lineup against Nemesis. Team Nemesis grabbing that 2-0. Onyx Rise and Eagles Epic Sail. Onyx getting 2-0 as well. Anthony Esports and Rival Esports getting another 2-0. And of course, Team 1 up against Full Sense with 2-0. And of course, for semifinals matchup, we have Team Nemesis losing by 1 into Onyx Rise and Rival Esports winning rather losing up against T1. And for our third place matchup, which is not broadcasted by the way, Team Nemesis actually won 2-0 up against Rival Esports. And for Onyx Rise and T1, which is what we just witnessed a while ago, is Onyx Rise getting the victory up against T1. So definitely they are 1-1 in terms of group stage finals. But let's have the updated leaderboard, Stanley, if you would.
Updated leaderboard, my pleasure. So, sitting in first place, we still have Onyx Rise with 59 points. This is a 10-point lead over second place, which is none other than T1, our second place team for today. Third place, we have Rival Esports with 46 points, Full Sense with 43, Team Nemesis sitting in fifth place now with 35 points, EVOS XL with 33 points, Made in Thailand with 29 points, and FN Esports sitting on 18 points in 8th place. So this is the updated leaderboard after today's matches, but don't worry, we could still see a change here because we have one more play day happening tomorrow. And as you can see here, this is the overall group standing points for each week, and you can see the teams that have been performing week by week, and some of the teams that kind of struggled, but you can see the progress, which is what PQs and I was talking about, right? Some teams having a little bit of a slow start, but then looking much better as the days progress.
Absolutely, we could definitely see who's the consistent team as well. Just look at Onyx being able to knock down 4 double-digit scoreline over the past course of PUACL. But of course, we would like to remind again everyone and congratulate our winners of the giveaway. We have for the official t-shirts, we have 2 winners, 1 winner for the official jersey, and 1 for our milestone giveaway, which is the jersey, cap, and the towel at the very bottom of the image on the left side. Left side? Yeah, left side. There we go. So congratulations again for winning the giveaway, and make sure to fill in that forms in the QR code and just submit your details and get your merchandise.
And we do still have another giveaway happening tomorrow. So if you missed out on anything today, just come back tomorrow. Same time, same giveaway. We've still got some more merchandise to give away. So good luck if you guys do decide to come back and enter, because we do wish we could give everybody something, but it's a luck of the draw, unfortunately. So thank you all so much for tuning into the broadcast today. My name is Daniel. He's Pika yours. Pika, do you have anything you want to say before we sign out for today?
Just have your popcorns ready for tomorrow, I guess, and we'll have more Pokemon Unite action, at least for the last day of the group stage.
All right, thanks so much for casting with me today, PQs, but we will see all of you trainers at home tomorrow, same time, same place. But until then, have a wonderful day and good luck in all of your Pokemon Unite matches. See you tomorrow.
Wow!